Hello there. Welcome to the InDesign course, and I know you're excited, and so am I. This tutorial is made on InDesign 2021, which is the latest offering from Adobe, so rest assured that the newest features are covered in this course. If you're new to InDesign, this course will help you discover a wide range of exciting things you can create, and since it's an extremely user-friendly software, it is relatively easy to master. As you may know, InDesign is a desktop publishing software which is used for single as well as multi-page documents, and there's so much you can do with it, whether it is designing business cards, brochures, fashion magazines, books, resumes, calendars, menu cards, or just a basic electronic PDF. Since InDesign has such a wide variety of possibilities, you might discover something you'd never thought you could create using this versatile layout software. In fact, it's much more than a basic software. Rather, it is a complete, immersive, and industry-standard software that can handle multi-page, text-heavy documents like a charm. So let's begin to explore the exciting world of desktop publishing and spark your creativity with Adobe InDesign. Alright, it's time to get started with our first document. However, I'd like to introduce something to you before we begin. It's this website, papersizes.org. What it does is it lists the different paper sizes along with the dimensions. You'll find a wide variety of sizes here, from ISO standard sizes to American sizes. ISO stands for International Organization for Standards, which is a body that determines recognized standards across many things, including paper. Whilst there are multiple paper standards, the most common and recognizable one is the A series, which is standard in office environments, with A4 being the standard office document size. The advantage of the ISO system is how it scales, with each size being either twice as big or half the size of its adjacent paper size. Here, you'll also find other paper sizes for functional use like postcard, posters, or newspaper sizes, etc. If you click on one of the sizes, you can even change the unit as per your requirement or understanding, and it will show you the calculation. While working on InDesign, no matter what designs you indulge yourself in, good knowledge of the different paper sizes is always necessary. Alright, so back to InDesign. Once you double-click the InDesign icon, this is where you'll land. This course is illustrated on Adobe InDesign 2021 version, which is presently the latest one. So if you're using a very old version, the icons and layout might be a little different than what you see here. These icons that you see are the documents I've worked on recently. Hence, for ease, they are populating here, so I can just double-click on any of them to open and start working. To create a new document, click the Create New button, and you'll reach here. You'll find the main screen with different sizes along with their dimensions, and now you have some idea about the names and dimensions already thanks to papersizes.org. On top, you'll find a few tabs like Saved and Print in Web or Mobile. These are nothing but sizes pertaining to the segments, so when I click the Print tab and then click View All Presets, it gives me a variety of presets that are used in print media. You also get a wide variety of templates you can use without worrying much about designing, and this is something you'll see if you've subscribed to the Adobe Creative Cloud Suite. You might not find this option otherwise. Similarly, clicking the web or mobile tabs will offer presets and templates pertaining to the relevant sizes. So let's click the Print tab and select Letter as our size. On the right are the settings, so by default you'll find picas as the default unit for InDesign. So if you click it, you'll find other options you can choose from. Let's choose inches. This tells you that the letter size is 8.5 inches wide and 11 inches tall if the orientation is set to portrait. Change the orientation to landscape and it just flips the sizes, making the width 11 inches and height 8.5 inches. In the Pages option, if you know beforehand how many pages you want your document to have, you can mention that number here, else let it be 1, or let's change it to 5 for this demonstration. It can easily be changed later while in the document. Facing Pages option should be checked if you want your document to display the pages much like in a book, where there are two sides facing each other. If you want to design a poster, for example, then you'd ideally want to keep it unchecked. Start number is by default set to 1, assuming you are just starting to compose your book, as this option is mostly used while you're composing a book. So what happens is when a book is graphically intense and has a lot of images, it can slow down your computer. So it's always advisable to divide the book into chapters, and for each chapter there should be a new document made. So in such a situation, any chapter after chapter 1 wouldn't really start with page 1. So let's say chapter 2 starts from page 15, so you'd mention 15 here. You'll get a better idea when we learn how to create a book layout, so let's not worry too much about it yet. A primary text frame is a special kind of page frame used to control the primary text flow in a document. You'll have a fair idea when we discuss it in one of the videos, so for now, let's keep it unchecked. Then comes the column. For now, I'd like to just have one column in my document. I'll show you soon enough how to change the number of columns after our document is created. The column gutter here is the space between the two columns. Now, obviously, whenever we design a document, be it any document, we don't start typing from the edge of the page because it would look too clumsy then, and that's where margins come into the picture. When you increase the margin on one side, all the other sides get updated automatically as they are linked by default. So if you wish to change the margins individually of all sides, unlink it by clicking this icon. And you should be able to update the margins individually as you please. Click it again, and it's linked. Bleed is ink that prints beyond the trim edge of the page to ensure it extends to the edge of the page after trimming. As there is a degree of movement when printing on any press, you should always create some bleed on all edges where bleed is needed. Supplying your job without bleed may result in white lines when we trim it. I'll demonstrate this once we are in the document. So let's set it to 0.125 inch for now. And much like margins, this can also be set individually using the link or unlink button here. When a document goes to the printing press, there are a few technical marks printed outside the document area, and these are important for high quality printing. The slug area is just one of these optional page marks. Essentially, the area is located outside of the normal printing boundaries and it contains information about the printing job. So we'll keep it 0 for now. One last thing to talk about here is that now that we have entered our numbers, and let's suppose this is the size and the settings we often use, so it's always better to save this as a template. So let's rename it here as my template and click this icon to save. And it brings you to this screen. So type in your template name once again and hit Save Preset. Now next time when we'll need to create a document using the same settings, all we need to do is click the Saved tab, and here you'll find the template sitting comfortably. So click it and you'll be introduced to your document. Let me go to pages 2 and 3 by double-clicking the page's thumbnail. You see these two pages are facing pages, the option of which we saw earlier. Let's minimize the pages panel as we'll discuss it in another video. Let's also close the paragraph styles panel. We'll discuss it later. Now let's go to File and then Document Setup. Here you'll find most of the options that we saw earlier while creating this document. We can always update the number of pages here. So from 5, let's make it 8 pages. Also, unchecking the facing pages option will show us the pages individually like we see on MS Word. You can always change the page size as well as the orientation from here. You see how by changing the margins here reflects instantly on our document. Another excellent feature of InDesign is that you see the units here are shown in picas, but assume I don't understand picas but have a fair understanding of inches or millimeters like anyone else has. So I want to add a margin of 0.5 inch here. So what I'm going to do is enter 0.5 and then IN for inches. And InDesign will do the calculation and show the equivalent of 0.5 inch in pica here. The same way we can easily update the bleed and slug from here as well. And I'm sure you know what they mean by now. So hit OK. To adjust the columns, you need to go to Layout and then Margins and Columns. You can update the margins from here as well, but we're more interested in columns because we've already discussed margins. So let's update the columns to 2. And you see on the right, the gutter option can be used to reduce or enlarge the space between the two columns. So once you're satisfied with the space between them, hit OK. To view the pages, you can use the mouse roller to go down or up the pages. You can even use the scroll bars on the right and at the bottom to navigate through the pages. Another option is this hand icon. So click on it and then using your mouse, click and move the mouse to move around the screen. Now let's talk about the zoom tool. In fact, let me grab the text tool and drag to make a text box and let's type in something. Now grab the zoom tool, which looks like a magnifying glass. And if I want to magnify the text, I will take the magnifying glass there and then click and move the mouse to the right, and it will magnify the part of the screen I clicked on. Without releasing the mouse button, if you move the mouse to the left, it will zoom out. So it's a nice way to move quickly to a particular point on my page. You can even hold Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and use the mouse roller to zoom out or zoom in quickly. And this is valid irrespective of the tool selected. You can even hold the Command key on a Mac or Control key on a PC and use the mouse roller to move left and right or up and down. So this does not help in zooming in or out, but it does help in moving up and down or right and left. Also, this feature might not be available with every mouse. The rulers that you see on top and left are really handy and in some cases necessary as well while designing. To show rulers, go to View and then select Show Rulers option. Mine is already showing, which is why the option says Hide Rulers here. The shortcut to show or hide rulers is Command R on a Mac or Control R on a PC. Now let's take the cursor to the ruler on top, click, hold and drag a guide to the page. InDesign's ruler guides act just like page elements. So you can select one or more guides at a time, copy and paste them, and even position selected guides numerically using the control or transform palettes. Let's drag another guide on this page here. Now if I need another text box like this on the left page aligned to this text box, my guides here will help me achieve that. So let me take this text box to snap it to the guide horizontally as well as vertically. Now with the text box selected, I can hit Command C on a Mac or Control C on a PC to copy this text box, and then hit Command V on a Mac or Control V on a PC to paste it, and then drag the new text box to snap it to the guides I created on the left page. Without my guides, I wouldn't really be able to place them on the same line on both the pages. So that's how guides help placing elements on pages. And this is particularly useful when your page has a lot of different elements and alignments, like in case of designing a resume or a poster. Since the guides act much like any other page elements, an accidental move can make things difficult. So to prevent this from happening, you have the option of locking the guides as well. And to do that, you can go to View and then Grids and Guides and then Lock Guides. And the shortcut to achieve this is Option, Command and semicolon on a Mac or Alt, Control and semicolon on a PC. And now if you try to move the guides, they won't move a muscle. Now let me grab the rectangle marquee tool and make a rectangle on top left and bottom left corners. In fact, let's move the frame on top to the edge of the page, and the frame on the bottom has already been aligned to the bleed area. Now with both my frames selected, I'm going to go to File and then Place and locate the images from my computer and click on them one by one to place them. You see, this should give you a clearer picture of why bleed is necessary, particularly when you have images that extend to the edges of the pages. The printer will eventually slice off the points where the whites of the pages end, and if there is any degree of movement, then there will be an ugly white line on both sides of the image on top, but there is no chance of it happening with the image at the bottom, since it is extended till the bleed zone. Hit W, which is the shortcut, to preview the document as it would look once printed. Alright guys, that concludes our topic. Next we're going to learn how to set up our workspace to enhance our workflow. So see you there. Hi there. In this lesson, you're going to learn the different panels and navigating through the layout of Adobe InDesign. So let's get started. So let's hit Create New. And since our objective is to learn more about the workspace, we won't pay heed to the settings of the document here. So just hit Create. InDesign's workspace is divided into 6 segments. On top, you'll find the menu, which is a pretty common occurrence in any software, through which you can access the different features InDesign offers. On the left is the toolbar to help you achieve the maximum from your document. So you find tools like the text tool, the shape tool in the form of rectangle and ellipse tool. You find the pen tool, the gradient tool, and much more that you'll learn in days to come. All these tools will help you in designing those lovely layouts, drawings, books, posters, and much more. You see this button with arrows facing to the right. Once you click it, it will expand the toolbar for a better view. Click the button again and it will retract to one column. Right below the button, you'll find a line, more like a divider. Click, hold, and drag it out to the pasteboard. So yes, you can detach the toolbar. And this gray area around the document is called the pasteboard. You can put objects that you might need while you design on the pasteboard, but that will not be printed. Let's plug the toolbar back to its original position. On the right, you'll find panels, and much like the toolbar, these panels can be expanded and retracted using a similar button that we used for our toolbar. For specific reasons, these panels take more space because the information they help you with is much more than what you get with the toolbars. Hence, there aren't as many different panels as the tools in the toolbar. You see this Layers panel? I can always drag it out to the pasteboard. And at this point, it is not even plugged to the panel area. Right now, there are 2 columns of panels, but you can have more, should you want to. But then it's good to take the document space, so ideally it should be kept to 1 or a maximum of 2 columns. To plug this Layers panel to one of the columns, I'm going to take it to the column and wait for this blue strip to appear. It means the column is ready to take the panel, and when you release the mouse button, it will plug itself to the column. To take one of the panels out, click and hold the divider line and pull it out, and it will be out. And all these panels that you see here can be accessed or shown using the window menu. There are many more panels that are not showing at the moment because you won't need all of them all the time. It is always best to only have the panels that you'll often use, like the Pages panel or Layers or Colors or Swatches. Let me take you to Window and let's bring a panel that's not out already. Let's go to Styles and then Paragraph Styles, and you shall find it popping out here. To plug it to the column, just drag it to the column, wait for the blue strip to appear and release. And there you go. It's plugged and ready to serve you. This panel on top is the options bar. If you click this small cog on the right, a pop-up will appear with checkboxes. From here, you can uncheck the options you don't want, and they will disappear from the screen. When you click the burger menu, it's the small icon with 3 stacked lines. It will show you different options. And let me tell you that these options will change depending upon the options on top. Confused? Let me explain. The options that you see on top are not fixed, which means they will change depending upon the tool I pick from the toolbar on the left. So when I pick the page tool, you see the options on top have changed to different options pertaining to the selected tool. Similarly, when I pick the gap tool here, a different set of options appear on top. When I click the text tool, I get a wide variety of options on top. And with the text tool, the options are also divided into 2 parts here. So this one is the character formatting controls. Anything to do with the text can be customized using the options here. And the other one is the paragraph formatting controls that deals with alignments and leading and columns, etc. At the bottom of the screen is the status bar from where you can even change the view options. At this point, the screen is at 72.55% view. Click it and change it to 75% or to 400%, and it's going to zoom into that view. Let's bring it to 100%. This is particularly good for people with smaller screens or the ones with eyesight issues. They can have it zoomed into their requirement. The status bar also tells you details about the pages. So at the moment, I have just one page in the document and the A master. This bar also tells you if the document has been saved or not. You see, we created this document only a few minutes ago for this lesson. I haven't saved it because I don't really need to, and it gives me that information here. It also gives me this workspace information here, bases my actions on the document, so it understands that it is digital publishing that I'm most likely working on, and it reflects that here. Lastly, it shows the pre-flight info. Pre-flight is a feature that checks for errors as you work, displaying errors in real time, enabling the designer to fix problems throughout the design process. All right, let's move on to the menu options on top. The menu options are very self-explanatory. The first one is the File menu that includes some of the basic commands to create, open, and save documents. It also includes the Place command to import new content and many options to control document settings, exporting documents, and printing. Then we have the Edit menu. You can access many commands for editing and controlling selections, such as copying and keyboard shortcuts. The dictionary and spell checker are also on this menu. Layout is used to create guides. These options help you lay elements on the page accurately and properly align them. You can even use this menu to navigate the documents, pages, and spreads. Then we have the Type menu that lets you select fonts and control characters in the layout. You can access many settings related to text from this menu, which opens the associated panel where you make the changes. Object helps you modifying the look and placement of objects on the page. Which options are available on this menu depends on which element you've selected in the workspace, such as a text field or an image. Then we have the Table menu, which is used to create, set up, modify, and control tables on the page. View can assist you in modifying the view of the page from this menu, including zooming in and out, as well as work with guides, rulers, or grids to help you lay out elements. Window menu is used to open and close panels or switch between open documents. And then we have the last one, which is the Help menu. This menu is where you can access the help documents for InDesign and configure any plugins you have installed. There is one feature of Help menu that I really love. Suppose you want to go to Cross-References option, but you just can't seem to find it in the menu. So what you can do is, in the search bar under Help menu, type in Cross-References and it will throw a list of the occurrences of cross-references. Now, the moment you take your cursor to any one option from the list, you see what happens. It highlights where in the menu you can find it. Let's test another one here. Let's type in Liquid Layout. You see there are 2 occurrences of Liquid Layout. Just hover your cursor to one of them and it will show you where the option is sitting under menu. So it's a very powerful tool, particularly for the ones who are new to InDesign and also for the forgetful ones. When you go to Window and Workspace, you will find different workspaces that are divided and preset as per the needs of that work. And not just that, you can have your own workspace as well, depending upon your needs. Let's say how I see my document right now, in which I have CC libraries and pages and paragraphs tiles on the right and the rest of the panels on the left. I want to always work with these panels ready for me. So what I'm going to do is go to Window and then Workspace and New Workspace, and let's give it a name, Demo Workspace. And I'll have the workspace to capture both the panel locations and the menus and hit OK. My demo workspace is now saved, so let's switch to another workspace here. Let's go to Typography. You see, Typography has just one column of panels on the right, and it has these panels that I did not have on my workspace because I never used them. So let me switch back to my beloved demo workspace, and there you go. All my settings are intact, like I saved them. I'm always at liberty to delete this workspace should I not want it, and to do that, I need to go to Window and then Workspace and click Delete Workspace. From the drop-down, let's select Demo Workspace and hit Delete. The moment I delete it, my workspace switches to the default one, which is Essentials. Let's switch our workspace to Essential Classic because I'm never happy without my Options panel on top. Another thing to note is that all of the documents are tabulated. So when I go to the tab of this document and right-click, I have these many options to choose from. Let's select New Document, and from the New Document window, let's hit Create. And you'll find the new document appearing in another tab. So switching between document becomes very easy. Let's close the new document without saving it. And lastly, I'd like to talk about Split Windows feature. It sits at the bottom right of the status bar. It is useful but often ignored, which gives two views of the same document. Let me grab the text tool and type in something here. And you can see the typing happening in both screens. So it works really well for people with eyesight issues. And another big reason why this is useful is when highlighting the text to change the text color. Let me highlight the text and change its color to pink. You see, it's difficult to see the new shade without turning off the highlighter. That's because all colors are inverted when selected, as can be seen here. The text looks green on the highlighted screen, but in actuality, it's pink. You'll be forced to deselect to view the new color, which can be time-consuming if you want to skim through a number of different shades to find the right one. Alright guys, that concludes our lesson. In the next one, we'll learn about pages, so stay tuned and I'll see you there in just a moment. Hi there. In this tutorial, you're going to learn about the Pages panel. It is one of the most important and useful panels in InDesign, so let's get started. Let me quickly create a document so that we straight away get onto the Pages panel. Once you're in the document, in all likelihood, you should find the Pages panel showing on your right. In fact, let me drag this out for a better view. For any reason, if you don't find the Pages panel, you can always go to Window and you'll find the option sitting there. So just click on it or hit the shortcut Command F12 on a Mac or Control F12 on a PC and it shall reveal itself. The panel is divided into two sections. On top, you'll find the master pages by default, something that can be customized though, and in the bottom of the panel are the pages thumbnails. You can always click the bottom edge and drag it down to extend the panel for a better view. Individual page sizes can also be modified using the Edit Page Size button at the bottom of the panel. So let's click it and change the size of our page here. You have these many options and also a custom option choosing which you can customize the dimensions of your page as well. The button in the middle is to add pages, so click it a few times and you will have pages added to your document. At this point, it's much like a book format in which page 1 is the book cover, which is why it is standing alone. and the rest of the pages are like sets of 2 or facing pages. In case you're planning to create a PDF document, you'll need individual pages, and for that you need to go to File and then Document Setup and uncheck the facing pages option, and your document will turn into a series of single pages. Let's change it back to facing pages and come out of this panel. To delete a page, you need to have the page selected in the thumbnail and then click the trash button in the extreme bottom right corner. InDesign will give you a pop-up warning so as to prevent an accidental deletion, so hit OK if you really intend to delete the page, or cancel if it was done by accident. Now, suppose I want 2 different pages to be deleted, so what I can do is select the first page and then hold Command on a Mac or Control on a PC to make another selection, and then hit the trash button, and both the pages will be gone. Let's add a few pages now. If I want just the first page and delete the rest, instead of selecting each page individually and hitting the trash button, the better solution is to select the first page or the last page we want to delete, and then hold Shift and click the first or last page we want to delete to select all the pages in between. And then click the trash button and all the pages will be gone, except the one you didn't select. Select the page in the thumbnail and right-click to reveal a few more options. So let's select Insert Page. Here you can assign how many pages you want to insert, and even if it's a large number, it does not matter. You can also choose the insertion location. At the moment, we just have 1 page anyway, so by default, all the pages will appear after the first page. And then you can even apply a master page, so all your new pages will be inserted with a particular master page settings. We'll be covering master pages in a different video, so you'll have a fair idea of master pages then. Let's add 500 pages and hit OK. And you'll find 500 pages added in a snap. You can use the scroll bar in the panel to view the pages that are not showing at the moment. Alright, let's keep just 5 pages for this lesson and delete the rest. So I hope you remember how to delete the pages in bulk in a matter of seconds. I'm going to click page 6 to select it, and using the scroll bar, I'm going to go down the panel, and holding Shift, I'm going to select the last page so that all the pages in between also get selected, and then click the trash button and confirm the deletion. Now let's click to select the first page and grab the rectangle tool and draw a rectangle of any size. And then let's fill it with a color. Now right-click the page 1 thumbnail and select Duplicate Spread. And you'll find a duplicate being created and added after the last page, which was page 5. We can also delete a page by right-clicking and selecting Delete Spread option. You can even create an alternate layout of your document. So let's right-click the first page and go to Create Alternate Layout. Why do we need an alternate layout? Well, if you require different page sizes for print or digital publishing within the same document, you can make use of this feature. You can use it to create different sizes of a print advertisement, or to design the horizontal and vertical layouts for devices such as the Apple iPad or Android tablets. Here, if you have a vertical layout and you want to also create a horizontal version of the layout, click the horizontal layout. You can name the alternate layout and even specify the page attributes. In this example, A5 is selected as the default, and our original layout is vertical or portrait, so to speak. So the alternate layout is by default selected as horizontal or landscape. So let's just hit OK, and you shall find an alternate layout of the same content. I never got to use it personally, but it's a nice feature to have nonetheless. Let's hit Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC to undo this action. At the bottom of the Pages panel, you'll find the information of your pages. We have 5 in total, but 3 spreads. A spread is a set of pages viewed together, such as the 2 pages visible whenever you open a book or magazine, or in our case, pages 2 and 3 make 1 spread, pages 4 and 5 make another spread, and even page 1, which is standing alone, is also a spread on its own. You'll find the page's information on the status bar as well, something we discussed in the last lesson. When you click the burger menu on the Pages panel, you'll find more options like Insert Pages that we've demonstrated already. We'll skip the Master Pages options because we'll discuss it when we talk about Master Pages in a later tutorial. If you select the View Pages option here, you'll find 3 options. Earlier, our view was set to vertically by default before we created an alternate layout. So let's change the viewing format back to vertical. I'll also show you how the horizontal viewing format looks. It's the same thing, just presented horizontally. Let's get back to vertical format. You can even customize the panel options from here. So let's click it and update the thumbnail size of our pages to jumbo and hit OK. And you'll find the thumbnails have gotten bigger. Let's change it back to medium. You can select similar settings for our master pages as well. By default, master pages are shown on top of the Pages panel, but you can always change that from here. Let's click Pages on top and hit OK. And all our pages thumbnail will occupy the top floor, throwing the masters to the bottom. Let's change this option back to its default. Pages can be color labeled as well, so let's click the burger menu and go to Page Attributes and then Color Label. At this point, none of our pages thumbnail is selected, so if I select a color, it will apply to all the pages along with the master pages. To apply the color to specific pages, you'll have to select the pages first. So let's select pages 4 and 5, and then go to the same option and select green, and our selected pages will have green labels. Let's change pages 2 and 3 to blue labels. We can use color labels to indicate the status of the pages, such as a green label for complete spreads, a yellow label for, say, spreads being worked on, and a red label for unfinished spreads. It's a subjective thing, and we can have different reasons to use color labels on our pages. Let's reset the labels now. Let's also delete the pink rectangle. One last thing to talk about is rearrangement of pages. Suppose I want my page 5 to appear after page 2. Actually, all of our pages are blank, so you will get confused. So let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle on page 5. Now I can click, hold, and drag my page 5 thumbnail between pages 2 and 3 until the dividing line turns bold. And then I can release the mouse to move the page. To make this page the first page of the document, select this page and click, hold, and drag it before page 1. And when you see a vertical line appearing before it, release the mouse, and this page will become the first page of the document. Alright guys, that concludes our session. I hope you've enjoyed it. So I'm going to meet you in the next one pretty soon. See you there. Hi there. In this lesson, you'll learn about placing and resizing images. You'll learn about image frames, multiple image frames, and more. So let's get started. Let's quickly create a letter-sized document so that we get on to business. To place an image, all we need to do is go to File, and then Place, and locate the image from your computer, and your cursor will be loaded with the image. So when you click on the screen, the image will be placed. But you'll get the shock of your life because you'll find your image something like this. Actually, let me zoom out for a better view. You'll find what looks like part of the image is somehow restricted within the pasteboard, and what is extended towards the rest of the area is nothing but anchor points. Let's grab this corner and holding Shift, drag it in. You'll be surprised that even when you drag the corner of the image to bring it to the right size, the image is still not showing. You know why? Because the anchor point that you dragged in is not of an image, but of a frame. Yes, it's a frame. In InDesign, an image is automatically inserted within a frame. This frame has been inserted automatically because we never created one beforehand. Now let's pick the Direct Selection tool and click the image, and you shall find another big rectangle with red borders. This is the image we placed here. It's a large image, which is why it's extended so far from the artboard. You can view the borders of the image using the selection tool as well, but you'll have to click right in the center of the image where you see these two circles, or the content grabber as they are called. These belong to the frame and not to the image. There are two ways you can reduce the size of the image to the size of the frame. Remember, we have already reduced the size of our image, thinking it to be the image. Similarly, let's drag the image from the bottom right corner anchor point and you shall find your image. Let's do a Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC a few times until you get to the point when the image was placed. How will we know that? We will know that because we can now see that the borders are not red anymore. They are blue. Now hold Shift Command on a Mac or Shift Control on a PC and drag in the anchor point, and it will drag in both the frame and the image at the same time. Command or Control helps drag both the frame and the image, whereas Shift locks the aspect ratio. One important thing to note here is that you'll have to hold Shift Command on a Mac or Shift Control on a PC before dragging in the anchor point. Let's do a Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC once again. Actually, let's reduce the size of the frame here to the size of the image showing at this point. Another way to resize your image to fit it to the frame is to select the image and then right-click and go to Fitting, and then select Fit Content to Frame option, and your image will fit itself to the frame. We'll discuss this further in a few moments. Let's delete this image. Alright, now suppose we are already in the midst of a document and have one column of text here. So let's grab the text tool and make a text box on the left, and right-click and select Fill with Placeholder Text to throw some text in there. I need two images on the right side here, which means I already know my boundaries within which I need to add images. So rather than straight away placing my images, I'd rather place frames here first. Let's grab the rectangle frame tool and make a portrait frame on top and another landscape frame in the bottom. A frame would have a big X mark on it. That's how you differentiate it from a rectangle. Now select both the frames and go to File and then Place and locate the images from the computer. You can select more than one image holding the Command key on a Mac or Control key on a PC and then hit Open. Your cursor should now be loaded with both the images, and what you see right now is clearly a portrait image. So click the portrait frame on top and it shall hold your image. Similarly, click the bottom frame and the landscape image will be inserted into it. Right-click the image on top and go to Fitting, and you shall find a few fitting options. Let's select Fill Frame Proportionally option, and your image shall adjust itself according to this fitting. This option resizes content to fill the entire frame while preserving the content's proportions. The frame's dimensions are not changed. If the content and the frame have different proportions, some of the content will be cropped by the bounding box of the frame. Let's try the Fit Content Proportionally option now. This one resizes content to fit a frame while preserving the content proportions. The frame's dimensions are not changed. If the content and the frame have different proportions, some empty space will result, that you can see happening. We'll come to Content Aware Fit a little later, so let's move on to Fit Frame to Content. Fit Frame to Content resizes a frame to fit its content. The frame's proportions are altered to match the content proportions if necessary. This is useful for resetting a graphics frame that you accidentally altered. Then we move on to Fit Content to Frame, which is mostly used. It resizes content to fit a frame and allows the content proportions to be changed. The frame will not change, but the content may appear to be stretched if the content and the frame have different proportions. And then we have the Center Content. It centers content within a frame. The proportions of the frame and its content are preserved. The size of the content and frame is unaltered. And now let's talk about Content Aware Fit. This one automatically fits an image inside the frame based on the image content and frame size. The frame's dimensions are not changed. To make this as the default frame fitting option, go to Preferences and then General, and select Make Content Aware Fit the default frame fitting option. Alright, let's delete all of this and let's grab the rectangle frame tool and drag a frame. But don't release the mouse yet. Click the right arrow button twice and you will find the frame splitting itself into 3 equal columns. Don't release the mouse yet. Hit the up arrow twice and you'll find the frames splitting further into rows. Hit the left arrow and the numbers will reduce. Similarly, hit the down arrow and the number of frames will reduce further. So let's have 9 frames, and this is the easiest way to create multiple frames of equal dimensions in case you have to place multiple images to your document. Now select all your frames and go to File and then Place, and holding Command on a Mac or Control on a PC, select 9 images from your repository and hit Open. All your images will now be loaded onto your cursor. So click and place images into the frames, and this way you can select which frames will hold particular images of yours. So basically the sequence of the images is in your hands. But suppose you just want the images to be thrown here. Sequence or the order in which they appear does not really matter. Then what you need to do is go to File and then Place and locate the images using Command on a Mac or Control on a PC. Load 9 images and select Open. And when your cursor is loaded with the images, click and drag to cover the screen from margin to margin. Remember, you don't need to release the mouse yet. Now hit the right arrow key twice for 3 columns, and then up arrow twice to have 3 rows. Once your rows and columns are made, release the mouse and all the images will be placed automatically into the frames. And then you can individually click and adjust the images to your liking. Let's take this image out. Now when you select an image and holding Command on a Mac or Control on a PC, when you keep the greater than sign pressed, the image will enlarge progressively. Similarly, when you keep the less than sign pressed, the image will reduce in size. Now you may have noticed that the image is increasing or decreasing from all corners, with its center being fixed. It's because the reference point is set to the center. Let's change the reference point to top right corner and then enlarge the image holding Command or Control and greater than sign. And you'll find that the image is enlarging with top right corner fixed. And the same is good for other reference points as well. With the image selected, you can even flip it horizontally or vertically using these options on top. You can even flip it holding one of the middle anchor points and dragging it to the opposite side. Of course, this holds good for flipping it vertically as well. To delete an image along with the frame, use the selection tool to select the image and hit Delete key or backspace key. To delete just the image and not the frame, pick the direct selection tool and click the image and hit the Delete key or the backspace key, and the image shall be gone, leaving the frame behind. To move an image along with the frame, just click and drag the image. But if you want to move the image within the frame, you'll have to click the center of the frame where there are these 2 tiny circles, or the content grabber as they are called. Once clicked, the dimensions of the image will be revealed in the form of red or orange borders around. Now click the content grabber in the center, hold and drag the image, and you shall be able to move the image within the frame. To add a stroke around the image, have the image selected and then pick a color and then add the stroke of say 5 points or any other weight of your choice, and the stroke will be added all around the image. To add an image onto another frame, select the image and then go to Edit and then Cut, or use the shortcut Command X on a Mac or Control X on a PC. And then select the frame you want your image into, and if you hit the traditional shortcut Command V on a Mac or Control V on a PC, it will paste the image outside of the frame. So please don't use the traditional paste shortcut here. You've got to go to Edit and then select Paste Into option, the shortcut of which is Option Command and V on a Mac or Alt Control V on a PC, and your image will be inserted into the selected frame. Alright guys, that concludes our lesson, so I'm going to see you in the next one pretty soon. See you there. Hi there. In this tutorial, we're going to talk about placing text and formatting it in Adobe InDesign. So let's get started. I already have a document ready for you. Now I'm going to go to the Type tool. It's this icon with the capital T. The shortcut to activate the Type tool is the letter T. There is another option, text on a path, under the Type tool, something we'd cover in a later tutorial. Now, let me tell you that InDesign works a little differently when it comes to typing. So you can't just click once on the screen and start typing, much like in Illustrator. Like in the previous lesson, we've learned that every image has to have a frame around it. Similarly, every text has to have a text box in InDesign. And to create one, you've got to click, hold, and drag to create a text box. So it's entirely up to you how big or small the text box is going to be. Now that we have our text box created, I'm free to type. But since this is just a demonstration, I'd rather fill my text box with some placeholder text. And there are two ways you can do that. With the cursor blinking in the text box, either you can go to Type and select Fill with Placeholder Text, or you can right-click the text box and select Fill with Placeholder Text from here. And you shall find your text box getting filled in with text. Let me zoom in for a better view. Let's make a few paragraphs out of this text. When you click inside the text box, wherever your cursor lands, you are free to type. You can move your cursor in any direction using the arrow keys. When you double-click a word, that word gets selected. When you triple-click it, the entire line gets selected. Quadruple-clicking a word will select the entire paragraph, and 5 clicks will select everything in the text box. So it's a nice way to make selection. However, I'd suggest to use Command A on a Mac or Control A on a PC to select the entire text inside the text box. I think it's any day better than clicking 5 times. Let's select the first paragraph using the mouse and go to the Fonts drop-down and select a different font. We won't discuss much about fonts as we have a separate lesson, in fact a separate section dedicated to fonts. But this is just to give you an idea how to change fonts in InDesign, pretty much like you do in other software as well. Similarly, you can select your text and change the font size as well from the toolbar above. When you place a cursor before a word and hit Command and right arrow on a Mac or Control and right arrow on a PC, you should be able to skip a word with each click. And same is true with left arrow as well, except that you're able to move to the left in your text. When you press Command and down arrow on a Mac or Control and down arrow on a PC, you should be able to skip a paragraph. And same holds good with up arrow as well. Now with Command or Control and arrow keys, if you press Shift as well, you will be able to select the word or paragraph depending upon what arrow keys you click. With your text selected, you can even change the alignment from the text alignment options on top. Let's add a text box here and also fill it with some placeholder text. Now, if you look closely to your first text box, you'll find there is a small plus sign on the right, which in InDesign's eyes is an error. What it's telling you is that there is more text than what you see right now. And a simple way to deal with this is either we can drag the text box to accommodate all the text there is, or we can click the plus button and our cursor will be loaded with the remaining text. Now, if we just click anywhere on the document, it will create a text box from margin to margin. But that's not what we want. So let's hit Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC to undo that action, and you shall find your cursor loaded again with text. Click and drag to make a text box of the same width as earlier, and it will restrict your text box to that size. Now the best part is that the first text box and this last one are linked, which means if I type in anything in the first text box, the text will spill over to this one. So they are connected. Even though we have another text box in between, it does not really matter. You can even change the font color, and for that you'll have to select your text and either click this icon and make your selection, or select your text and double click this T icon here to reveal a color picker. Here you will find the R node from RGB selected, which is why we can see this red bar here. We can move the slider to change the colors and pick one of our choice, or we can move on to pick the green node here, in which case the slider will turn to green. And much like with red, you can move the slider and pick a color of your choice from the color space. And same goes for blue node as well. Once you zero in on a color, hit enter or press OK and your text color will be updated. With the text selected, you can even click this underlined T icon and it will underline your text. Click the first one with 2 capital T's and it shall turn your selected text to capital letters. The one in the center is the superscript for use in fractions or exponential notations. Click it again and the text turns back to normal. Similarly, the T just below it is the subscript used for the same reason and the same way as well. So basically, when you select superscript or subscript from the character panel menu, InDesign scales the selected text and shifts its baseline, which is why it either gets dragged up or down. The one on the left with a bigger capital T followed by a smaller one is used for a special effect. Let's have the text Adobe here, in which my A is in uppercase and the rest in lower. So what I'm going to do is select the letters in lowercase and hit this icon. And you shall find that although it turns the text into capital letters, but these letters are of a smaller size than the first letter of the word, giving a different feel to it. Let me type in Adobe here as well in uppercase for comparison. You should be able to figure out the difference between the two now. It's a nice text effect for headings, so do make use of it. With your text selected, you can change the leading or line spacing using this option here. Either you can use the up and down arrow here or just type in the number and it shall do the job. The option with a capital V and A and a bidirectional arrow underneath is tracking. Tracking adjusts overall letter spacing across a word, line, or a paragraph. It affects the overall tone of your design. Increasing the tracking makes your text look spacious and refined. Reducing it makes it look compact and urgent. Just ensure that you don't overdo it. Let's click between B and E of Adobe. This option on top is kerning. Kerning adjusts the spacing between any two letters. So with my cursor between the letters B and E, when I do a -100 here, it narrows the space between the letters. Similarly, a positive number here will increase the space between the two letters. Kerning is an important factor, particularly in typography or logo design. The vertical and horizontal scale and the baseline shift are not used as much. They're used to achieve certain design effects, but I personally don't use these 3 options much. However, skewing is an interesting option. It's how you can fake or mimic italics. Alright, let's move this text box to the right. This text box does not have any more text in it. How do we know that? Because it's not showing any red plus sign on the right. So when we click and drag in this anchor point, you see what happens. The text size remains intact, but now that the dimensions of the text box have been reduced, it cannot accommodate the entire text. Hence, you can find the red button appearing now. Let's do a Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC to undo the last action. This time, let's hold Command on a Mac or Control on a PC and then click and drag in the anchor point, much like we did earlier. And you'll find that along with the text box, even the text within is reduced in size to accommodate all of it within the reduced text box. Hence, no red plus sign appearing this time. Alright guys, that concludes our session. I hope you've enjoyed it and have learned something from it. So I'm going to see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hi there. In this tutorial, you're going to learn how to use Adobe Stock to download images or other good stuff that you might need for your InDesign projects. I'll also introduce you to 2 other excellent sites from where you can download not just images but videos and other goodies as well. So let's get started. To come to Adobe Stock, type in stock.adobe.com and it shall bring you to this site. Now suppose we're looking for images of nature. So I'll type in nature in here and hit enter, and it will populate all the images it has in store for us. I really like this one here, so I have the option of checking the preview or straight away buying it from Adobe. Since I've subscribed to Adobe Creative Cloud, I do get to download perhaps 10 images for free each month, but I'm not sure about this one. Anyway, let's click on this image and it shall populate this information for us. I can either save it directly to my library, which is the best option, or I can download a preview, and I also have the option to open this image straight on an app. And then there are two different licenses available, so I'm going to click the Save to Library option, and you'll find a pop-up notification that says that it is saving the image straight to my library. And the best part is, whether I'm using InDesign or Illustrator or Photoshop, I should be able to access this image on any of those. So let's head to InDesign and go to CC Libraries. It's this one here. If you don't see it here, you can go to Window and you shall find it sitting under it. Alright, let's go to Graphics option, and there you'll find your image sitting comfortably. Just click and drag it to the document. It's a large image but in a compressed or reduced quality. Let's make it smaller. You can find that it has a watermark of Adobe stock. That's because I haven't purchased this image yet. Once I click on this icon, it will be taken off of my monthly balance that I have, and in that case the watermark and the image code will be gone, and the image resolution will also be restored. This option works best if you have subscribed to the Adobe Creative Cloud, and it makes synchronizing easier between the site and your own library. This site also has other good stuff like audio, templates, 3D, and some free content as well. Let's explore 3D. And since the word nature was already sitting in the search bar, it populated everything it had on nature. Let's try something else. Let's type in food, and you can see what different items it has on food, and they're all 3D. Some have free licenses and some are paid. Let's go to the free option here. These are a few images that you get for free under food. Let's type beaches. And you get these many options here. So it's a very nice resource for you to try. Another excellent site is pexels.com. Here you'll find free images, videos, leaderboards, etc. posted by photographers and people from all walks of life. Even you can join in and contribute if you have nice, high-quality pictures. You click an image here and then click this arrow, and it shall tell you what different resolutions of this image are available. Pick your choice and hit free download, and your image shall be downloaded. And do read this notification. It would be best if you set a link back to this photo, and they have a copy option here for you to click and paste wherever you're planning to use this image. You can follow the photographer or even make donations for his effort. You can even check out video clips from this tab here. Mostly you'll find short clips of 15 to 20 seconds or perhaps a little more, but all the images or videos are of excellent quality and resolution. The last site for today is pixabay.com. It works much like pexels.com. Click an image and then click free download button, which shall give you the different options of resolution the image is available in. Pick your resolution and hit download. You'll get a notification encouraging you to register if you want to avoid the captcha pop-up, so just click on the checkbox stating that you're not a robot, unless you are one, and hit download. And your image shall be ready for you. No watermarks, no royalty, no charges, and excellent quality. Pixabay also offers vector graphics, illustrations, and videos as well. Let's pick vector graphics and type in hammer. Couldn't think of something else. Let's click this one and then click free download. And you can see that these are the different dimensions and formats this vector is available in. So some of these can easily be used in logo designing or illustration, etc. You can also join in and upload your vectors or images or videos should you want to. There are various other sites as well, but the ones discussed are by far the best ones. Alright guys, that concludes our session, so I'm going to see you in the next one pretty soon. Goodbye. Hi there. In this tutorial, you're going to learn about pre-flighting. What is pre-flighting? Is the process of evaluating a document for potential output issues in InDesign. So let's learn how to deal with it. While working on InDesign, if the software detects an error, you should be able to see it here on the status bar. If you click it, you'll see the pre-flight panel option that we'll get to in a minute. Let's find ourselves some errors for a proper understanding. So let's go to File, and then Place, and locate a document that I'd like to place. It's a text document in MS Word doc format, and when we try to place this, we get this error. It's a missing font error, meaning that I do not have this font installed on my computer, and it gives me these three options. Either I can replace the font with some other similar font that's installed on my computer, or I can enable this font on Adobe fonts, in which case the font will be installed on my computer. And lastly, I can just skip this error and see for myself what happens. So let's just skip this error, and you'll find that my cursor is loaded with whatever text that document holds. Let's click once to have the text placed here, and immediately you'll find that the pre-flight is showing me two errors now. I can even open the pre-flight panel from Window. So let's go to Window and then Output, and you'll find the pre-flight option under it. So click it to reveal the panel. Here you can see that there are two errors listed as we saw earlier on the status bar. If I click the first one that says overset text, it shows a subtext. So let's double click on it, and you'll find the text frame gets selected. What is the problem? Well, you see the red plus button here. It's a way of InDesign telling us that there is more text that could not be accommodated into this text frame, hence this error. The moment we click the red plus button to load our cursor with the rest of the text, the error vanishes. And if I click the pasteboard to drop the text, you'll find that it still shows only one error. That's because whatever is on the pasteboard doesn't get printed. So yes, the additional text has been taken away from the frame on the document. Now, as long as you don't paste it back onto a proper document, InDesign does not concern itself with what happens to the text. So let's delete the text frame on the pasteboard, and the error shall return. We'll come back to this problem in a minute. Meanwhile, let's check error number 2. We know the second error is the missing font, and that's the reason why the text has a pink highlighter all around. Let's do a Command A on a Mac or Control A on a PC to select all. Now go to Fonts and pick a font of your choice. I'll pick Arial Narrow. And there you go. At least one error is solved permanently. And you shall also find that the moment you change the font, the pink highlighter will also vanish instantly. Let's open the Pages panel and let's add a few pages to our document. Now let's go to the first page and click the red button to load our cursor with the rest of the text. Now double click the page 2 thumbnail. If I straight away click the corner of page 2, you'll find my text will not flow into other pages but will stop at page 2, and the error will also persist. And that's not what I want. So let's do a Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC to undo the last action. This time, let's hold Shift and then click the corner of page 2 and see what happens. And you see how the text flows all the way to page 4. And the best part is that now my document does not have any errors. Now, if I go to page 4 from the page's thumbnail and click the text frame on page 4 and hit delete, you'll find that the error returns. It's like a security mechanism of InDesign that assumes you must have deleted it accidentally, and so it tries to save you from a sorry situation that might occur. So what it does is the moment you delete the text frame of page 4, it pushes all the text back to the previous page and triggers the error. But what if you really wanted to delete the last portion of the text? Let's have it back first. Let's click the red button and then click the corner of page 4 to get the text. Now double click the frame on page 4 so that you're able to type in or highlight the text. With the text highlighted, hit the delete key or the backspace key, and this time this text will be gone for good. And there won't be any error as well. You can confirm this from the pre-flight panel that it is not showing any error of any kind now. So basically, pre-flighting helps you monitor your documents as you're working to prevent problems from occurring and helps you in the long run. So do keep an eye on these errors and ensure to remove them before sending your work to the client. Alright guys, that is all for now. I hope you've enjoyed the session, so you can take a coffee break and I shall see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about the Gridify feature. Gridify is a hidden feature of InDesign. I say hidden because it doesn't have a tool or even a menu item, so let's learn how to make use of it. I have this landscape blank document open here. Now I'm going to grab the rectangle tool and let's also change the color of the rectangle to red from the toolbar above. Now I'm going to click, hold and drag to make a large rectangle. And without releasing the mouse, hit the right arrow to divide the rectangle into two. Keep hitting right arrow and it shall keep splitting the rectangle. Similarly, hit the up arrow and it shall split the rectangles vertically as well, making it look like a grid. At this point, I can very easily go back to have just one large rectangle. And to do that, all I need to do is hit the left arrow 3 times to merge the rectangles horizontally, and then the down arrow 3 times to merge the rectangles vertically. So remember, right and up arrows split the rectangles, and down and left arrows put them back together. Let's delete this rectangle. Create another rectangle the same way and then hit the right and up arrow to split the rectangles, much like we did earlier. And don't release the mouse key yet. Now hold Command on a Mac or Control on a PC and then hit right arrow a few times and you shall find that the vertical spaces between the rectangles are increasing. Similarly, using the Command or Control key, hit the up arrow and the horizontal spaces will increase. Let's delete the shapes once again. Let's drag to make another rectangle and using the same way split them horizontally as well as vertically and then release the mouse key. Now grab the gap tool from the toolbar on the left, take it to one of the spaces, click and drag, and you shall find it expanding the whole column of rectangles. So if you take it to the right, the column on the right shrinks while the left column expands. Dragging the tool to the left would do just the opposite. If you hold Command on a Mac or Control on a PC and then click and drag, it shall expand the space in between when you drag it to the right, and contracts the space when you drag it to the left. If you hold Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and then click and drag, it locks the two columns of rectangles as if they are one, and then moves them as a single entity either to the right or the left depending upon where you move them. Holding Shift and moving them will yield the same result as holding Command or Control. You can use these commands vertically as well as illustrated. Let's delete them now. Let's pick the line tool and holding Shift, draw a straight line. Now hold Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and then click and drag to make another copy of this line. While the copy is being made, don't release the mouse key yet. Hit either the right arrow or up arrow key to increase the number of lines. Unlike the rectangles, up arrow won't split the lines further. You can always use the Command, Option or Shift keys on a Mac or Control, Alt or Shift keys on a PC to see how the lines react to them. They yield pretty much the same result as with the rectangles. Let's delete the lines now and pick the Type tool and make a large text box and hit the right arrow to split the text boxes into several pieces. Now split them further using the up arrow and then release the mouse key. You see, the best part about these different text boxes is that they are linked. So if I go to the first one here and click to type, and then right click and select fill with placeholder text, all the text boxes get filled altogether. Of course, if you want to use the gap tool with the text boxes along with the keys we discussed, it will all yield similar results as illustrated. Let's delete the text boxes as well. And finally, let's go to File and then Place and locate 6 images on the computer and hit Open. Once the cursor is loaded with images, you can decide which one should be the first one to be dropped onto the page by using the right arrow. You'll find it shuffling the images as you click. Once you've fixed your mind on the first image, click and drag to make a large selection, and then click the right arrow twice to split the rectangle into 3, and then up arrow once to split the rectangles further into 6, and then release the mouse. You shall find all the 6 images placed perfectly into their frames. If you want to reduce the spaces on top and bottom of the images, have all the images selected and then right click on any of the images and then go to fitting and then fit frame to content, and your frames will contract themselves to the size of the images. So guys, that's the Gridify feature of InDesign to make your life easy and efficient. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one momentarily. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, you'll learn about master pages. Before you add graphics and text frames to a document, you may want to set up the master pages, which serve as templates for your document pages. Any object that you add to a master page automatically appears on the document pages to which the master page has been applied. I have the Pages panel here. If you can't see yours, go to Window and then Pages. The shortcut to show it is Command F12 on a Mac or Control F12 on a PC. By default, the top floor of the Pages panel is assigned to master pages and the bottom to the pages of the document. And of course, we can always switch this, something you learned earlier when we discussed the Pages panel. When you create a new document, by default, you'll find 2 master pages here. One is a master, which is automatically assigned to all the pages of the document, and the other one is none. I'll show you how none master page helps in some time. Let's expand this panel for a better view. You can see all our pages have a master applied to them, denoted by the letter A assigned on each page. Let's go to our A master and make a circle using the ellipse tool. Let's also color it pink. And you can see all our pages automatically got this setting or style copied from a master. Actually, let's drag this ellipse down because it is hidden behind the letter A at this point. Now you should have a clearer view of the circle on each page. Now suppose we don't want page 1 and 2 to have this setting. In fact, we don't want them to have any settings whatsoever. So what we're going to do is, holding Command on a Mac or Control on a PC, we're going to select these 2 pages by clicking them, and then right click and go to Apply Master to Pages. In the pop-up, you'll find the pages are selected already. All we need to do is, from the Apply Master drop-down, change it to None and hit OK. And you shall find that the circle has vanished from both the pages. There's another way you can apply a particular master to a page. Let's undo the last action with Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC. Now click, hold, and drag the None master to page 1 and it shall be applied to it. And do the same thing with page 2 as well. This is the easiest way you can apply a master to any page of your choice. Let's add a text box on page 1 and fill some placeholder text to it. When I drag this text box on top of the circle is behind the text because this circle is a master page element. And by default, master page elements are always behind the page elements. To have the circle on top of the text box, let's double click the A master as it's an A master element and then go to the Layers panel. Click the small plus button at the bottom of the Layers panel and rename it Master A. Now click the small white arrow of layer 1 and you shall find the circle sitting under it. To select this circle, click the small square on the right and it shall be highlighted. Now click, hold and drag it to the Master A layer and it shall move. When you click the Master A layer now, you shall find the circle sitting there while layer 1 has nothing under it now. Let's go to our page 1 and drag the text box over the circle and you shall find it behind the circle this time. So this is how you can make the master page elements appear on top of the page elements. Let's delete our text box now. What if I want my alternate pages to have different settings? For example, my page 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 to have completely different settings. So what should I do? Let's create another master. To create a new master, right-click anywhere on the master section of the Pages panel, select the new master option. In the pop-up menu, the prefix will automatically be set to B, although you can change it should you want to. I'd rather keep it as it is. You even have the option of basing it on a master or any other master. And this is a good option, particularly when you want some of your pages to have all the elements of A master and some added elements from B master. But since we don't intend to do that, let's keep it none. Let's change the page size to A5 and orientation to landscape and hit OK. Let me remind you that at this point, we've just created a fresh master page. We haven't really applied it to any of our pages. So holding Command on a Mac or Control on a PC, let's select pages 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, and then right-click and select Apply Master to Pages. And in the pop-up, you can find all of our selected pages. So just go to Apply Master drop-down and select B Master and hit OK. The moment you hit OK, you'll get a warning stating that the page sizes are different. And at this point, we do have the option to retain the current page size and apply the rest of the settings of the new master. But we're not going to do that. So let's check Apply to All options so that it applies to all the selected pages. And then click Use Master Page Size option and you shall find our alternate pages are of different size now. So that's how you create a new master with completely different settings at all. Let's go to page 1. And let's try to move the circle that we see here. You shall find that you're not able to move it. It doesn't even get selected. It's because it's a master element. When we go to a master and then try to move it, it moves freely. To override a master element, all you need to do is hold Shift Command on a Mac or Shift Control on a PC and then click, and the element will get selected. Let's go back to a master and move the circle to the right. You shall find that the circle has moved on every document a master has been applied to, except the first page, since we have overridden the master element on that page. Let's change the color of the circle on page 1 to dark blue. Now let's go to our A master and change the color of the circle to light blue. You'll find our page 1 still remains disconnected and is not copying the settings of A master. So to bring it back to track and follow the settings or elements of a master, right-click the page 1 thumbnail and select Apply Master to Pages and hit OK. So we are reapplying the settings of a master to page 1 now. And you could see it's back on track. Applying a master to multiple pages at the same time is also possible, and for that, right-click anywhere on the master section of the Pages panel and select Apply Master to Pages. Here, let's select B Master, and we're going to apply it to the first 5 pages. So let's enter 1 and then a dash and 5 and hit OK. And since there is going to be a page size clash, InDesign will give you a warning, much like earlier. So check Apply to All option and hit Use Master Page Size option. And you can see the first 5 pages now have B Master applied to them. Let's have the last 5 pages on A Master. So right-click and select Apply Master to Pages and then ensure it's A Master you're applying and select 6 and then a dash and 10 and hit OK. In the warning pop-up, check Apply to All and then hit Use Master Page Size. and the last 5 pages will have a master applied to them. Lastly, you can even import master settings from other InDesign documents. So let's go to File and then New and select Document. Let's select a letter-sized document and hit Create. Let's right-click the A master and then select Master Options for A master. From here, let's change the prefix to C since we already have A and B. And also change the number of pages to 1 because we don't really need 2 C master pages, and then hit OK. Now right-click and select New Master and add a D master now. And change the number of pages to 1 and hit OK. With C master selected, let's add a text box and fill it with some placeholder text. And then with D master selected, let's add a polygon shape here and fill it with some color. Now let's save the document with demo as the file name. Let's go to our original document. Click the burger menu on the top right of the Pages panel and go to Master Pages and then select Load Master Pages. Load the document that we just saved and hit Open. And you can find C and D masters sitting here. Click the C master and drag it to one of the pages here and hit Use Master Page Size from the warning pop-up. And you should be able to see the master page being applied on the thumbnail view. Similarly, drag the D master to one of the pages and the D master shall be applied as well. To verify, go to those 2 pages and you shall find the content of C and D masters respectively. So master pages are really important and can save your time and headache to a very large extent, so do use them extensively. Alright guys, that concludes our session and I'll see you in the next one pretty soon. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, you're going to learn how to add page numbers to your document, so let's get started. Let's select the A master as we'll be adding a text box in here so that it automatically populates in every page. Let's also grab the text tool and make a text box at the bottom left of the page within the left margin. If you prefer to put it to the bottom right side of the page or the top, it is up to you entirely because it's going to work irrespective of where on the page you put it. The first one is to right-click the text box you just created and then go to Insert Special Character and then Markers. And under Markers, select Current Page Number. Or you can go to Type menu and then Insert Special Character and then Markers. And then select Current Page Number from here. And of course, using a shortcut is always a possibility, and the shortcut is Option, Shift, Command, and N on a Mac, or Alt, Shift, Control, and N on a PC. The moment I click on it, the letter A is dropped into the text box. It is the letter A because it is A master. If it was B master, the letter would change to B and so on. So let's add the word page before it. I think our text box is almost kissing the border, so let's drag it down just a bit. Although on the A master, you could see page A to be the page number, but that does not mean that it's going to be page A in every page. Let's click on one of the pages to verify the page number. And there you could see it's page 3 as we are on page 3. You can check other pages and you'll find everything is in perfect order. So adding page numbers is a very simple procedure in InDesign. In fact, let me show you something else. Let's make another text box on the bottom right of A master. Now right-click the text box and go to Insert Special Character and then Symbols. And you see it's not just the page numbers, there are so many other options you can choose from. So let's pick the copyright symbol because that's one thing we get to find a lot in official documents. And let's type in Adobe InDesign Training. And also right align it since it's on the right side of the page. And now this information will also be available in every single page of yours that has A master applied. So you should know by now that information that's repetitive and is found in every page, like copyright or headers or footers or page numbers, etc., should be inserted into the master page, unless, of course, you just have one page to deal with. Then that's a different story altogether. Alright guys, that's a short one, so I shall see you in the next one in a moment. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, you'll learn how to add a master text frame to your advantage, so let's get started. Let's first go to Layout and Margins and Columns and increase the number of columns to 2 and reduce the gutter to P7 and hit OK. Suppose we need a page per topic, so instead of typing in the title in each page and setting its font and font size individually, won't it be better to have a template set on the master page? So let's double-click a master and grab the text tool and make a text box on top, right about this size. Let's add the text InDesign Training Topic 1. Now we can style it, so let's change the font to one of my favorite fonts, Poppins Bold. Also increase the size to 30 points, and then center align it. Well, this is the horizontal center alignment, but our text is still not vertically center aligned to the text box. So grab the selection tool and you shall find that option here on top. Just click it once and the text will be center aligned vertically as well. Since this is a master A element, it will now show on every page. So you don't have to bother typing in the topic on every page. All you need to do is change the topic number. Let's go to page 2. And change the topic number here. I hope you remember the shortcut to override the master page settings. You learned it in the last one. It's Shift Command on a Mac or Shift Control on a PC and then click the text box and it shall override the master settings. Now you can make your changes and then move on to the next page to make it topic 3. So this is something that can help ease your work and make you more efficient. Alright guys, that's another short one and it's time to grab a cup of coffee and I shall see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hi there. In this tutorial, we're going to talk about threading text. It's the process of taking an imported text file and flowing it across several connected text frames. So let's get started. Let's go to File and then Place and locate a text document from the computer and hit Open. Now when my cursor is loaded, I can do two things. One is click the left column, in which case my column shall be filled with text with a red plus sign at the bottom. And then I need to click the plus button and again go on to the next column and click and go on and on and on until all my text is here. And it could take 5 pages, 10 pages or more, and doing this will take a lot of time as well. So let's undo the last few actions until I get my loaded cursor back. And now we're going to apply the second trick. In the second trick, I'm going to hold Shift and then click the corner of the first column. And you could see the text flowing flawlessly into the next 15 pages. And I haven't even used the master page for this. However, what if I want to block some space on top for heading and some space at the bottom of the page for paddings as well? Because I wouldn't really want my text so close to the page numbers I may insert at some point. Well, in that case, our beloved master page comes into the picture. So let's undo the last action using Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC. Let's double click the A master. Let's also drag a guide to block some space for our heading on each page. Let's drag another guide and drop it a little below the first guide because we'll need to have some space between the heading and the text. Now drag one last guide and drop it a little above the bottom margin because we wouldn't want our margin to be so close to the page number or footer. Alright, so now we know our room within which we need to fit the text. Let's grab the text tool and click and drag to make a text box. And don't release the mouse key yet. Since we have 3 columns but just one text box, we'll have to split the text box into 3 as well. So click the right arrow and you shall find the text box splitting into 2. Click the arrow once again and you should have 3 columns. Once the text boxes are made as per the guides, release the mouse key. The best part is that all 3 columns are automatically linked as well, so we don't have to do any manual adjustments to them. Now let's head to our page 1 and remember that we've made the text boxes in a master, so automatically all of our pages will inherit the text boxes from the master. However, since it's a master element, we'll have to override the text boxes if we are planning to put in some text in here. So hold Shift Command on a Mac or Shift Control on a PC and click once on the first column and you will have overridden the master. Now go to File and then Place and locate the text file and click Open. Once the cursor is loaded with your text, you don't have to necessarily take your cursor to the top left corner of the first column to place it there. Just click anywhere in the first column and this time you'll see that your text is not just flowing, it has been restricted within the set guides as well. Let's go to the last page of the document. This page hardly has any text, so if you try to delete it, you'll get a warning from InDesign stating that it will insert new pages to prevent overset text. And it's also asking us to make some changes in the preferences should we not want this error to happen. Let's still delete the page and wait for a second, and you shall find the deleted page back. At this point, what we can do is select the text on the last page and then delete it. And then eventually you can delete the page with no errors. Let's undo the last action. The other thing is that we can go to Preferences and then Type and uncheck the Smart Text Reflow option and hit OK. And now when you delete the last page, InDesign will not throw it back to you. However, the error shall still be there with the red plus mark on the last page. So the only option is to select some text and delete it if you really don't want to see any pre-flight errors on your document. Alright guys, that's all for now. So I'm going to see you in the next one in just a few seconds. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, you'll learn how to create hyperlinks. Hyperlinks let viewers jump to other locations in a document, to other documents or to websites as well. So let's learn how to create one. I'm going to use the same file we created in the last lesson and let's go to page 1. Let's pick a word from here. So select it and then go to Type and then Hyperlinks and Cross-References and then New Hyperlink. This example is for a URL, so let's select URL from here. In the style option, we have a few choices, so we can either let the word have the same style as the rest of the words in the document, or have no style, or use a hyperlink. So let's click the hyperlink option here. Now enter the URL address you want this word to point to. You even have the option of highlighting the word with either an invisible rectangle or a visible rectangle. In a visible rectangle, you literally have a visible rectangle around the target word. So let's have an invisible rectangle. And then you have other tidbits like choosing a highlight color or width, etc. So let's hit OK. Now let's open the Hyperlinks panel, and for that, let's go to Window and then Interactive and select Hyperlinks. Here you could see the hyperlink we've just set to the word Donic. So click the small green icon to the right and it will open the URL. Let's add another one and have this word sapient to trigger the link. So highlight the word sapient and you see this plus button at the bottom of the Hyperlinks panel. Click it to reveal the new hyperlink pop-up menu. This time select Page from the Link To drop-down, which means once anyone clicks this word, he will be directed to a particular page set by us. The document says Untitled 6, which is our current document as you can see here. Let's select page 7 from the drop-down and the style to be set to hyperlink once again. And then hit OK. To test if your hyperlink is working, click the document icon on the right and you shall be directed to page 7 instantly. Let's go to page 17, and this time we'll have to do something different because we want to set a word to take us to another word in the document. So first we need to create this word as a hyperlink destination word. So let's select this word curabiter and then click the burger menu on the right of the hyperlinks panel and select new hyperlink destination. In the pop-up, select type to text anchor, because that's what we want, and the highlighted word must already be showing next to the name field. So let's hit OK. Now let's go to page 1 and select a word that will direct us to the word we just created as the hyperlink destination word on page 17. I'm going to select this word vestibulum and click the same plus button to create a new hyperlink. From the link to option, I'm going to select text anchor, and immediately in the destination option, it shows the only text anchor we have created, and our style is already set to hyperlink, so we won't disturb it at this point, and hit OK. To test if it works, click the icon next to the word in the hyperlinks panel and it shall take you right to the destination word. Let's create one last hyperlink. So on page 17, I'm going to pick a word curabiter and then click the small plus button at the bottom of the hyperlinks panel, and in the pop-up menu, select File from the Link to option. In the destination option, click the file icon and select the file you want this word to direct you to, and hit OK. Now let's test this by clicking the file icon next to the word in the hyperlinks panel, and the moment you click it, it shall open the file. To test it as a PDF, let's go to File and then Export. And let's change the file name to demo, and format is already set to Adobe PDF Interactive, so hit save and then hit export, and you shall find the PDF created and opened almost instantly. Let's click the first word donut to test it, and it does take us to the URL as per the settings. Let's click Sapien and you shall find yourself on page 7. Let's click the word vestibulum and it takes you to page 17. But since this is a PDF, you won't find the cursor blinking next to the word curabiter, because that was our destination word, remember? And lastly, let's click curabiter and it shall give you a warning asking your permission to open the file. So hit allow and you will find it saving the destination file. You can click open the file to verify it as well. Alright guys, so that's the magic of hyperlinks and I hope you've enjoyed it. So I'm going to see you in the next one in just a few seconds. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, you're going to learn about layers. If you're coming from Illustrator or Photoshop, you should already have a pretty good idea what layers are and how the whole concept of layers work. However, I'm going to cover it anyway to shed any clouds there are about layers. Let's understand it using this image here. You can see a camera facing down and 3 layers titled on the right. If I add a rectangle on the first layer and the camera clicks a picture, it should be able to cover the entire rectangle that's lying on the first layer. Now let me add another rectangle on layer 2. Let's also shorten the rectangle in a way that the rectangle on layer 1 covers the entire rectangle on layer 2. When the camera takes a picture now, do you think the pink rectangle will be captured by the camera? Of course not, because it is completely hidden under the element of the first layer, which is a bigger rectangle. Now let's make another rectangle on layer 3 and enlarge its size. This time when the camera clicks a picture, do you think the rectangle on layer 3 will be there in the image? Yes, it will be there, but only the 2 sides that are extended beyond the sides of the rectangle on the first layer. So this is the basic concept of layers. If you understand this well, you'll never face difficulty with layers in InDesign or Photoshop or Illustrator as well. Now let's quickly put this concept to use and create a letter-sized document in InDesign. Let's drag the Layers panel out. If you don't see the Layers panel, go to Window and you should find it sitting under it. Or you can press the shortcut F7. At this point, you should be able to see just one layer on the Layers panel. Double-click it and rename it Texture. Now click the small plus button at the bottom of the Layers panel to add another layer. Now double-click this new layer and rename it Text. Similarly, make another layer and rename it Image. Actually, let's click and drag the text layer on top. Next, lock the image and texture layers by clicking the empty space right next to the eye icon, and you shall find a lock appearing next to each of the layers, which means now you should not be able to move any element or create any element within these two layers. With the text layer selected, grab the text tool and make a text box covering half of the page approximately. Right-click the text box and fill it with some placeholder text. Change the font to Roboto Black. Since the text looks too busy, let's divide it into 2 paragraphs and delete the rest of the text. Now select the entire text and increase the font size to 18 points. Alright, our task in the text layer is completed. Let's lock the text layer. And now you should know how to lock a layer. And then unlock the image layer. To unlock a layer, you just need to click the lock icon once and it shall be unlocked. So basically, it's a toggle switch. At this point, let's add some bleed to our document because we'll be extending the image from one corner to the other. So go to File and then Document Setup. Let me introduce another nice feature of InDesign. You could see that the unit of measurement is set to picas. But for some reason, I don't know picas. Or let's just say I'm not comfortable with this unit of measurement. But I know pretty well the measurements in millimeters. So what I'm going to do is enter 3 mm, mm for millimeters, and take my cursor somewhere else on the panel. And you could see that InDesign does the calculation perfectly and enters the 3 mm equivalent of picas into the bleed field. And this works for other units of measurement as well, so do make use of this amazing feature. Now I'm going to hit OK, and I should find the document surrounded by 3 mm bleed. Let's grab the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle covering the rest half of the page, and ensure to include the bleed space as well. Now go to File, and then Place, and locate the image from the computer and hit OK. So now we've got our text layer and the image layer ready. And at this point, none of the 2 layers so far is disturbing or hiding the other layer in any way. You can check the document in the preview mode as well. And for that, just hit the letter W and you should be able to see how the document will look once printed. Hit the W key again and it's going to be back to the normal editing mode. Now lock the image layer and unlock the texture layer. With the texture layer selected, grab the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle from one corner to the other, covering the entire page, including the bleed. You should be able to see that we are able to view only half of the frame that we've just made because the image layer is right on top of the texture layer and it's hiding the rest of the rectangle frame. You should be able to connect the dots now of what we discussed in the beginning of this lesson when I spoke about the camera capturing those images of different layers. Anyway, let's go to File and then Place and locate the image from your computer and hit Open. Now you see, since the texture layer is right at the bottom, even on the screen it is behind the image and the text. Once I drag the texture layer on top, you'll find that since this layer covers the entire page, everything under it is now hidden. This is the right time to introduce another concept to you. So first of all, have your texture layer selected, and then right-click and go to Effects, and then Transparency. In the pop-up menu, ensure that your Preview option is checked, and let's change the blending mode to Overlay. What overlay blending mode does is that it multiplies or screens the color depending on the base color. Patterns or colors overlay the existing pixels while preserving the highlights and shadows of the base color. The base color is not replaced, but mixed with the blend color to reflect the lightness or darkness of the original color, which is why when you zoom in on this image, you'll find how brilliantly this image is fused with the texture layer, giving it a different look altogether. And all those layers can have sublayers as well. So if I click the small white arrow on the texture layer, you can find that this layer has just one sub-layer underneath. If you keep on adding other elements to this layer, it will be stacked up here. Similarly, you'll find the sub-layers of text and image layers. All these layers so far have just one sub-layer because we did not add a lot of different elements to them. You can even select an element from this small square on the right. So suppose we want to move this image from image layer to the texture layer. So I'm going to click the square once to select it and then click, hold and drag it to the texture layer. The moment it is moved to the texture layer, it loses the special effect it had when it was the bottom layer, because by moving it, the entire algorithm changes. Now, when we click the texture layer, you shall find there are two sublayers. The one on top is the image sublayer that we just moved, and the other one is the texture layer, which was originally here. Let's undo the last action to put the image back to its place. So it's advisable to make optimal use of layers by placing objects on different layers and organizing them for easy selection and editing. Alright guys, that concludes our session. Next we'll be talking about another important topic, which is styles. So see you there. Hi there! In this tutorial, we'll be talking about paragraph styles. However, before discussing paragraph styles, it's imperative to know what styles mean as far as InDesign is concerned. Let me grab the text tool and type in Adobe InDesign. At this point, the font is Minion Pro and the font size is 12 points. I did not set the font or the size. As I typed in, these were the default options. Let's change the fonts to Arial Black. Let's underline the text and also change the text color to red. What I just did is added some styles to the text. Paragraph styles are nothing but a collection of rules that defines the way your text behaves and looks. They contain formatting for both the characters and the paragraphs. Why do we need them? Well, they can save you time, simplify your work, and help keep your formatting more consistent and professional. Let's delete this text box. Let's go to Window and then Styles and select Paragraph Styles. Let's make a text box and then right-click and fill some placeholder text. I'm going to divide this text into a heading, a subheading, and some paragraphs. There are two ways you can add paragraph styles to your text. In the first way, you can style your text first and then add it to a paragraph style. So let's highlight the heading and change the font to Roboto Black. Let's also change the font size to 18 points. Click the underline option from the toolbar above and change the font color to blue. Next, highlight the subheading and change the font to Roboto Medium, font size to 14 points, and font color to pink. Finally, highlight the rest of the text and change the font to Roboto Regular. Alright, we've added styles to our text, but we haven't assigned them to paragraph styles yet. So let's select the heading and click the small plus button at the bottom of the paragraph styles panel to create a new paragraph style. Select the new paragraph style and double-click the blank area just left to the style name. Let's rename the style heading. Under the style settings, you should be able to see what styles we have applied to this paragraph style. So just hit OK. Time to select the subheading and then click the plus button to create another style. Double-click and rename it subheading and hit OK. Finally, select the rest of the text and click the plus button and double-click the style and rename it text. This is one of the ways we can create paragraph styles for our text. To test it, let's create another text box and fill it with placeholder text. You see, because in the paragraph styles panel, the heading style was selected already, which is why this text appears so. Let's click the basic paragraph style from the styles panel and the text shall revert to the default settings. Let's create a heading a subheading, and some paragraphs, much like earlier. Click anywhere on the heading. You don't necessarily have to select the entire heading, and then click the heading paragraph style, and the style shall be applied to the text. Similarly, click anywhere on subheading and click the subheading style, and it shall be applied. Lastly, with the text, when you click the first paragraph and then apply the style, it will be applied only to the first paragraph. So you'll have to select the entire text and then click the text style, and it shall be applied. Let's delete these text boxes and also the styles we have created. Make a fresh text box and right-click to fill it with placeholder text. Much like earlier, divide the text into a heading, subheading, and some paragraphs. The second way to apply paragraph styles is to first create the paragraph styles and then apply them to your text. Remember, at this point, we don't have our text selected. Let's begin creating some styles. So click the small plus button to create a new style, and then double-click the style and rename it heading. You can see in the style settings that it's set to default except the font because it picked the last font used. There are way too many settings that you can find on the left that can be applied to our text. Let's go to Basic Character Formats tab and change the font style to bold. Update the font size to 24 points and check the underline box. Since we did not select our text before coming to the paragraph style options, whether we check the preview button or not does not really matter. Go through other tabs to see what settings you can play with. Like I mentioned, you can completely change the look of your text from the styles option, but for now, hit OK. Click anywhere on the heading and then click the heading style and it shall be applied. This time, let's click on the subheading to place our cursor and then create a new style. Double-click and rename this style subheading. Check the preview box this time. And now, whatever settings you'll change here will instantly get reflected onto the text. Let's go to Basic Character Formats tab. Update the font style to medium. Change the font size to 18 points. You see how the settings are being applied instantly to our text. Let's go to Character Color tab and click the pink color and hit OK. Similarly, let's quickly create a text style and change the font size to 14 points and apply it to the text. Since our cursor was sitting on the first paragraph when we applied the text style, only that paragraph took effect of the style. So let's apply it to the second paragraph as well. Suppose you don't like the pink color on your subheading and would like to change it from the color option on top. So let's change it to blue. Now we have overridden the style that we applied to the subheading, something that is permissible, but in a situation where you have a lot of text and you have overridden several styles that you might have applied earlier, how would you know which ones are overridden and which ones are style-driven? Well, you see this icon with an A+ sign on it. It's a style override highlighter. Click it once, and InDesign will highlight all the instances of the overridden text in your document. Another nice feature is redefining the style. Let's select these words and change the font to Xylem. For some reason, I really like this font and would like my text style to be changed to this font, so I don't have to go to the text style and make changes there. With the text selected, all I need to do is click the burger menu and select Redefine Style, and my entire text style shall be redefined according to this new style. Let's undo the last operation using Command-Z on a Mac or Control-Z on a PC. Let's make another text box on the right and fill it with some placeholder text. Apply the basic paragraph style to it and make a heading out of this text. Now suppose I want all the styles of my heading on the left, plus I want to change the color as well. So the best way to do this is to create a new style, double-click and name it Heading 2. And in the Based On option, select Heading. So what it does is it applies the style of the heading style that we created earlier, and now on top of that, you can add whatever styles you want. So we're going to go to Character Color tab and change the color to green and hit OK. Lastly, let's randomly select some text from the text box on the left and change its font color to pink. Now when I click the Style Override highlighter, it clearly tells me that I have two instances where I have overridden the styles. To clear the overrides, no matter how many instances you have, all you need to do is click this small button on the left of the plus button, and it shall revert the text to the originally applied styles. Let's click the subheading once, and then clear the overrides here as well. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm sure by now you're comfortable with paragraph styles because we'll be discussing the character styles next. So see you in a bit. Hi there. In this tutorial, you're going to learn about character styles in InDesign, so let's get started. The reason why I did paragraph styles first is so that you'd not have to do much with character styles. Let's do a little bit of theory. You see, on the left are some of the major features of the paragraph styles, and on the right are the major ones of the character styles. If you look closely, you'll find that the paragraph styles cover almost all the features there are in character styles. However, there is something that cannot be done using the paragraph styles and is possible only with character styles. So to learn that, let's get into action. Let's go to page 2. I'm going to drag the paragraph styles panel out, and then I'm going to go to Window, and then Styles, and select Character Styles. Let's delete the existing character style in there because we'll make a fresh one. I'm going to make a text box and right-click to fill it with some placeholder text, and then delete some text to shorten the paragraph. Let's zoom in. And let's say I want to style this word param. So I'm going to select it, and I'm going to show you what happens when I apply the paragraph style to it. I'm going to click the small plus button to create a new paragraph style, double-click and go to Basic Character Formats. From here, I'm going to change the font to Museo Sans and font style to 700 and update the size to 24 points. Now you see what happened. As I was making changes to the style, it was affecting not just that one word I expected it to affect, but the entire paragraph. Let's come out of the paragraph style after hitting OK. Let's do a Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC to undo the last action. With the word still selected, I'm going to add a new character style now. Double-click the new style and go to Basic Character Formats tab. Update the font to Museo Sans Condensed. Change the font style to 900 and size to 30 points and hit OK. This time, only the highlighted word inherited the style and not the paragraph. And that's exactly what we wanted. This holds good not just for a word, but even a letter. So let's select the letter U here and create a new character style. Go to the Basic Character Formats tab, change the font to Abril Titling, and you see all our actions are restricted to only that one letter we selected before creating this character style. These are some of the other options you can set using character styles, whereas if you go to the paragraph styles, you can find a wide variety of options to choose from. I hope you've understood the basic difference between the paragraph styles and the character styles, so I expect you to use them wisely. Alright guys, that concludes our session. In the next lesson, we're going to learn a very interesting style called Grep style, so see you in a bit. Hi there. In this video, you're going to learn about Grep style. Yeah, I know, it sounds like a weird name, but it's an abbreviation of Globally Search for a Regular Expression and Print. It's a really powerful feature of InDesign, and particularly for bookmaking or for texts that need to have repeated words or characters, so let's learn how to do it. I already have my paragraph and character styles panel showing here. So if yours are not showing, just go to Window and then Styles, and you shall find both of them sitting under it. The shortcut to show the paragraph styles panel is Command F11 on a Mac or Control F11 on a PC. And for character styles panel is Shift Command F11 on a Mac or Shift Control F11 on a PC. Let's grab the text tool and make a large text box. Right-click and fill it with placeholder text. Since our text is all junk characters, I'd rather add some real words to it. Let me type in the word automatic. I'm going to repeat the word here as well. In fact, let's copy the word and paste it one last time. Similarly, I'm going to add amounts as well. So let's type in $2,400 and then select and copy this. Now I'm going to paste it at any random location and change the amount to $800. Don't worry, you'll know soon enough why we're doing this. Let's copy it once more and change the amount to $2,330. Lastly, I'm going to add another word, touching, and then I'm going to copy and paste it here. And I'd like to have the word in its base form as well. So let's type in touch without the ing. Perfect. Now the boring stuff is over. So let's hit Command A on a Mac or Control A on a PC to select all, and then click the small plus button at the bottom of the paragraph styles panel. Double-click the new paragraph style and rename it body text. Go to Basic Character Formats tab. Let's change the font to Arial and hit OK. Our text has a paragraph style now. Let's double-click the body text paragraph style, and on the left column you should find the Grep style option, so click it. Next, hit the new Grep style button. Click just next to the Apply Style option to reveal a drop-down menu. At this point, no character style is showing because we never made one. So let's make one now by clicking the new character style option. Let's rename it bold because I can't think of any name at this point. Go to Basic Character Formats tab and select Arial as your font. And change the font style to bold. Now go to the Character Color tab and pick the pink color and hit OK. Now click next to the To Text option, and remember we typed in the word automatic. Type in automatic exactly the way you typed in earlier. So if it was in capital letters, you should type it in capital letters here as well. Else Grep won't work. The moment your cursor leaves the cell, you'll find the word automatic getting highlighted, rather taking effect of the character style you just set for it. Let's head to our text and randomly pick any location and add quotation marks. I have added quotation marks to this phrase here. What I'm trying to do is make a new Grep style in which any instance where I add opening and closing quotation marks, it should inherit the character style I set. This time, let's make a new character style straight from the character styles panel by clicking the plus button. Double-click the new style and rename it quotation. Let's go to Basic Character Formats tab and change the font to Futura and font style to medium italics. Let's go to Character Color tab and change the color to green and hit OK. Let's go to Body Text and then the Grep style and add a new Grep style. In the Apply Style option, let's pick quotation, and in the To Text option, let's add open quotation and then a full stop and then a plus, then question mark, and then a close quotation. The moment you click anywhere outside of the cell, the character style will take effect. So hit OK. Now let's add quotation marks to see if they work with new instances as well. So I'm going to add the opening quote and then the closing quote, and voila, it works like a charm. Let's go to Grep style once again. Add a new Grep style, and in the Apply Style option, click New Character Style option. Let's rename our new character style Touch. Go to Basic Character Formats tab and change the font to Poppins and font style to semi-bold. Also, change the character color to blue and hit OK. Now, in the To Text option, if I type in touch and come out of the cell, you'll find that not just the word touch, But the word touching has also taken effect of this new style, which we never wanted. So to fix that, click the cell where you typed in touch. Ensure that the word is not highlighted. You shall find the @ sign right next to it. Click it and it shall reveal a wide variety of options you can play with. Let's go to locations and then end of word. This tells InDesign that the word touch is the target word and it shall not go beyond it. The moment you select the end of word option, you'll find that now just the word touch is highlighted like we wanted it to be. So let's hit OK. Let's discuss one more feature of Grep. So let's get back to Grep style. Click New Grep style option. Under Apply Style option, let's make a new character style. Rename it $, and then go to Basic Character Formats option. From here, change the font to Museo Sans Condensed and font style to 700. Move on to Character Color tab and select red as your color and hit OK. In the To Text option, if you enter $2,400, you'll find that it is not highlighting the amount in the text. It's because the $sign in itself is a special character of Grep. So it won't work here. What you need to do is add a backslash before $2,400. But does it solve our problem? I can see that only $2,400 is highlighted, but $800 hasn't picked the character style yet. What we need to do is delete the digits, and let's have backslash and then the $sign, and then click the @ sign on the right, and go to wildcards, and then any digit. You'll see that this action has added another backslash and a D to our recipe. But has it solved our problem? I don't think so, because now I could see just the $sign and the first digit after it getting highlighted, which means we still need to do something more. Click the To Text option once again, and then click the @ sign, and go to Repeat. And under Repeat, select one or more times, and you shall find it has added a plus sign to our equation now. This time, our job is done as we expected it to be. So hit OK. I think we added another amount somewhere. Here it is. You'll find a cheat sheet of major Grep styles in the exercise file, so do try some of them. Since Grep uses codes to describe a text pattern, it's not possible to remember all of them, and you don't need to as well, but do make good use of them, and I'm sure you'll love them. I'll be covering a few topics based on Grep in the upcoming unit as well to ensure that you fall in love with it. Alright guys, that concludes our session. Grab a cup of coffee and I shall see you in the next one. Hi there. This video is about next style in InDesign. Next style applies another defined style to the next paragraph when you type a return at the end of a paragraph. A paragraph return signifies the end of one style and the beginning of the new one. I have this information already typed in, and if you look closely, you'll find that there are 4 headings repeated several times. We have item number, item name, item price, and item description. One important aspect of next style is that it only works when there is a kind of repetitiveness. If one of my items is occupying 1 line and the other one is occupying 2, then this won't work, because the next command is going to consider that to be another paragraph, hence the styling will fall apart. So this really has to be a defined list of regular paragraph breaks. Alright, make sure the text box is not selected. Click the small plus button at the bottom of the paragraph styles panel to create a new paragraph style. Double-click and rename it item number, prefixing it with 1 as the serial number. I don't want to base it on anything, so let it stay based on no paragraph style. Move on to Basic Character Formats tab. Change the fonts to Museo Sans and font style to 500. Move on to Character Color tab and change the color of the text should you want. I am going to keep it black for this one, so hit OK. Similarly, let's create another paragraph style and rename it item name, prefixing it with 2 as the serial number. Adding serial numbers is optional, but it really helps in quick sequencing. I don't want to base it on anything, so let's change that here. Let's move on to Basic Character Formats tab and change the font style to 700. The previous settings of the font was already there, so I didn't have to change it. Let's also check the underline box and then move on to Character Color tab and change the color to pink and hit OK. Same way, add a third paragraph style and rename it item price, prefixing it with 3 as the serial number. Update the based on option to no paragraph style and then move on to Basic Character Formats. Update the font style to 900 and then move on to Character Color tab and change the color back to black and hit OK. Now add the last paragraph style and rename it item description with a prefix of 4 as the serial number. Update the based on option to no paragraph style and then move on to Basic Character Formats tab and change the font style to 300 italics and uncheck the underline box and then move on to Character Color tab to choose your color should you want to. I'm going to stick to black for this one and hit OK. Now all the paragraph styles are done. All we need to do is connect them. So double click the first one and click the next style drop down. And since this is the paragraph style of the first item, we're going to select the second one from the list and hit OK. Similarly, double click the second one this time and from the next style drop down list, select the third item and hit OK. Now double click the third item and from the next style list, select the fourth one and hit OK. Lastly, double click the fourth one and from the next style list, select the first one. We select the first one to create a loop because there are only 4 paragraph styles. The last one needs to be tagged to the first one and then hit OK. Now make sure none of your paragraph styles are selected. Click the text box once to select it and then take your cursor to the first paragraph style, which is item number, and then right click and select apply item number, then next style option. The moment it's clicked, you'll find all the paragraph styles are perfectly assigned to the respective items. Not just that, if you click the text box and start typing in a 5th item in the same order, it should follow the same style seamlessly. Mostly it's used to create catalogs or databases where one can find repetitive fields and information, so do make good use of it. Alright guys, that concludes our session. Hope you've enjoyed it. So I'm going to see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about object styles in InDesign. Object styles is used to quickly format graphics and frames. It includes settings for stroke, color, transparency, drop shadows, paragraph styles, text wrap, and more. I'll be demonstrating formatting of 2 different settings using object styles, so let's get started. I already have text ready for you, so let's bring the object styles panel. To do that, you've got to go to Window and then Styles and select Object Styles. Now let's place an image to our document. So go to File and then Place and locate the image from the computer and hit Open. Click anywhere on the document to place the image. Since our image is too large, let's zoom out and holding Shift and Command on a Mac or Shift and Control on a PC, click and drag the bottom right anchor point inward to make your image smaller. Now let's zoom in. I'll have to further shorten the image to about this size and then place it in the center of the document. Since it's an image and it's considered an object as well, we'll have to create an object style based on the dimensions of this image. So with the image selected, click the small plus button at the bottom of the Object Styles panel. Click the New Style and rename it Image. Now double-click it and on the left side of the panel, scroll to reach the Size and Position options. Click it And from the size adjust option, select height and width. What you see right below this is the dimensions of our image. Let's look for frame fitting options on the left and click it. From the fitting drop-down menu, select Fit Content to Frame option and then hit OK. It's time to move to page 2 and then go to File and then Place and locate the image from the computer and hit Open. Click anywhere on the screen to place the image, and obviously the image is too large to fit into our document, but don't worry, our object style is going to take care of that. So with the image still selected, click the image object style we created, and the image will shrink in a jiffy. Let's center align our image and then head back to the first page. I'm sure by now you've realized that both our images are on top of the text, and we need to change that. So click the first image once again and hit the small plus button at the bottom of the Object Styles panel to create another style. Click the new style to rename it Text Wrap. Double-click it and look for Text Wrap and Other option on the left. Click it once and you shall find the text wrapping options right before you. Click the Wrap Around Bounding Box option, which is the second one from the left. And the moment it's clicked, the text hidden under the image rolls itself around it, but it's touching the borders of the image. So to fix that, let's add some offset to it. I think P6 should solve our problem, and then hit OK. Let's move on to the second image. And you know what to do now. Just select the image and click the text wrap object style, and it shall obey your command almost instantly. So you see, object styles, much like any other styles of InDesign, is a powerful tool and is mostly used when your document has any sort of repetitiveness to it, be it text, shapes, or images. You could see it has a plethora of attributes that can be easily customized to enhance your workflow, so do try some more from here. Alright guys, that concludes our session, so it's time for a short break, and I shall see you in a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn to create nested styles in InDesign. Nested styles are especially useful for run-in headings. For example, you can apply one character style to the first letter in a paragraph and another character style that takes effect through the first colon. For each nested style, you can define a character that ends the style, such as a tab character or the end of a word. So let's learn how to do it. I have this document opened here and ready for you. I have also brought the paragraph and character styles panel on the screen. You could see that there are 3 products and their description, and they are divided by a colon. So what I want is every time I type in the product name and move to writing the description, the product name should acquire a particular style and is differentiated from the description, like we usually find in most of the situations. Let's select these 3 paragraphs and click the small plus button at the bottom of the paragraph styles panel to create a new paragraph style. Click the new style to change its name to product description. Now double-click the style and go to Basic Character Formats tab on the left. Update the fonts to Avenir and hit OK. Ensure that nothing is selected and then click the small button at the bottom of the Character Styles panel to create a new style. Click to rename the style Product Name. Next, double-click the style and move to Basic Character Formats tab and change the font to Avenir next and font style to bold. Also update the size to 11 points and then move on to Character Color tab and update the color to red and hit OK. Now that we have our paragraph styles and character styles all set, let's apply it to our target text. Double-click the product description paragraph style. On the left, you'll find the option Drop Cap and Nested Styles. Click it, and then click the new Nested Style option. From the drop-down menu, select the product name character style that we created a minute ago. The option also says through one and then words. What it means is that we'd like to apply the character style to our target paragraphs through one word. So when you click anywhere outside of this box, you shall find that all the 3 target paragraphs will have their first word inheriting the character style. But that's not how we expected it to act, because all our product names are of 2 words. When you click the words drop-down, you'll find a few options to choose from to cater to your needs. But I want to be very specific here. I want my product names along with the colon to be highlighted. One thing I can do is to change the number 1 to 2 words. And it for sure solves my problem. But what if my product name has 3 words or more? Let's change the digit back to 1 and then click the word words. While it's highlighted, press the delete key or the backspace key and then type in a colon. By typing in a colon, I'm instructing InDesign to apply the character style until the first colon in the paragraph. And now when I click outside of the box, our product names will be highlighted as per our expectations. So let's come out of this panel. Now, if I make another paragraph out of this paragraph by inserting my cursor and pressing enter, you'll find that the whole new paragraph inherits the character style, which is why it is all red at this point. Now, the moment I enter another name, so let's type in Alienware and add a colon, just see what happens. It follows the paragraph style as well as the character style, just as we expected. The only reason it follows the paragraph style is because we made another paragraph out of the same paragraph we had applied the paragraph style to. You see, it is not going to happen with this paragraph. Let's add another name of a product, and this time let's make it a 3-word name. Now you see, nothing happened to this one. It's only because we never applied the paragraph style to this. Even if we merge this paragraph to the one before this, as illustrated, you'll find that the paragraph style is still not taking effect. Let's select this paragraph and then click the product description paragraph style. And the moment you click it, it shall inherit the style instantly. So for character level formatting for one or more ranges of text within a paragraph or line, do make use of the nested style, and I'm sure you'll fall in love with it. Alright guys, that concludes our session. I hope you've enjoyed it, so I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, you're going to learn about map word styles in InDesign. What this style does is it matches the MS Word styles to the styles of InDesign while placing a word text to InDesign. So let's learn how to do it. I've got this document opened here. I'm going to grab the text tool and make a text box covering the whole document within the margins. And before releasing the mouse, hit the right arrow to split the text box into 2, as we have 2 columns here. Next, I'm going to double-click inside the first column until the blinking cursor appears and right-click and select Fill with Placeholder Text. Once I have the text, let me zoom in a bit and make a heading out of this text and then style my heading. So let's change the font to Trebuchet Bold. Let's also change the font color to red. Now I'm going to select the rest of the text and change the font to Trebuchet Regular and font size to 11 points. Let me add a paragraph style for the body text. So with the text selected, click the small plus button at the bottom of the paragraph styles panel to create a new style and then rename the style body text and hit OK. Similarly, select the heading and then click the small plus button at the bottom of the paragraph styles panel and then rename the new style heading. All I needed was to make these 2 paragraph styles, so I don't need the text anymore. So click the text boxes and delete them. It's time to place the Word document here. So let's go to File and then Place and locate the document on your computer and ensure to check the Show Import Options box before hitting Open. So this option will not straight away impregnate the cursor with text, it will throw the options window first. On this panel, ensure that Preserve Styles and Formatting from Text and Tables radio button is selected and hit OK. There is a good chance that you'll get an error message like this. regarding the missing fonts, but we need to ignore this because we'll anyway map the word styles to the local paragraph styles of InDesign. So let's hit skip, and you shall find the cursor loaded with text now. To fill both the columns together with text, hold Shift and then click at the top left corner of the first column and your text shall be placed into the document. It is highlighted with pink because of the missing fonts, but like I said, don't worry, we got to fix that in no time. If you look closely to the paragraph styles panel, you'll find that the two word styles have also been imported, which we don't need. So click the heading 1 style and click the trash icon sitting at the bottom right corner of the paragraph styles panel, and InDesign will send you a notification asking you to replace it with some other style. And I hope you remember we made 2 styles in the beginning of this lesson. Click the drop down and replace it with heading style and hit OK. And you shall find all the headings taking effect of the local InDesign style we created. Similarly, select the normal style that came from Word and click the trash icon to delete it. From the pop-up notification, replace it with body text style we created and hit OK. And problem solved. You have successfully mapped the word styles to the InDesign styles. There's another way you can do this, so let's hit Command-Z on a Mac or Control-Z on a PC a few times to undo the last few actions. Let's also trash the 2 imported styles from Word. You'll get a warning like this, so just hit OK. Go to File, and then Place, and locate the same text document on your computer. Ensure that the Show Import Options is checked, and hit Open. In the Options menu, click the Customize Style Import radio button to activate Style Mapping option on the right. Click it to reveal another pop-up notification. From here, you can assign local InDesign styles to the MS Word styles. For the normal word style, click the drop-down and select Body Text Style. Similarly, for Heading 1, select Heading. For normal web, select Body Text once again. And the last option does not really require a replacement, so hit OK. And then hit OK once again to close the Options panel. Hold Shift and click the top left corner of the first column, and the text will be imported with the InDesign styles applied. Alright guys, that concludes our session and the styles unit as well. So I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about the famous primary text frame. A primary text frame is a special kind of master page frame used to control the primary text flow in a document. You can create it in 2 ways. One while you're creating the document, and the other from within the document. So let's learn how to do it. I'm creating this document, and you can find the primary text frame checkbox here. Should you want it applied, just check it and hit Create. When you go to A Master, you'll find that both the A Master pages already have the text frames sitting on them. Let me zoom in on the top left border of the page. This is the primary text frame icon. If it was the traditional master frame, it wouldn't have the tiny arrow on the right. Let's move to page 1, and when you click it, you'll find that even your page has the primary text frame sitting there. When a master with a primary text frame is applied, you don't have to override the primary text frame to type or paste text into the frame. Also, the story in the primary text frame automatically flows into the primary text frame of the new master page. Let's fill in some text. So let's go to File and then Place and locate the text file on the computer and hit Open. Ignore the missing font error and hit Skip. Now, since this is a primary text frame, we can click anywhere in the first column and the text will flow seamlessly through the pages. Let's go to page 10 and let's click at the beginning of this paragraph. What we're trying to do is push the text from this paragraph to the following page. And to do that, let's go to Type and then insert break character and select page break. And the paragraphs will jump to the next page. Let's say my next page, which in this case is page 11, is chapter 2, And I don't want it to begin from the top of the page because I'll need some space for the heading. To achieve that, I'm going to take my cursor to the master page zone and right-click and select New Master option. In the pop-up menu, the prefix will already be selected as B Master. So just hit OK. Remember, at this point, we've just created a new master, but it does not have any sort of text frame, so let's add them now. Let's go to our A master and hit Command A on a Mac or Control A on a PC to select both the frames, and then copy them using Command C on a Mac or Control C on a PC. Get back to B master and paste the text frames here using Command V on a Mac or Control V on a PC. It might not be aligned, so just click and drag for it to shake hands with the margins of the B master. If you zoom in, you'll find that the frames in B master have transformed into regular master frames, and that's how the regular frame looks without the arrow that we found on the primary text frame earlier. To turn it into a primary text frame, just click the book icon once and you shall find the book icon has a companion now. So it is now a primary text frame. To find if they are linked, you can go to View and then Extras and select Show Text Threads, and the thread will be revealed, confirming the route your text will take to flow. Let's drag our frames down on both the pages to make them shorter, because like I mentioned earlier, we don't really want full pages on B Master. Now click on page 11 thumbnail to select it, and then right-click and select Apply Master to Pages option. From the pop-up menu, change the master to B Master and hit OK. You can see how well page 11 received the B Master settings. If you click the text box, you could see how smoothly the text is communicating between both the masters. Let's find out if this is possible using the regular master text frame. Let's go to File and then New and select Document. From the new document creation window, let every setting be intact except the primary text frame. Uncheck the primary text frame box and hit Create. Let's go to A Master and using the Type tool, create a text box covering the entire page. And before releasing the mouse, hit the right arrow once to split the text box into two. You could clearly see that the icon this time is of a master text frame, hence is missing the tiny right arrow in it. Now copy the text frame and paste it to the right page of the A Master. Since this is the master text frame, the pages will need to be linked. If you go to View and then Extras and select Show Text Threads, you'll find that the two pages are not linked yet. So click the small square box at the bottom right of the page once, and then click the column on the next page to link it, and it shall be linked instantly. Let's move to page 1. And unlike primary text frame, you'll find that the master text frame is not active here. You'll have to override it should you really want to select the text frame on the page of the document. We don't really need that, so let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Skip the missing font error and click on the left column and the text shall auto-flow. Much like we did earlier with the primary text frame document, let's go to page 10 and place the cursor at the same paragraph and then go to Type and then Insert Break Character and select Page Break to push the rest of the text to the next page. Take your cursor to the master page zone and right-click and select New Master option. In the pop-up menu, the prefix will already be selected as B Master, so just hit OK. Now go to A Master and copy the frames on both the pages like we did earlier, and then paste them on B Master. Let's also shorten the text boxes on both the pages. Since my B Master is ready, let's click page 11 to select it, and then right-click and select Apply Master to Pages, and from the pop-up menu, select B Master and hit OK. You'll find that page 11 is not taking effect of the new master applied to it like it did with the primary text frame. So that's one big reason why you should use primary text frame instead, particularly when you're composing a book or a document that has a lot of pages in it. Alright guys, that concludes our session. It's time for a short break and I shall see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about text wrap in InDesign, so let's get started. I have this document here filled with text already, so I need to place an image in the center of this page. Let me grab the rectangle frame tool and make a frame in here. And with my frame selected, let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Let's click the image to select it and then right-click and go to Fitting and then select Fit Frame to Content option. And the image shall expand to fill in the frame. Let's drag to center align the image. At this point, the text is hidden behind the image. So let's change that by going to Window and then Text Wrap. You can see that no text wrap option is selected at the moment. Click the image once to select it, and then click the icon right next to the selected option which says Wrap Around Bounding Box. And the text should roll around the image or the bounding box, so to speak. However, the problem is that it is still touching the image, so we need to have some sort of padding around the image. Click the link icon in the center so that updating one side updates all. Increase the size of one of the sides and it shall add a padding all around the image. I think P6 should be good enough. And that's how you text wrap around an image. Now let's move on to another page and try it with a letter. With the text tool, make a large text box on the pasteboard and type in the letter T. Let's select the letter and change the font to Poppins Black or any other chunky font of your choice and update the font size to 300 points. If you move this letter on top of the text and click the Wrap Around Bounding Box option, this is what happens. It is wrapping around bounding box, which is the frame in this case, and that's not what we want. We want the text to come close to the edges of the letter. So to do that, with the letter selected, go to Type and select Create Outlines. So now the letter is not a font anymore, it's been transformed into a shape. Let's center align the shape and let's zoom in as well. This time we need to select the third option from the left, which is Wrap Around Object Shape. And you see the text is almost touching the boundaries of the shape. If you try the second option, you'll find the bounding box returns to haunt us. And we don't want that, so select the third option from the left. The reason why you see only one offset option highlighted is because the shape is not rectangular, like in case of the image we inserted earlier. So when we increase the offset, it will increase proportionately from all sides, as you can see. You can play with wrap options here as well. So if we select right side, text is thrown to the right side. Left side selection also gives similar result. Selecting both right and left sides is the most apt option for our shape. Slide towards spine will slide the text towards the spine area, which is the center of the two facing pages. Similarly, slide away from spine will throw the text to the opposite side of the spine. Largest area will not make much of a difference than both right and left sides, so we're going to stick to both right and left sides option. Lastly, you can also try Jump Object option from top, and you shall find it restricting the text on both sides of the shape. Jump to next column will even throw away the text beneath the shape to the next page, so depending upon the situation, you as a designer need to decide what to choose here unless clearly specified otherwise by the client. The invert checkbox will invert the area on both sides of the shape, so at the moment there is text, and check the invert box and the text is swept clean. Let's uncheck the invert box to get back to our settings. It's a nice fun tool and makes your text as creative as you can make it to appear, so do make good use of it. Alright guys, that concludes our session and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video we'll be talking about a very nice feature called Text on a Path. I've got this simple listing made for you in which we're going to learn two ways to add a curve to type on, so let's learn how to do it. In the first way, we're going to use the ellipse tool, so let's grab it from the toolbar and let's make an ellipse as illustrated. We don't need a perfect circle for this one. Using the selection tool, let's drag the ellipse to touch the corners of the image in order to get a perfect alignment. Once happy with the alignment, let's add a stroke color to our ellipse. Now grab the erase tool which sits under the pencil tool. Let me zoom in. And using the erase tool, just brush it over the corner to sever the top from the bottom on the left. Now do it on the right as well. Basically, we don't want the curve on top of the image, so we need to remove that by detaching that portion of the ellipse using the eraser tool. Alright, now select the bottom of the ellipse and delete it. Drag the top away from the image a bit for it to have some breathing space. Go to the Type tool and click it for a second to reveal the Type on a Path tool and select it. Now click once on the path and you shall find the blinking cursor. Don't worry even if the cursor appears on the right, we'll fix that soon enough. Let's type in Odyssey Water Sport Association and then select the text and center align it from the alignment options on top. With the text still selected, let's change the font to Marketing Script or any other font that makes you happy. Let's also increase the font size to about 30 points. Now go to Type and then Type on a Path and click Options. From the pop-up menu, check the flip box and your text will be readable. If you want the text a little above the baseline, select the Descender option from the Align drop-down menu. If you want it under the line, select Ascender. Selecting Center will center align it to the path, so let's keep it center aligned. Let's reduce the spacing on either sides of the path, which will give more character space to your text. Try these effects on top to further customize your text. So you have rainbow, which is the current setting. Change it to other effects to see how they are displayed, and this is up to you as a designer how you want your text to be displayed. Some options do make the text go crazy though, so I'm going to stick to rainbow. The two-path option on the right will make slight changes to the baseline alignment of your text, so pick the one that suits the best. I'm going to stick to center and hit OK. Obviously, we wouldn't want our text to have this curvy line striking through it, so to get rid of it, just change the path weight to 0 and it shall be gone. Let's change our font to a slightly thicker one, so I'm going to select it and change it to Marketing Script Inline. Perfect. You've just learned one way to create the curve to add your text to. Now let's move to the second way. Let's delete the text. Let's drag a guide from the ruler on the left and drop it at the left edge of the image. Similarly, drop another one on the right edge of the image. Now drag one guide from the ruler on top and place it as illustrated. We've done this to establish the points on both sides, as we'll need them now. Grab the pen tool and click the left point where both guides meet. Now click the center point at some elevation and without releasing the mouse, drag it to the right, holding Shift for a straight line. Release the Shift button and click the right point where both the guides meet, and your curve should be made. Add black color to your path, and there you have it ready. Now rest of the steps should be easy for you as we've done it already. So grab the Text on a Path tool and click once on the path and start typing your text. Center align the text, change the font to Lobster, and also update the font size to 30 points. Actually, let's change it to 32 points. Go to Type, and then Type on a Path, and select Options. Center align the text to the path, and also reduce the spacing on the side to give your text some breathing space, and hit OK. Lastly, change the path width to 0 point to make it vanish. Hit the W key for a preview, and you've successfully learned both the ways to add a curve and type text on a path in InDesign. Alright guys, that concludes our session, so it's time for a short break, and I shall see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn how to fake italics on a font that does not have the option to italicize itself. So let's learn how to do it. I'm going to show you two ways to do this. So let's grab the type tool and make a text box right about this size. Type in any word of your choice. I'm going to type in tomorrow. The default font on my InDesign is Minion Pro and it does not have italics by default. So this is the perfect font to fake italics on. Let's change the font size to 40 points. Also, let's zoom in for a better view. Let's make a copy here. Actually, let's make another copy as I'll be demonstrating two ways to do this. In the first way, I'm going to select the text and let me show you again that this font does not have italics by default. So I'm going to go to this feature on top. If you hover your cursor over it, it shall reveal its name and it's called skew or fake italics. And it's measured in degrees. Since I've done this before, I already know what degree will get us the right italics look. So I'm going to type in 17 degrees and there you go. The text is italicized perfectly. Let's ensure that nothing is selected. And now let's talk about the second way of doing this. I'm going to go to Window and then Styles and Character Styles. Once the Character Styles panel is up, click the small plus button at the bottom of the panel to create a new style. Double-click the new style and rename it Italics. And then go to Advanced Character Formats. In here, you'll find the same skew option that we got introduced to earlier. So just type in 17 and hit OK. Now select the text at the bottom and click the Italics character style and your word shall be italicized. So next time when you find a font with no italics, you should know what to do if you need to italicize it. Alright guys, that concludes our session and it was a short one, so I'm going to see you in the next one pretty soon. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn how to fake bold on a font that does not have the bold option by default. So let's learn how to do it. We already have the document opened from the last lesson, so let's make a copy of the word for comparison afterwards. Now select the copied text and click the small plus button at the bottom of the character styles panel to create a new style. Let's rename the style bold. Now switch to character color option on the left. Click the black color once. You should be able to see the outlined T icon on the left. If you click the T icon at the back, it should look anything but outlined. So let's put it to the back once again. When the outlined T is on top, enter 0.7 for weight and hit OK. And you could see how well this option works to convert your text to bold without the default bold option. So do try it with fonts that are bold enough not to come up with the bold option by default. Alright guys, that concludes our session and it was another short one, so I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn to type in the chemical formulae in InDesign, so let's get started. I already have some of the formulae typed in here, so I'm going to ensure that nothing is selected and then click the small plus button at the bottom of the character styles panel to create a style. Double-click the new style and rename it superscript. So basically, I need the charges to be superscripted, which means a little raised from the baseline. Let's go to Basic Character Formats and in the Position drop-down list, select either Superscript or OpenType Superscript. Both should work just fine and hit OK. Similarly, create another character style and rename it Subscript. We'll need this for the valencies. Now go to Basic Character Formats tab and from the Position drop-down menu, select Subscript or OpenType Subscript and hit OK. Time to move on to paragraph styles, so click the small plus button at the bottom of the paragraph styles panel and then double click the new style and rename it should you want to. I'll keep it as it is. Let's click the Grep Style tab on the left and then click New Grep Style. From the Apply Style drop-down, select Superscript character style that we created a few moments ago. Click the To Text option and type in these symbols without any spaces. That's backslash, then open parenthesis, then another backslash, then the letter D, then the asterisk sign, then another parenthesis, then a backslash, then a hyphen, then pipe, then another backslash, then a plus sign, then close parenthesis, then a backslash, and finally close parenthesis. You don't have to remember that. That's why I just copied and pasted here, because even I don't remember that. So once you've fed the code in, click New Grep Style to create another one. From the Apply Style drop-down, select Subscript character style that we created a few moments ago. Click the To Text option and type in these symbols without any spaces. That's open parenthesis, then a question mark, then less than sign, then equal sign, then open bracket, then a capital A, then a hyphen, then a capital Z, then closed bracket, then pipe, then open bracket, then a lowercase a, then a hyphen, then a lowercase z, then closed bracket, then close parenthesis, then a backslash, then the letter D, then open brace, then 1, then a comma, then 2, and finally close brace. Like I mentioned earlier, you don't have to remember that. That's why even I just copied and pasted here, because even I don't remember that. So once you've fed the code in, click OK. Now select the text box and then click the paragraph style you've just created, and you've got yourself the chemical formulae typed in InDesign. Let's add some leading space and we are done. Alright guys, that's all for now. I'm going to see you in the next one pretty soon. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn to type in the algebraic formulae in InDesign, so let's get started. I already have a few formulae typed in here, but the squares and cubes need to be superscripted, so we're going to do that using styles. And since you've already done styles, you should not face difficulty following me. Let's ensure that nothing is selected and go to Character Styles and click the small plus button at the bottom of the panel to create a new style. Double-click the new style and rename it Superscript. And then move on to Basic Character Formats. In the Position drop-down, click either the Superscript option or the Open Type Superscript option and hit OK. Now switch to Paragraph Styles panel and click the small plus button at the bottom of the panel to create a new style. Double-click the new style and rename it should you want to. I'd leave it as it is. Click the Grep Style option on the left and then click the New Grep Style. In the Apply Style drop-down menu, select the only character style we made, which is Superscript, and then click the To Text option. And this is a tricky bit because you need to type in a few characters, so pay close attention. Type in without any spaces these symbols. That's left parenthesis, and then question mark, then less than sign, then equal sign, then open bracket, then plus, then open parenthesis, and then close parenthesis, then the letter A in lowercase, then a hyphen, then the letter Z in lowercase, then another hyphen, then closed bracket, then close parenthesis, then backslash, then the letter D in lowercase, then open brace, then 1, then a comma, and then 2, then close brace, then open parenthesis, then a question mark, then equal sign, then open bracket, then backslash, then the letter S in lowercase, then open brace, then 1, then close brace, then pipe, then close parenthesis, then closed bracket, and finally another close parenthesis. You don't have to remember that. That's why I just copied and pasted here, because even I don't remember that. So once you've fed the code in, hit OK. Next, select the text box and click the paragraph style you created, and the numbers shall be superscripted. Alright guys, that was a short one, so I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn to fill our text or shapes with images, so let's get started. I have a landscape document opened here. Now I'm going to add a text box using the type tool. Let's type some text. So I'm going to type in InDesign in capital letters. Let's also change the font to something really heavy. I'm going to use Mentiga. Let's also increase the font size to 140 points. Let me reduce the text box to the size of my text here. I'll be creating outlines of this text, so it's always better to make a copy just in case you might need it later. Now have your text selected and go to Type, and then Create Outlines. Now there are two ways you can fill in the text with your image. In the first way, have your text selected and go to File, and then Place, and locate the image on the computer, and hit Open. Since the text was selected beforehand, the image placed itself directly into the text. Let's hit Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC to undo the last action. In the second way, let's not have the text selected. Go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. When your cursor is loaded with the image, click and drag to cover the size of the text to place your image. Now cut it by hitting Command X on a Mac or Control X on a PC. Select the text by clicking it once and then go to Edit and select the Paste Into option, and your image shall be sitting inside the text. Let's hit Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC once again to undo the last action. Let's go to File and then Place and locate the same image on the computer and hit Open. Once your cursor is loaded, if you click and drag the image to a size smaller than the size of your text, I'll show you what happens. Let's cut this image using Command X on a Mac or Control X on a PC. Select the text and go to Edit and then Paste Into. You see where we went wrong. So irrespective of whether you place the image on top of the text or aside the text, you need to take into account the size of the text and drag the image to accommodate the size of your text, and you won't face any such issues. Let's quickly get the image back into our text before moving on to a shape. Let's select the polygon tool and then click on it to reveal the pop-up settings. Change the sides to 3 and hit OK. Now click and drag to make a triangle. The whole concept of placing an image to a shape works exactly like we learned a while ago with the text. So have the shape selected and then go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open, and your image shall be sitting inside the shape. The other way around this is to hit Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC to undo the last action, and you shall find the cursor loaded with the image. So click and drag either on top of the shape or aside, it does not matter. All that matters is that your image size should be big enough to cover the shape. Once the image is placed, hit Command X on a Mac or Control X on a PC to cut the image, and then select your shape before going to Edit and select Paste Into option, and the image shall be placed into the shape. You can always click the content grabber sitting at the center of the image and drag to move your image within the frame. Alright guys, that concludes our session. I hope you've enjoyed it, so I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to look at cross-references in InDesign, so let's learn how to create one. Cross-references are pretty similar to hyperlinks that we've already covered. However, there's still a tiny bit of difference between the two. I have this document with body text paragraph style applied to the overall text and heading applied to the headings. I also have the pages panel out because we'll need to use it. We'll need one more panel to be shown, and that's cross-references. So let's go to Window and then Type and Tables and select cross-references. Now let's say at the end of this paragraph, I want to add a note suggesting the readers to move on to a particular page to know more about what's being discussed. So let's just type in to read more, go to, and then we'll let the cursor sit there, because the page number or the heading will be inserted using the cross-references option. You see, that's the difference between a hyperlink and cross-reference. A hyperlink takes you to a particular kind of destination, which could be a link to a page or an outside URL, whereas a cross-reference pulls information from within the same document, which is referenced on a different page. You could reference only a page number or part of a paragraph or a full paragraph, but because they're linked, if the destination location is updated, the cross-reference tracks it and updates the information, which is the page number. Anyway, let's click the small plus button at the bottom of the cross-references panel and select paragraph from the link to option. Under the paragraph style, you should be able to see all the paragraph styles we have set in this document. So let's click on heading because we want the readers to reach one of the headings when they click the trigger phrase. The moment you click heading, you'll find all the headings populating on the right. So in our case, we want the reader to reach the heading Poland. So let's select that. You can even choose the format you want to show, and as you change it, it gets updated instantly on the document. Let's select paragraph text and page number. And if for some reason you don't like the quotation marks, click the icon on the right and remove the quotation marks from here and hit OK. If you're planning to eventually create an interactive PDF from this document, you can even set how you want this link to appear in it. Whether you want a visible rectangle around the phrase or an invisible rectangle. If it's a visible rectangle, you can even change the highlight or color, etc. Since we don't want a visible rectangle, let's change that back to invisible and hit OK. To test if the setup is working, click the green circle next to the cross-reference you just created and it shall take you to the destination in no time. Alright, now let's try the other option, which is text anchor. Let's type in see more on at the end of this paragraph. Now let's go to another location in the document. Perhaps Russia is a good option, so I'm going to take my cursor just next to it and then click the burger menu on the cross-references panel and then select new hyperlink destination. In the pop-up settings, let the type be text anchor, but update the name to Russia and hit OK. Now let's go back to our paragraph that's going to trigger this new destination and have the cursor blinking right after our phrase. Click the small plus button at the bottom of the cross-references panel to create a new reference. Let the link to option be text anchor, and from the text anchor drop-down, select the only one we've created, which is Russia. And for this one, I just want the paragraph text, not the page number. So let's select that and hit OK. To test it, click the green circle next to the name of the cross-reference and you'll land in Russia in a jiffy. So guys, that was cross-referencing in InDesign. Time to take a break and I shall see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be learning about creating an index in InDesign, so let's get started. I'm using the same document I used in the last session, except now I have randomly added a few words to facilitate our index creation. Let's first show the index panel, and for that, go to Window, and then Type and Tables, and select Index. Let me put this panel aside, and let me zoom in as well. Alright, now you see this word Tokyo. That's going to be part of our index, and I've added it on different pages as well. So with the word highlighted, click the small plus button at the bottom of the index panel to create an index. You'll find the word sitting there already, so just hit Add All. and it shall add all the instances of the word Tokyo in the document to the index, and then hit Done. Now let's select another word, Sydney, and repeat the process of adding it to the index. Ensure that you always click Add All and not Add, because if you click Add, it will only add that one instance of the highlighted word. Similarly, let's add Munich to our index, and I think I have one more here somewhere. It's here, it's Istanbul, so let's quickly add this as well. If you scroll through the index, you'll find the added words along with the page numbers they are cut on. It's time to generate the index, and for that, I'll have to add another page from the Pages panel. So click the small plus button at the bottom of the Pages panel to create a new page, and then go to the page. Let's minimize our Pages panel here, and to generate the index, click this icon which is to the left of the plus button at the bottom of the index panel, and a pop-up notification will appear from where you can add a title to your index. We'll keep it as it is and hit OK. The moment you hit OK, the cursor will be loaded, so take it to the top left corner of your index page and drag it, much like you drag a text box, and the index shall be displayed. Now, when you examine the Paragraph Styles panel, you'll find 3 styles added automatically. Index Level 1 style is the one applied to the names here. Index Title is the main heading, and Index Section Head is the heading applied to the Index Level 1. Although these styles apply to the index, they're still in the default setup, hence we need to style them. So let's double-click Index Title and then go to Basic Character Formats and change the font to Museo Sans. Also update the font style to 700 and hit OK. Now double-click Index Level 1 and move to Basic Character Formats and change the font to Museo Sans and font style to 500 and hit OK. Lastly, double-click the index section head and move to Basic Character Formats and update the font to Museo Sans and font style to 500. Let's switch to the Character Color tab and change the color to red and then hit OK. And now the index is styled as well. Let's hit the shortcut Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC and enter 1 for page 1 to go to the first page. Now let's say I remove the word Tokyo from this paragraph and another word Munich from the paragraph on the right. Once you've deleted instances of your index words, you need to go to the index panel and click this small button that says Update Preview. Hey, but we just clicked it. Why has nothing happened to my index? That's because that has just updated the preview on my index panel. So when you go to the index panel to check the word Munich, you see now it just shows to be existing on page 3 here. So to have the update reflect on your index, we need to generate the index once again. So let's click the Generate Index button, and in the pop-up notification, ensure that the Replace Existing Index box is checked, and hit OK. You'll find that page 1 has been removed from the word Munich. But didn't we also remove the word Tokyo from page 1? Then why is it still showing? Let's jump to page 1 to find out. And to jump to page 1, we need to hit the shortcut Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC, and then enter 1 and hit OK. You see, although we deleted the word Tokyo from the first paragraph, the word is still there on this page, but somewhere else. It is sitting here in this paragraph, hence showing on our index page. So be wary of a situation like this to avoid any unnecessary confusions. Alright guys, that concludes our session. I hope you've enjoyed it. So I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn about the color theme tool in InDesign. So let's get started. I have this image opened here, and let me type in something. So normally I'd use a black color for my font here, or use one of the colors from the color palette on top, be it the regular colors that are on display, or use a color from the color picker. But then the colors I pick wouldn't really communicate well with my image here. and that's where the color theme tool comes into the picture. It sits with the eyedropper tool, so if you keep it pressed for a second, you'll find the drop down from where you can pick the color theme tool. The moment you pick it, you'll find a pop-up menu with colors matching your image. When you click the small arrow here, it will throw more options for you. So basically, it's a set of 5 colors, and InDesign has brilliantly divided the colors into these categories. And all these colors are sampled from our image, making it easy for us to pick and match colors to a text or shape or whatever elements we top it with. To apply any other colors, all you need to do is click the color to pick it, and then click the element you want to copy this color to, and job's done. You can even add the colors to your swatches in case you need it for future use. Let me drag my swatches panel out. Now you see, at this point I only have the default colors showing on my swatches panel. So let's say I want to add the colorful set to be added to my swatches. All I need to do is click this button that says add this theme to swatches, and instantly the colors will be added to my swatches. It doesn't end there. There is another button at the extreme right of the color theme tool, which is used to add the theme to your CC libraries in case you're using the Adobe suite. So click it and then go to your library and click the color themes, and you shall find the themes sitting there. So it's an excellent way to create colors that complement an image you are using in a document. Older versions of InDesign might not have this feature, so if you don't find it in your InDesign, it's time for you to upgrade your version to benefit from this amazing feature. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and it was a short one, so I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about importing color swatches from other InDesign files, so let's learn how to do it. I have this document opened, and as you can see, I have the same boring default swatches. So to import swatches from another file, click the burger menu at the top right of the swatches panel, and then select Load Swatches. Locate the file on the computer and hit Open, and there you go. The swatches are added instantly to your file. However, when you create a new document, the new swatches that you've just imported will vanish. Let me show you. Let's go to File, and then New, and select Document, and just hit Create, and you shall find that the swatches are gone. If for some reason you permanently want those swatches, what you need to do is, let's first close these documents, and once we are at the Welcome screen, go to Window, and then Workspace, and I'm going to select Essentials Classic Workspace. You'll find that the newly added swatches are gone, so to add it permanently, go to the burger menu and select Load Swatches. Locate the file on your computer from where you want to import the swatches and hit Open. And the swatches will now be here to stay. So let's create a new document by going to File and then New, and select Document, and then hit Create, and you shall find the new swatches sitting inside the new document. However, this will not take effect on any of the older files that were created before adding the swatches permanently. Let's verify this, and to do that, let's go to File, and then Open, and locate a file on the computer and hit Open. And as you can see, only the old boring swatches are sitting here. Another thing that can be done to the swatches is that you can group them. So select the first one and hold Shift, and then select the last one. Once all the swatches are selected, click the New Color Group folder and your swatches will be grouped. You can then click the group and rename it as well. To ungroup it, go to the burger menu and select Ungroup Color Group, and they will be ungrouped. To delete your swatches, just select them and then click the trash icon at the bottom right corner, and the swatches will be gone. Alright guys, that concludes our session. I hope you've enjoyed it, so I'm going to see you in the next one momentarily. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be discussing blending modes in InDesign, so let's get started. I already have this image opened in InDesign, and it appears to be a pretty colorful image. Let's grab the ellipse tool and add a circle to one of the sides to create some sort of effect. Now I'm going to drag the circle in such a way that part of it is on top of our image and rest is outside of the printing area. Rather than adding a color from the color palette, let's pick the eyedropper tool and steal a color from the image. So with my shape selected, I'm going to select this color. Alright, now I have two options. Either I can reduce the opacity of this color in order to have the background reveal itself, in which case it's going to look something like this. Or we can add one of the blending modes. For people who've come from Photoshop or Illustrator would know what blending modes are. They control how the base color, which is the underlying color in the artwork, interacts with the blend color, which is the color of the selected object or group of objects. The resulting color is the color resulting from the blend. Let's first change the opacity of our shape back to 100%. There are three ways you can access the blending modes in InDesign. First is this FX option that you see on top. Click it and then select the transparency option and you'll land at blending modes screen. You can even access the blending modes by selecting your shape and then right-clicking it and then go to Effect and then Transparency. Lastly, you can go to Object and then Effects and select Transparency. So let's click Transparency from here. You will find the blending mode drop-down list from which you can choose any mode to your liking. Actually, let's check the preview box first. Now you see the effect that you get from using these blending modes is way different than what you get by reducing the opacity of the shape, as these modes let you vary the ways in which the colors of stacked objects blend, giving your shape a completely different look. You can even control the opacity of your blend using the opacity slider here in case the intensity of the chosen mode is too high. So when you apply a blending mode to an object, its colors blend with all objects beneath it, giving more weight to the effect. So do make good use of it. Alright guys, that concludes our session and it's time for a short break and I'm going to see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn how to change the default font to a font of our choice. So let's get started. I have this document open, and when I select the type tool and make a text box, and let's type in Adobe InDesign. You can see on top that by default, the font is set to Minion Pro, 12 points, and regular style. Now, I never use Minion Pro, so won't it be better to set the default font to a font I often use? Let's do that. Let's close this document. When you are at the welcome screen, go to Window and then Workspace and select Essentials Classic and you land here. This is exactly the same screen we are introduced to when we create or open a document, except that at this point there is no document to open. Ensure that the type tool is selected, and this time when you update the font to any font of your choice, it will stay updated permanently. So let me choose Museo Sans as my preferred font. 300 is the font style or thickness of the font. And I'd like to have the font size set to 10 points. Now when I go to File and then New and select Document and then hit Create, you can find that the default font has changed already. Let's make a text box and then right-click and fill it with some placeholder text. And there you go. The default font, the font style, and the font size are all updated as per our settings. So that's how you can easily update the default font in InDesign. Alright guys, that concludes our session, so I'm going to see you in just a moment. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about different resources for you to download fonts from, so let's get started. The first one in the list is font.adobe.com. This works particularly well if you have the Adobe Cloud version, so let's type in Museo Sans and hit enter. You'll land on this screen where it populates the Museo Sans family with 37 variations in it. You could also see that it gives me the option to deactivate all 37 fonts, which means I already have all of them activated and installed on my computer. I'm going to go back and type in another font name here. So let's type in Bungee and hit enter. Now let's click the one on the left with 5 fonts within the family. Now I have the option of individually activating the font by just clicking this slider, or have all the fonts within the family activated, in which case I'll have to click this slider at the top right. Let's just activate all of them. Let's go to InDesign and grab the type tool and make a text box. Let's type in something and increase the font size to 24 points. Let's change the font to Bungee. And the moment you type in the name, you'll find all the variations populating. So let's click Bungee Outline and voila, that's your font activated in a jiffy. No hassles of individually installing fonts, just one click to activate and the entire font family is there in InDesign at your service. Let me show you another powerful feature of this website. Now suppose you have a screenshot of a font, but you don't know which font it is. So you see this camera icon. When you hover your cursor over it, it says upload a photo to scan for similar type. Click it and it will ask you to upload the screenshot. So locate the screenshot on the computer and hit open. At this point, it will scan the screenshot and it will take a few seconds and bring you to this screen. My screenshot had 2 lines which confused the website, so it is asking to select a single line of text. So using the anchor points, select a line from the sample and click the next step button. Now it wants to verify once again to ensure that the text is actually what the website thinks it is. This happens particularly with very stylish fonts that the website is not able to pick the right letters off, which is why this extra step. But since our scanned text and the resultant text are same, all we need to do is click the next step button. And we shall be introduced to this screen, where the website gives us various options. It does not just give us the exact font name, but also other fonts that it thinks are similar to the scanned text. Since the first font, which is Cortado regular, matches the scanned font, I'm going to activate it. Now let's go to InDesign and select our text and change the font to Cortado regular. And it's changed. So you see how easy and well coordinated this website is with the Adobe applications, making lives simpler and efficient. Let's move on to another popular website for fonts, and you get to install free fonts from here. It is fonts.google.com. You might not find all fonts that are there in fonts.adobe.com, but it does offer quite a lot of fonts and they are free to use. Let's type in the font Railway. And then select this one on the left. On the top bar, you can even type in your text to check out the sample and all the variations. You can even increase or decrease the point size to see how they look in them. To download the entire family, click the Download Family button on top. Else, click Select this style option to download anyone's style. It even gives you the option to embed the font, but since we don't want to embed it, let's click Download All and it shall be downloaded in zip format. Click it to extract the fonts and you shall find that the style we've chosen has 2 variations in the TTF format. Double-click it and click Install Font and it shall be installed. Do the same for the other variation as well. It's always good practice to read the licensing information. If you go down the text, you'll find it here. So this one can be used in your products or projects commercially as well. But the owner doesn't expect you to resell it, which is pretty justifiable. So if you go back to Google Fonts, you'll find a few options you can try to zero in on a font. If you go to categories, you'll find it has all these options. So if I'm looking for a serif font, I'd uncheck the rest and it shall show me only serif fonts, making it easier for me to pick and choose. You can even choose the fonts based on thickness or slant or width. So if I check the thickness option, it shows me a variety of fonts with a set thickness as per the slider here. Checking the slant option shows me the italics fonts, and same goes for width as well. So it makes it easy for you to make your selection, particularly if you know what you're looking for. So let's move on to the last website for free fonts. It's What the Font website. And you can find the exact link to this website here. You need to subscribe to this website to download the free fonts. This website has both free and paid fonts. So if you click this button, you'll find the free fonts option sitting here. So select it and click the search button, and you shall find the options populating. Click on any one and it shall further populate the variations. And you can see that all the fonts are available for $0, which means they are free. To download, click the Buying Choices button to the right and it shall bring you to this screen. Select the desktop version and click the Add to Cart option and then hit Checkout, and you shall be able to download it from this screen. Like I mentioned earlier, you need to subscribe to this website to download the free fonts. So once you register, you can just log in using your username and password and you shall be able to download the fonts. There are other websites as well that offer free fonts, but the ones I shared today are by far the best options. So do try them and enhance your creativity. Alright guys, that concludes our session and it's time for a short break. So I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to deep dive into the fonts panel of InDesign, so let's get started. Let's first grab the type tool and make a text box and fill it with some text. Now click the font name and you shall find this filter icon, so click it and you'll find the different filter options. You can filter according to the broad classification of the fonts, for example, sans serif, serif, slab serif, script, and more. If you want to just view the script fonts, click the script icon and you shall find it showing only the script fonts. So let's pick a font from here. Also increase the font size to 30 points. Now I have worked on my document and when I go back to the font selection, I'll find the same script font list. To get the entire list back, please ensure that you go back to the filter option and click the Clear All button. And your list of all fonts installed on your computer should be back. Similarly, you can choose to show fonts based on their properties as well. For example, I can choose to show just the fonts that have regular weight, in which case only the fonts that match the attributes of regular weight shall be shown. To show heavyweight fonts, click the heavyweight button and you shall find only the font families that have the heavyweight fonts. So if you scroll through, you might think, didn't we choose heavyweight fonts? Then why do I get to see these lightweight fonts? It's only because at this point we're seeing the font families that usually start with lightweight fonts and gradually move to heavyweight ones. If you click the family name, it will expand and you shall find a heavyweight font sitting somewhere at the bottom of the list. To clear your selection, either click the Clear All button or click the same button, which in this case is heavyweight fonts, and it shall deactivate. Now suppose there are a few fonts that are my favorite and I end up using only these selected few fonts. So won't it be better to have a separate favorite font list? Well, let's make one. If I type in the name of the favorite font, I won't get the option to add it to the favorite list. So let's say one of my favorite fonts is Poppins. So let's type in Poppins. Here I won't find the option to add this font as my favorite font. To view the option, I'd have to scroll through the list and locate my font. So let's scroll down and there I can see Poppins, and if I look to the right, I can find the hollow star which is used to add the font to the favorite list. Click it once and it will turn into a solid star. Let's add Museo Sans to the favorite list now. Perfect. Now next time I have to use any of these fonts, all I need to do is go to the fonts menu and click this star icon and all my favorite fonts will be populated. Click the star icon once again and it will clear the selection. Now let's go to one of the fonts and you see this sign which looks like the equal sign. If you click it, it will populate similar fonts. It's a fantastic option, particularly when you're designing a logo, a business card, or a letterhead. This icon that looks like a clock reveals the recently added fonts, and since my InDesign version is part of Adobe's Suite subscription, it will show the fonts I activated from font.adobe.com. Similarly, the icon on the right shows all the activated fonts using font.adobe.com. The tab Find More will show you and even activate fonts from font.adobe.com without even leaving this application. Let's type in the name of a font I don't have on my computer. Let's type in adhesive, and it shall show us this font. To activate it, all I need to do is click this cloud icon on the right. The moment I click it, I get this notification asking to confirm if I want to activate this font. So let's hit OK. Let's select our text and update the font to adhesive that we just activated. And you shall find the font sitting in the list. And the cloud icon will now have a tick attached to it, which means it's been activated. So select it. If you go to the recently added list, you'll find the font adhesive sitting there as well. Let's hit clear all, and it's advisable to hit clear all once your task is done because we tend to forget that we've selected one of the filter options, and later when we try looking for a font, we just can't find it because one of the filters is on and we are not aware of it. These options on the right are nothing but sample text size. Click the smallest A and it shall reduce the sample size. The one in the center is the default sample size. The one on the right with the big A is the largest sample size. In the selected text option, you can type in your text sample to view how it would look with different fonts so as to pick the one you like the most. So next time you come to the fonts panel, don't restrict yourself to just picking a font. Do make use of these fantastic features. Alright guys, that is all for now. I'll take a coffee break and you should too. And I shall see you in the next one in just a moment. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be learning how to create a table in InDesign, so let's get started. A table consists of rows and columns of cells. A cell is like a text frame in which you can add text, inline graphics, or other tables. To create a table in InDesign, just go to the Table menu and select Create Table to reveal the pop-up settings. From here, you can make changes to the number of rows or columns you want. You can even select the header and footer rows, which we're going to learn a little later, so let's have them at 0 for now. Since we haven't created any table styles yet, we're going to stick to the basic table style and hit OK. You should find that your cursor is now loaded, so all you need to do is click and drag, and your table should be ready. Another thing to note is that if you pick the selection tool and click and drag one of the corners to enlarge the table, you'll find that only the frame gets enlarged, leaving the table intact. What we learned from this is in InDesign, even when you insert a table, a frame is inserted automatically. In earlier versions of InDesign, you would have to first create a text box and only then you could insert a table in it, which is not the case anymore. To expand the width of the table to the size of the frame, you'll have to double-click any of the cells in the extreme right column, and when you find your cursor blinking, take your cursor to the right edge of the column until it changes to a bidirectional arrow, and then click and drag to the margin on the right to expand that column. Now take your cursor to the top left corner of the table until you find your cursor transforming into a bold diagonal arrow. Click it to select the entire table, and then right-click and select Distribute Columns Evenly option, and all the columns shall be evenly spaced. To add another row to your table, simply take the cursor to the last cell of the last row and hit the Tab key, and another row shall be added to your table. To shorten the height of the row, take your cursor to the bottom edge of the row until it changes into a bidirectional arrow. Click and drag to reduce the height. Same way, click and drag to reduce the height of other rows as well. To add a number of rows together, click the edge of the bottom row and then hold Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and drag it down to add multiple rows together. Mind you that these rows that you add will be the size of the last row you clicked and dragged from. To distribute the rows evenly, take your cursor to the top left corner of the table until it changes into a bold diagonal arrow and click once to select the table. Right-click and select Distribute Rows Evenly to have even rows. Let's select some of the rows from the bottom and then right-click and select Delete and then Rows, and the selected rows will be gone. Another way to add rows to your table is to take the cursor to the cell of any row and then right-click and go to Insert and then Row. In the pop-up menu, select whether you want the rows to be added above or below the active row, and then add the number of rows you want added, and hit OK, and your rows will be added instantly. Now let's copy and paste some information from an Excel sheet. In fact, before doing that, let's go to Preferences and select Clipboard Handling. And in the pasting option, select All Information and hit OK. What it does is it pastes not just the text, but the swatches or styles, etc. as well. Let's switch to our Excel sheet and copy these 5 rows by selecting them and using Command-C on a Mac or Control-C on a PC. Let's get back to InDesign and hit Command-V on a Mac or Control-V on a PC to paste the selection, and you shall find it pasting like this. Let's move it to the pasteboard. Let's also extend its frame to cover the entire pasted table. Now double-click and select the text and copy it using Command-C on a Mac or Control-C on a PC. And if you double-click the InDesign table and just hit Command-V on a Mac or Control-V on a PC, this is what happens. Let me zoom in. You see, it looks more like a table within a table, and this is not what we wanted. So let's hit Command-Z on a Mac or Control-Z on a PC to undo the last action. The imported table has 8 columns and 5 rows. So what we need to do is click and select 8 columns and 5 rows on our table, and only then hit Command-V on a Mac or Control-V on a PC, and it shall be pasted perfectly. The pink highlighter behind our text is because of a font mismatch. So select the text and change the font to Railway Light, and also reduce the size to 8 points. I think the text is way too light. Let's change the font style to regular instead. So that's how you can copy and paste from an Excel sheet. But what if we need to import an Excel file to InDesign? Let's delete the table. So select it and hit Delete or Backspace. Let's also delete the text copied from Excel. Now grab the Type tool and make a text box covering the entire page. And while the cursor is blinking inside the text box, go to File, and then Place, and locate the Excel file on the computer. And before hitting Open, ensure that you check the Show Import Options box, and only then hit Open. On the Import Options pop-up, select the sheet you'd like imported. So we need to import Sheet 2. So let's select that from the drop-down list. We could also see the cell range here that tells us that it has 8 columns from A to H, and 55 rows. It's an unformatted table with the basic table style, which is the default style applied to it, so just hit OK. You'll find the table imported, but we don't have the entire table. How do we know that? You see the red plus button at the bottom right corner? That tells us that there is more text unaccounted for. So grab the Selection tool and click the red plus button once to load the cursor with the remaining text, and then click the top left corner of page 2 to throw the rest of the text there. But hey, it's still showing the red plus button, which means that if I have to import an Excel file with thousands of rows, I'll have to keep doing it for hours. No, I will not. Let's undo the last few actions until all the text is gone, using Command-Z on a Mac or Control-Z on a PC. Grab the Selection tool and let's go to the Pages panel. Double-click the A master to select it. Now grab the Type tool and make a text box so that every page copies it from the A master. Let's go back to page 1. And remember, it's a text box on our A master, which means to select it on page 1, I'll have to override it. Hold Shift and Command on a Mac or Shift and Control on a PC and then click the text box on page 1 and you will have overridden the A master. Now double-click to have the cursor blinking inside the text box on page 1 and go to File and then Place and locate the Excel file on the computer. Also ensure that Show Import Options is checked before hitting Open. On the Import Options pop-up, select Sheet 2 from the drop-down and hit OK. And this time you'll find that the entire table has been imported. Much like regular text, this table is also connected, so any changes you make to the table on page 1 will be reflected on the rest of the pages as well. So if I drag this column to expand it, you could see that it is getting expanded even on page 2. Another thing to note is that the header is only showing on page 1. When you go to page 2, you'll find the information continued from page 1, but no header. So in order to copy the header on all the pages, let's go to page 1 and select the header, and then right-click and select Convert to Header Rows option. Now when you go to page 2, you'll find the header sitting there. Another interesting feature is being able to move the columns or rows. So let's say I want to move this column to the right. So I'm going to take my cursor to the top edge of this column until it turns into a bold arrow facing downwards. Click it to select the column, and it selects not just the column on this page, but the rest of the pages as well, as you can see. Now click anywhere on this highlighted column, hold and drag to the right where you want this column to move, and release the mouse, and the column will have moved. Let's move the column back to its position. Same way, select a row and then click, hold and drag to move it to wherever you want it in the table, and it shall move. One last thing to mention is that copying the entire column or row is as simple as moving the column or row. So let's say I want to copy this row. So I'm going to select it, and now to copy it, I'm going to first click it and then hold Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC. You shall find a small plus sign appearing right behind the cursor, which means it's ready to copy. So drag it to the location you want to copy it to, and mission accomplished. Alright guys, that concludes this session. We'll be talking about formatting the table in the next video, so stay tuned. Hi there. In this video, we're going to format the table we created in the last lesson, so let's get started. We're going to start with the header, so let's select it and change the font to Railway Bold. Let's now select the entire cell by clicking, holding, and moving the cursor down. Once the cell is selected, change its color to blue. Since the background is dark and so is the text color, let's change the text color to white for it to be visible. I think the blue background needs a little bit of updating, so let's select the cell and go to Fill and reduce the opacity to about 84%. Let's select the cell once again and change the vertical alignment to center from the toolbar above. Perfect. Now that I have styled my text, let's go to Window and then Styles, and select Paragraph Styles. Click the small plus button at the bottom of the Paragraph Styles panel to create a new paragraph style and rename it Header. Next, we need to create a cell style, and for that, let's go to Window and then Styles and select Cell Styles. Let's set the panel aside. With the cells still selected, let's click the small plus button at the bottom of the Cell Styles panel to create a new cell style and rename it Header Cell. Now double-click the new cell style and in the General tab, update the paragraph styles to Header. So what this does is, along with the cell styles, it will also incorporate the paragraph styles we made a minute ago. Let's move to Strokes and Fills tab and change the stroke color to the same blue we chose to fill the cell, and set the tint to 10%, and then hit OK. So now our cell has the paragraph styles as well as the cell styles applied to it. So let's select the rest of the header and then click the header cell style to apply the styles to the rest of the header. And the entire header should now be styled. I think I need to reduce the font size of the header. So let's select the entire header and then double click the header paragraph style. Move to Basic Character Formats tab and update the font size to 8 points. And hit OK. Similarly, we need to style the body text as well. So let's select the first cell of the body text. Let's update the fonts to Railway Medium and then center align it vertically. Also reduce the font size to 8 points. Now with the cell still selected, click the small plus button at the bottom of the Paragraph Styles panel to create a new paragraph style and rename it Body Text. We will also need to create a cell style much like we did with the header. So with the cell still selected, click the small plus button at the bottom of the Cell Styles panel to create a new cell style. Double-click the new style and rename it Body Cell. From the Paragraph Styles drop-down, select Body Text Paragraph Style that you've just created. Move to the Strokes and Fills tab and change the stroke color to the same blue we've been using in this lesson so far and update the tint to 10% and hit OK. Now when you click aside, you'll find how the cell looks after styling. So let's select a few rows and then click the body cell's cell style and you shall find it inheriting the style immediately. At this point, only those body cells are styled that we manually selected. So to style the entire table, let's create a table style. Click the small plus button at the bottom of the Table Styles panel to create a new style. Double-click the new style and rename it Income and Expenses. In the Cell Styles option from the Header Rows drop-down, select Header Cell that we created for the header. And from the Body Rows drop-down, select Body Cell that we created for the body text and hit OK. Now select the Type tool and take your cursor to the top left corner of the table until it turns to a black bold diagonal arrow. Click once to select the entire table and then click the Income and Expenses table style that you just created, and the entire table should now be formatted as per the styles we created. One last thing to talk about is the shading. So let's double-click the Income and Expenses table style and move to the Fills tab. From the Alternating Pattern drop-down, select every other row and you shall find every alternate row to have shading. If you don't want the first row of the body text to have the shading, in the Skip First option, update the rows to 1 and it shall skip the first row. If you want a shade of a different color, change the color from the color drop-down and the color will be updated. You can even update the opacity of the color, so let's change it to 10%. At this point, the next row is set to none, which is why it is white. So let's change it to black and then update the opacity to 10%. And this is how it looks. So you can change it to any other color of your choice or just let it remain white. So I'm going to change it back to none. And then you can always change the pattern from here should you want to. Every second row will give you this look. Every other column will look something like this, which can further be customized as per the color scheme of your choice. So play with the settings and format the table as per your needs. And you shall be amazed at the awesomeness of the styles. Alright guys, that concludes our session and this unit as well. So I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be discussing the keyboard shortcuts in InDesign, so let's get started. The first one is my favorite, so with the Type tool selected, double-click a word and it will be selected. Triple-click will select the entire line. 4 clicks will select the entire paragraph. And 5 clicks will select the entire text box. The next one is to jump to a page. So hit Command J on a Mac or Control J on a PC and you get this pop-up. Enter the page number you want to jump to and hit OK. And you shall be on that page. For the next one, let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle. At this point, the fill is set to black and stroke to none, as you can see on the toolbar. Hit the letter D and it shall apply the default fill, which is none, and black stroke to your shape. Hit comma and the shape will be filled with black. Hit full stop and the shape will be filled with the default gradient. Hit the / key and the fill color will be set to none. Let's hit the period or the full stop key once again to fill the shape with gradient. And now when you hit the X key, it will switch between stroke and fill, so it's a toggle switch. For the next one, let's grab the type tool and make a text box and fill it with some text. Now with the text box selected, hit Command Shift and greater than key on a Mac or Control Shift and greater than key on a PC to increase the font size. Similarly, Command Shift and less than key on a Mac or Control Shift and less than key on a PC will reduce the font size. For the next one, double-click the text box and select your text. Now hit Option and right arrow on a Mac or Alt and right arrow on a PC to increase kerning or character spaces. Similarly, Option or Alt and left arrow will reduce the kerning or character spaces. For the next one, let's make 2 more copies of this text. Now select all 3 lines and hit Option and down arrow on a Mac or Alt and down arrow on a PC to increase the leading or line spacing. Hitting Option or Alt and up arrow shall reduce the leading or line spacing between the lines. The next one is the toggle between paragraph formatting controls and character formatting controls. So with the text still selected, hit Command, Option and 7 on a Mac or Control, Alt and 7 on a PC and it toggles between the character and paragraph formatting controls. The next one is to display the center of the active page. So at the moment, the active page is the one on the left. So when I hit Command 0 on a Mac or Control 0 on a PC, it centers the active page. Similarly, when I make the page on the right my active page and hit Command 0 on a Mac or Control 0 on a PC, it centers the page on the right. And when I hit Command Option and 0 on a Mac or Control Alt and 0 on a PC, it centers the spread. The next one is to show the Pages panel. On a Mac, hit Command F12, or in the latest Macs that do not have the dedicated function keys, hit Function F12 and it should do the job. For PCs, hit F12 to show the Pages panel. The next one is a pretty interesting one, and I need to go to a specific page for this one. Now the image that you see here has a rectangle on top of it. Let me pull the rectangle apart to show you. Let's now put it back to cover the image. Now for some reason, if I have to delete the image, leaving the rectangle intact, I'll have to select the image first. But the problem is that the almost transparent rectangle is sitting on top of the image. So how should I select the image without moving the rectangle? All you need to do is hold Command on a Mac or Control on a PC and select the rectangle once to select it, and then click once again to select what's behind the rectangle. And in our case, it is the image. And then hit the Delete or the Backspace key. And you see the rectangle is intact, but the image behind it is deleted. The next one is to zoom out and move to another spread. So hold the space bar and click and hold anywhere on the page to zoom out. And you'll find a red box appearing around the spread. Now, wherever you take this red box, it will make that spread the active one. The next one is another interesting one. So when I go to the menu options, you could see that the options are not alphabetized. To alphabetize the options, hold Command, Shift and Option on a Mac or Control, Shift and Alt on a PC, and then go to the menu and you shall find all the options alphabetized. Another one is to switch between the preview and the edit mode, and this is a pretty easy one. So all you need to do is press the W key and the screen will transform itself to the preview mode. Hit W again to get back to the edit mode. The next one is to activate the spell checker. Oh yes, InDesign does have a spell checker much like MS Word. To activate it, all you need to do is hit Command I on a Mac or Control I on a PC, and the spell checker panel shall reveal itself. The next one is to show the hidden characters, and to activate it, hit Option Command and I on a Mac or Alt Control and I on a PC, and since it's a toggle, pressing the same set of keys will hide the characters. For the last one, let's quickly jump to page 20. Let's make a text box and type in Adobe InDesign. And let's increase the font size as well. Now to turn it into outlines without visiting the menu options on top, just hit Shift Command and O on a Mac or Shift Control and O on a PC, and the outlines will be created. There are way too many shortcuts to cover in a single tutorial, and it's really difficult to remember all of them. So I've included a cheat sheet in the exercise files for you to go through, so do try to remember as many as you can, and it shall for sure improve the workflow efficiency. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and it's time for a short break, so I shall see you in the next one momentarily. Goodbye. Hi there! In this video, we'll be talking about optimizing our preferences for a better workflow in InDesign, so let's get started. You'll find the Preferences option on a PC under Edit menu somewhere towards the end, and on a Mac, it sits under InDesign, so let's click General. The first one is this option that says Show Home Screen when no documents are open. If you find the welcome screen confusing and want to straight away land to the screen from where you can select the new document, you can uncheck this box. So next time you double click the InDesign icon, you'll land here. And from here you can then go to File and then New and click Document to create a new document and then hit Create. Since I love my welcome screen, I'd check the box. The next one is this Content Aware Fit option. By default, it is unchecked, and let me show you what it does. Let's grab a rectangle frame tool and make a rectangular frame here. Now let's go to File and then Place and locate an image on the computer and then hit Open. Once your image is placed into the frame, you'll find that it's not the complete image, so particularly when I'm working on a document where I have to place lots of images, it's better to have the Content Aware Fit option checked. So let's undo the last action and go to Preferences and then General and check the Content Aware Fit option and hit OK. Now let's go to File and then Place and locate the same image on the computer and hit Open. And you shall find that this time the image has been placed perfectly into the frame. Please be aware that this is still not the entire image. Let's right click and go to Fitting and select Fit Content to Frame option, and you shall find the image resizing itself slightly. So what Content Aware Fit does is it automatically scales and repositions the image into the frame based on the context and focal point of the image, which is why the subject is enhanced and the unnecessary corners are shed using Content Aware Fit. Let's move on to the next one. Let's go to the Interface tab under Preferences. From here, you can change the color theme of InDesign. If you prefer a darker theme, select the one on the left. If you prefer a lighter theme, you have two nice options to choose from, so it's entirely up to your choice here. I'm going to stick to the default option. The next one is Units and Increments, so let's move to that tab. And in here, the ruler units are set to picas, so let's change it to millimeters and hit OK. And the rulers will be set to a more familiar unit. You can choose millimeters or inches or centimeters depending upon your comfort zone with them. For the next one, let's make a rectangle using the rectangle tool. Now when you click and move it, it moves in certain preset increments. If you want to reduce or increase the size of the increments, go to Preferences and then Units and Increments. And you see at this point it is set to 0.353 millimeter, which means with every click it moves 0.353 millimeter. So let's change it to 0.1 millimeter and hit OK. And now when you move it using the arrow keys, it will move as per 0.1 millimeter increments. It's an option used more when precision is required in terms of alignment. Let's move on to the next one, and it's spelling. Here you can check Enable Dynamic Spelling option, and it shall work much like the spell checker of MS Word. Now, if you move on to autocorrect, you'll find quite a few misspelled word lists on the left and their correction on the right. So basically, this is for people that have a trend in misspelling words. So instead of typing in about, they tend to type in ABBOUT. So InDesign corrects it when it comes across a word like this. But you'll have to add such words to the list for it to trigger a correction. So let's hit OK and see how it works. Let's select the Type tool and make a text box. Let's type in ABBOUT, and the moment you enter another space, InDesign will trigger correction. You may also have noticed the green underline, and that's because we have activated dynamic spelling. So InDesign will give you red lines under incorrect spellings and green lines if the sentence is incomplete. Now you see if I type in ABOOUT, it's an incorrect spelling of the word about. So InDesign has alerted us with the red underline, but it hasn't auto-corrected the word because we never added this word to be auto-corrected. So let's add it now. Let's go to the autocorrect option and click the Add button. In the misspelled word bar, type in ABOOUT, and in the correction bar, add the right spelling of the word and hit OK, and come out of the Preferences panel. Now if you misspell the word about, adding two O's, InDesign will autocorrect it. Let's misspell the word favorite, and you shall find the red underline. Correct it, and the underline will be replaced with green. It's because it's a standalone word. It will not happen if you type in a complete sentence. Let's type in I love Adobe, and you shall find no green underline. Let's delete the text and get back to Preferences. Let's move to clipboard handling, and we have already covered this option earlier during one of the tutorial sessions, but let's discuss it once more. So this one is particularly useful when you're pasting text or tables from other applications. So if you want them to come to InDesign along with the styles and swatches, etc., you should choose the All Information option from here. Else you can select the text only option, in which case you'll have to style everything on InDesign as per your choice. Do go through other options in Preferences and see what you can further customize according to your working style and something you feel can add on to your workflow efficiency. And I'm sure it will speed up your work and make life simple for you. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one momentarily. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about some workflow speed tips in InDesign, so let's get started. Let me grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle. If you look at the control panel on top, you'll find that the selected unit is picas, and I'm not comfortable with picas, so should I change the units from the settings? Well, it's going to take time, and do I really need to do that? Actually, I don't. Let's just click the width tab, and if you're comfortable with inches, just type in 6IN. IN for inches, and InDesign will do its internal calculation and change the width to 6 inches. And what you see in the control panel is the 6 inches equivalent in picas. Similarly, I can increase the height to 10 inches, and it shall obey my command. Let's drop this rectangle down. Let's say I want to reduce the height 3 times. So all I need to do is click the height tab once and add a / as it is used for division, and enter 3 and hit return. And you shall find the rectangle resized as per your settings. Similarly, now I want the height to be doubled. So I'll click the height tab once, and for multiplication add the asterisk sign and the number 2. And hit return, and it shall do the multiplication for you. You can even use the close quotation mark for inches. So let's change the width to 7 and then add the close quotation mark, and you shall find it recognizing the quotation for inches. Let's delete the rectangle. The next one is a brilliant one and is most underused feature of InDesign. Let's say I want to go to the bulleted lists option, but I have forgotten where I'll find it. Not to worry, just go to Help menu and you'll find a small search bar to type in. So just type in bullet. And as you type in, you'll find InDesign guiding you with a blue bold arrow where exactly you can find this option. Let's try something else. Let's type in cross because I want to find out where the cross references option is. And just by typing in cross, it will point out where exactly it is in the menu options. So do make good use of this option, as not many people know about it, and the ones who do don't use it that often for some unknown reasons. The next one is very similar to the help feature we just spoke about. To activate this, you need to press Command and Return on a Mac or Control and Return on a PC, and you shall find it populating. It's called Quick Apply. And if you scroll through, you'll find a wide variety of options that can be quickly applied to elements of your choice. So from applying styles to your paragraphs, to saving your file, to activating the rectangle tool or the frame tool, you have a plethora of settings that can be activated from here. So do give it a try. For the next one, let's grab the Type tool and type in Adobe InDesign. Now, suppose I'm composing a document in which I'll have to type in Adobe InDesign more than 100 times. So a quicker way of doing this is through the autocorrect option that you learned in the last lesson. Let's go to Preferences and then Autocorrect. Now let's click the Add button to add a new word. In the misspelled word option, I'm going to type in AIN, which is going to trigger the correction. And the correction phrase will be Adobe InDesign. And I'm going to type it in the way I want it corrected. And then hit OK and come out of the Preferences panel. Now let's type in AIN. And the moment you add a space, you'll find the word getting corrected as per our settings. I think this feature can be a lifesaver, particularly when you're composing a book. The next one is to zoom in and out. The best way to do it is holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and using the mouse scroll key. It's the fastest way you can jump to another page as well, so do make good use of it. The next one is to increase or decrease the font size in larger increments. So let me select my text here, and you can see that the font size is set to 10 points at the moment. So using the selection tool, if I hit Shift Command and greater than sign on a Mac, or Shift Control and greater than sign on a PC, it will increment the font size by 2 points with every click. Let's do it twice and check the font size. You can see from 10 points now the font size has moved to 14 points. Let's undo the last two actions using Command Z on a Mac or Control Z on a PC. So the font size has come back down to 10 points. This time, click and hold Shift Option Command and then hit the greater than sign on a Mac. And on a PC, hold Shift Alt Control and then hit the greater than sign. With every click of greater than sign, it will increment by 10 points. You can see we hit the greater than sign twice and the size has jumped from 10 points to 30 points. Similarly, to reduce the font size, you use the same set of keys, only this time use the less than sign instead. Moving on, let's talk about another tool that has been underused by most for some unknown reasons. Let me first make a rectangle using the rectangle tool. This tool is called the Measure tool, and you will find it hiding under the Color Theme tool, so click to activate it. You see, I just made this rectangle, but I don't know the dimensions of it yet. So with the Measure tool, I'm going to click the edge of the rectangle, hold Shift, and then drag to the opposite edge. And it shall give me the exact height of the rectangle in the info panel. Similarly, you can find out the width of the rectangle as well, holding Shift. We hold Shift so as to have a straight line. You can even measure the diagonal of the rectangle, and it will also give you the angle of the diagonal in the info panel. This is something you can use not just with shapes, but text or any other elements on the screen. So if we try to find out the width of our text here, all we need to do is click, hold and drag to the other side of the text, and the width shall be revealed in the info panel. Like I said, a powerful but underused tool of InDesign. That brings us to the last one for this tutorial. Let's go to the Pages panel, and let's say I want some of my pages to be on a different size. So what I need to do is click the Page tool from the toolbar on the left, or you can even use the shortcut Shift P and then click the first page you want on a different size. And then hold Shift and then click the last page you want on a different size. You'll find all the pages in between getting selected. Now, since we've already activated the Pages tool, you'll find the dimensions on the top toolbar. Let's say I want to change the selected pages to 6 inches by 8 inches and then hit return. And all 4 pages will have the new size now. To verify it, click one of the pages and you can find pages of both the dimensions sitting side by side. So that's the easiest way to resize pages using the Page tool. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of this session. Time to take a break, and I shall see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about CC libraries in InDesign, so let's get started. Since Creative Cloud Libraries let you gather design elements for specific projects, clients, or teams for use within any of your Creative Cloud apps, it helps to ensure that you and your team access the same elements for a project throughout its lifecycle. Also, if you don't have the Adobe Cloud subscription, you might not be able to use the library. I already have the libraries panel showing here, so if you can't see yours, go to Window and you'll find it sitting there. To create a new library, either you can click the Create New Library button that's showing on the Libraries panel, or click the burger menu and select Create New Library option from there. Let's rename our library to Adobe InDesign Tutorial and hit Create, and our library is ready. Let's select the Rectangle tool and make a rectangle. And then I'm going to click the color to reveal the color picker and change the color to something else and then hit OK. Now let's say this is the color approved by the client and something I'll be using not just in InDesign but also in other Adobe applications. So the best way to access it is to add it to the library. So with the rectangle selected, click the small plus button at the bottom of the library panel and it will give you the option to add either the color or the graphic, which is the rectangle, and then there is a third option to add all. So let's click Add All, and you could see it adds both the color and the graphics separately. Now let's add a text box and fill it with some placeholder text. Let's shed some text and change the font to Xylem. Let's also increase the font size to 24 points. Lastly, change the font color to red. Now I'm going to go to Window and then Styles and select Paragraph Styles. Once the panel is up, let's click the small plus button at the bottom of the Paragraph Styles panel to add a new paragraph style. Let's rename the new style Heading. To add the new paragraph style to the library, you can either click the button at the bottom left corner of the Paragraph Styles panel that says Add Selected Style to my current CC library if you hover your mouse over it. Or you can use the same plus button at the bottom of the CC Libraries panel we used to add the color earlier. I'm going to use the one at the bottom of the Paragraph Styles panel and it will instantly be copied to my CC library. Now the best part is that I can use all the elements I added to the library on any of my Adobe applications. So let's go to Adobe Illustrator, grab the text tool and click to add text. Let's type in something, and with the text selected, the moment you click the style from the CC library, it will be applied to our text on Illustrator. So you see how well it collaborates with other Adobe applications. Now let's get back to InDesign. You have two options to view the content in the library. At this point, the grid view is selected. Let's change it to the list view, and it shall look something like this. The search bar also has three different options to pick from, so if you click the small arrow, it will populate the options. It's a useful option if you have multiple libraries made, and if you're looking for a particular element, you can just have all libraries selected and search your element. Similarly, you can select the current library if you're looking for an element in the current library, and the search will be restricted to just the current library. Let's select all libraries and type in heading. And since we just have one element saved in that name, it populates that here. You can also select the Adobe Stock option and search directly from the Adobe Stock website without leaving the application. So let's type nature. And you can find various images the site has to offer against the term nature. Click the plus button at the top left corner of the image to save a preview in your library, or to purchase the image, click the card at the top left corner. I'm going to click the plus button to save a preview to my library. When I double click the image, it opens within the library in a slightly larger dimensions. To edit it further, click the small pen icon on the top left corner of the image, and it shall open in Photoshop. You can see that the image has a watermark. That's because I haven't purchased the image. Once you purchase the image, the watermark is removed automatically. Let's get back to InDesign now. To remove the image from the library, just select it and hit the trash icon at the bottom right corner of the library panel, and the image will be gone. Alternatively, you can also right-click the image and from the drop-down select the delete option. If you click the burger menu, you'll find two options that are similar but are used for different purposes. The first one is the get link option. It generates a link that you can copy and share with your clients to perhaps approve the color or for any other purpose. And using this link, your client can open the library on a web page, and it shall look something like this, which means the client can only view the library but cannot make any amendments whatsoever. However, if you go back to the burger menu and select the second option, which is invite people, it will give you an option to share the library using the email address with your colleagues or team or people you can give edit privilege to. And they can then amend the library or work on it as they feel like. Of course, you can always choose to not give them the edit privilege and restrict it to just view privilege should you want to. You can always rename your CC library or delete it using the options under the burger menu, and the library will be a goner. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be discussing some exporting and printing tips in InDesign, so let's get started. In order to understand printing, you need to understand the difference between the RGB and CMYK colors. RGB refers to the primary colors of light, red, green, and blue that are used in monitors, television screens, digital cameras, and scanners, whereas CMYK refers to the primary colors of pigment, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. These are the inks used on the press in 4-color process printing, commonly referred to as full-color printing or 4-color printing. The combination of RGB lights creates white, while the combination of CMYK inks creates black. Therefore, it is physically impossible for the printing press to exactly reproduce colors as we see them on our monitors. To make you understand the separation process of the CMYK colors, let's go to Window and then Output and select Separation Process option. Everything you see on the artboard is made up of these 4 colors. The K of CMYK actually stands for key, as it's a key color or key plate. The colors you see on the screen are in the RGB mode, but when they're printed, they need to be converted to CMYK. Here, if I remove the rest of the colors and make it a grayscale image, it is going to look much like this, which means the highlights, the midtones, the shadows are all achieved using different tones of black. When I select just the yellow color, this image is going to look like this. Magenta covers quite a lot in this image. As you can see, it brings about a lot of details in the image, and so does cyan. Particularly the sky and the shadows are covered pretty well using cyan. Now, on top of cyan, when the printer adds magenta, it will start to look something like this. You can find the different colors forming of the mountain, the sky, and the ground as well, but the overall image still looks very dull. Add yellow and it will enhance the image a little further, but doesn't complete the image because the key color is still missing. You might think that this image does appear to have black in certain parts, but those dark areas are made up using the combination of cyan, magenta, and yellow. The moment we add black, or the key color so to speak, the image gets its depth. So ideally, most of the color images that you see are made up of different tones of these four colors. They're called process colors. However, there can be spot colors added on top of these colors, like the metallic color or pastel color, to achieve certain effects. Let me add a rectangle to the image to explain this. Let's go to the fill option and let's select blue as the color of the rectangle, and then right click and go to swatch options. In the pop-up menu, update the color type to spot, and from the color mode, let's change the color mode to Pantone metallic coated, which will further reveal a set of colors. These are different metallic shades of the Pantone metallic coated color, so let's pick one for our rectangle here. Now you can see in the separation there is a fifth color added because it's a spot color or a special color that will be added to the image on top of the CMYK combination. Now you might think, can we not achieve this color using the combination of CMYK? Yes, you can to some extent, but it can only come close to this color, but not exactly the metallic shade that we get using the Pantone color. Try removing magenta, yellow, and black, and you can find that although cyan is closer to the Pantone color than the rest of the process colors, but the Pantone shade can still not be achieved using cyan alone. Alright, let's delete the rectangle. Now let's say we want to send this document to a printer. So ensure that when you send someone an InDesign file, you need to send all linked graphics and necessary fonts along with the project file. And to achieve that, you need to go to File, and then select Package. In the dialog box that appears, the moment I click Package, it is going to ask me to save the document as I haven't saved it. Let's save it as Export and hit Save. What we saved was the document, and now it's asking us to save the package. So I'm going to let the name be Export Folder, and also ensure that the copy font, copy linked graphics, and update graphic links and package options are checked, and hit Package. It might give you a warning that restrictions to copy fonts apply, so just hit OK. When you go to the package folder, you'll find it has the InDesign document, the PDF, the image, etc. So you can either send these documents separately to the printer, or the better way is to compress this folder into a zip format and then send it. Another thing to remember while working on a document is to set a pre-flight profile. So click here at the bottom panel and select Define Profiles. And in the dialog box, click the plus button at the bottom left to create a new pre-flight profile and give it a name. I'm going to name it InDesign Print. The reason why you should set a pre-flight profile is to ensure that while you edit your document, the pre-flight panel warns of problems that can prevent a document or book from printing or outputting as desired. These problems include missing files or fonts, low resolution images, overset text, and a number of other conditions. So once your setting is complete, hit OK. Let me remind you that we've just created a pre-flight profile. We haven't applied it yet. To apply it, click the drop-down and select the profile we've just created. And as you can see, there are no errors showing, which means it's good to go. To export our document, we need to go to File and then Export. Rename it to any name of your choice should you want to, and pick the right format from here. Adobe PDF Print is used to share it with your clients or printer. PDF Interactive is used when you have interactive elements such as videos, sound clips, buttons, and page transitions. Export a document or book as a reflowable or fixed layout ebook that is compatible with the Adobe Digital Edition's Reader software. Exporting to HTML is an easy way to get your InDesign contents into web-ready form. The InDesign markup or IDML format was introduced with InDesign CS4. A document stored in this variant can be opened across the entire version and improves compatibility when exchanging data. JPEG and PNG are compressed image formats in which JPEG does not support transparency, whereas PNG supports it. Lastly, XML or extensible markup language format can be viewed in a browser, an XML editing application, or text editor. So pick the right format and hit save, which will lead you to this screen. It's always better to use high quality print from the preset drop-down. Here you can choose the pages or spreads option that you'd like to print. Then move on to Marks and Bleeds tab and choose the necessary printer marks depending upon your requirement. I'm going to check crop marks and move on to Security tab. Here you can even add an extraction password, so once the PDF is created and sent to the relevant parties, and the moment they open it, it's going to prompt for a password that you can pass on to them through an email or otherwise, thereby securing the content within, and then hit export. Once the document is exported, you can locate it on the computer, double-click to open, and view it. You see, since we set the crop marks, you could find them here. So that's how you export your document in InDesign. Alright guys, that concludes our session. Time for a short break, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn how to auto-size our text frames to accommodate our text in InDesign. So let's get started. Let's grab the Type tool and make a text box on the center of the image and type in some text. Let's select the text and change the font to Futura Bold. Since our background is dark, let's also change the font color to white. Now let's change the font size to 24 points. Actually, we need it to be larger than this, so let's change it to 70 points. Now you can see that the text could not fit into the text box we created, hence we could only see part of the text. To correct this, with the text box selected, let's go to Object and then Text Frame Options, and from the pop-up menu, switch to the Auto Size tab. Ensure that the Preview box is checked and change the Auto Sizing option to Width Only. The alignment reference point is already selected as center, so you can pick the center left option to see how the text box reacts to it. I think the center reference point is perfect for our text box here, so let's change it back to center and then hit OK. Now you see, if I make a copy of this text box and then add some text to it, the text box will expand to accommodate our text rather than presenting the irritating red plus button at the bottom right corner of the text box. Let's delete this text box. Using the Type tool, let's make another text box here and fill it with some placeholder text. Now, since I do not see any overset text or the red plus button at the bottom right corner, let's copy some text and add to trigger the overset text. Now that this text box has some overset text, let's go to Object and then Text Frame Options, and from the pop-up menu, switch to Auto Size tab. This time, from the Auto Sizing drop-down, select Height Only option, and you shall find the text box expanding to accommodate the entire text. You can use the reference point to check which one fits the document well, and I think for this one, the one on top center will work well. You can also click the bottom center to see how the text box reacts to it. And as you can see, it pushes the text box above, so the most apt reference point to be used is the top center one. And then hit OK. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and it's time for a short break, so I'm going to see you in the next one momentarily. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be learning how to span and split paragraphs within the same text box in InDesign. So let's get started. Let's pick the Type tool and make a large text box and fill it with the placeholder text. Let's change the fonts to Poppins Medium. Let's also make a few paragraphs out of our text box. Let's say I want to split this text box into two. So with the text box selected, head to the toolbar on top, and you see this icon that says number of columns when you hover your mouse over it. Just click to increase the columns to 2, and you shall find the text box splitting into 2 instantly. The option right below it is to adjust the gutter size. So if you increase it, it will increase the spacing between the two text boxes. Let's set it back to the normal gutter size. Now let's say I want just this first paragraph to span across 2 columns without affecting the rest of the paragraphs. So let's highlight the first paragraph and then switch to the paragraph formatting controls. Now take your cursor to the option on the extreme right that says span columns when you hover your mouse over it. Click the drop down and select span all, and you shall find the paragraph spanning across both the columns. Let's split this paragraph into 2. Now let's say I want to split the second paragraph into 2 columns without affecting the rest of the paragraph. So let's select it and move to the same drop down. Only this time select split 2 option, and the selected paragraph shall split into 2. To split it further into 3 columns, select split 3 option from the drop down, and it shall split further. So you see how easily we can split paragraphs into multiple columns or expand a column to span across 2 or more columns with so much ease. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about hyphenation settings in InDesign, so let's get started. To get to the hyphenation option, select the text and go to the burger menu on the top right corner of the toolbar above and select hyphenation. In the pop-up menu, if you uncheck this box, the hyphenation option will be completely turned off, so let's turn it back on. Now you'll find 3 options here. The first one is to turn the hyphenate capitalized words off or on. By default, it is on, so I want you to focus on this name that I've typed in. It's a name, and it's been hyphenated because of its location on this line, so the moment you uncheck the box, you'll find the name jumping to the following line. The next one is hyphenate last word, so it applies to the last word in the column. Now, I want you to focus on this nonsensical last word of the column. The moment I uncheck the hyphenate last word option, it moves to the next line. Goodbye, hyphenation. Now let's move on to the last option here. And for that, I want you to focus on this word that is half on this column and the rest has jumped to the next column. So let's uncheck hyphenate across column option and it moves to the next column. So using these settings, you can really make your paragraphs or columns look nicer by getting rid of the ugly hyphens. You can also completely turn the hyphenation off from the paragraph control settings, and you shall find the option sitting here. Just uncheck the box and hyphenation will be turned off. Check the box again and hyphenation returns. For the next one, let me type in the word automatic here. You can see that it's been hyphenated, so let's select it and go to Edit and then Spelling and select User Dictionary. Since we've selected the word, you can find it here. So just click the hyphenate option on the right. Now you'll find the word divided into 4 parts by 2 tilde symbol between each part. Now suppose we don't want the matic part of the word automatic to be divided. So all I need to do is remove both the tilde symbols in between mat and ick, and then click the add button. And you can find that it instantly reflects in the text as well. Now there are 2 options for this word to be divided. Either the or part will be on one line and the rest on the second, or auto will be on one and matic will be on second. In a situation where InDesign will be forced to divide this word to hyphenate it, we can always prioritize the division. And to do that, let's remove one tilde symbol between or and to. So now the division will be prioritized in this part, throwing the rest to the next line. In case you just left the word automatic to such an extent that you don't want it hyphenated, come what may. So remove all the tilde symbols between the word and add it before the word. And then click the Add option, and instantly you'll find hyphenation being removed from the word in the text. Let's hit Done to come out of this panel. Now focus on these words matchbox, which are divided into two lines. Say I never want these two words to appear on separate lines whenever they appear in the text. So I'm going to select the words and go to Window, and then Type and Tables, and select Character. From the pop-up menu, click the burger menu on top right and select the No Break option, and the words will appear on one line. Lastly, to turn the hyphenation off by default, let's close this document. Now from the Welcome screen, go to Window and then Workspace, and let's select Digital Publishing, and you'll arrive at this screen. So with the Type tool selected, ensure that you are on the Paragraph Control Settings toolbar, and you shall find the hyphenate option sitting there. Just uncheck it and it shall be turned off by default. To verify it, let's go to File and then New and select Document and just hit Create. And you shall find the hyphenate option is turned off. Alright guys, that is all for this session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about using justification with our paragraph in InDesign, so let's get started. For justification, if you place your cursor to one of the paragraphs and then go to the paragraph formatting controls and click the justification button, it will apply justification to only that paragraph. So to apply justification to the entire text box, select the entire text and then hit the justification button. Since justification pushes and pulls letters or words by adjusting spaces in between, you will find certain lines with some ugly spaces. So although from both sides the paragraphs look neat, but the gaps within make them look weird. InDesign does offer options to control these spaces to some extent, and for that you'll need to select the text and then go to the burger menu on the top right corner of the toolbar above and select justification. Now from the pop-up menu, try to adjust the letter spacing. So if I enter -2 for minimum, you'll find the text adjusting itself. Let's now add 3% for maximum and see the result. You will find some sort of movement in the text. Let's do a -5 in the minimum letter spacing, and you'll find a lot of spaces in between have gone. But at the same time, you'll find some of the lines with very tight spaces. So basically, you'll have to strike a balance here and decide how much of weird spaces or tight spaces in your lines you're happy with. And I'm sure the letter spacing option will make your paragraphs look a lot better than the normal justification settings. Another thing to keep in mind is to set the Composer setting to Adobe Paragraph Composer, as it adjusts letter spacing and word spacing to achieve the best look for the paragraph as a whole. There is another setting that shows you visually the degree of violation your justification settings have led your paragraphs to, and for that you need to go to Preferences and then Composition. In here you'll find H and J violations, which means hyphenation and justification violations. If you check the box and hit OK, you'll find some of your text highlighted with various intensity of yellow color. The more intense the color, the bigger is the violation. Although it doesn't affect the text or you as a composer, but it's just a way of InDesign telling you how much of a change your justification settings have brought about. To deactivate this visual setting, go back to Preferences and then Composition, and uncheck the H and J violations box, and the highlighter shall be gone. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about anchoring objects to text in InDesign, so let's get started. I already have some text here, so now I'm going to grab the ellipse frame tool and make a circle as illustrated. Let's center align the circle to this column on the right. Now let's go to File, and then Place, and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Now suppose I want to connect this image to the second paragraph in a way that when I press Return to drop the paragraph down, the image also goes down with it. At this point, you can see when I place my cursor to the second paragraph and press Return a few times, the paragraph moves but not the image. So let's change that. Let's click the small blue square on the top right of the frame and without releasing the mouse, drag it to the second paragraph. And now when I press Return, the image moves with the paragraph. To release the anchor, just right-click on the image and go to Anchored Object and select Release, and it shall be disconnected from the paragraph. Now let's add another element around the image, so grab the Ellipse tool and make an ellipse on top of the image. Now let's select the color to None and stroke to a color of your choice. Let's change the stroke to 10 points. Actually, 10 points is too thick, so let's change it to 5 points. Perfect. Now you see what happens when I click the small blue square on the frame and drop the anchor to the second paragraph. And when I press Return, the image remains intact, but the stroke around it is linked to the paragraph, and that's not what we wanted. So let's go back and now select both the image and the stroke and group them by hitting Command G on a Mac or Control G on a PC so that they become one entity. So now when you move them, they move together. This time when you click the small blue square on the top right of the frame and drop it to the second paragraph, both should be anchored together. Let's hit Return to verify this. And there you go. We've successfully anchored the image along with the stroke around it to the text. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about the wonders of conditional text in InDesign, so let's get started. I have a few sentences typed in here, and you could see that every sentence has the American as well as the UK spelling of the words. Basically, instead of two completely different sets of sentences, I'd like to have just one version, and using the conditional text, I can switch between the two versions. Let's go to Window, and then type in Tables, and select Conditional Text. In the pop-up menu, you can see that at this point, the entire text is set to unconditional. So let's select the American spelling of the word color, and then click the small plus button at the bottom of the conditional text panel. Let's rename it US spelling. And there are other settings you can play with, so you can have it underlined or highlighted. So let's keep it underlined for this one. You can even set the appearance of the chosen method from wavy, solid, or dashed. So let's keep it wavy. And lastly, you can set the color of the indicator from a wide variety of available colors and then hit OK. Since the conditional text is set, let's highlight the word color and click the new conditional text we've just created. And you shall find the blue wavy underline appearing below the word. Similarly, select the word flavor and set it as US spelling. Likewise, do it for the rest of the American spellings in all the sentences. Each time you set a word to the American spelling, a blue underline should appear below it. Now highlight the UK spelling of the word color and click the small plus button at the bottom of the conditional text panel and rename it UK spelling. Let's change the appearance to dashed and hit OK. Now with the word selected, select the UK spelling conditional text. Much like earlier, select all the UK spellings and assign them to the UK spelling conditional text. Now comes the best part. Suppose I want to print the sentences with the UK spelling only, so all I need to do is click the eye icon next to the US spelling to turn the visibility off, and it shall show me the sentences with just the UK spelling. Similarly, if I want the sentences with just the US spellings, I'm going to turn it on and turn the UK spelling off, and job's done. You can even choose to hide the indicators from the drop-down menu should you want to. So it's a very nice feature, particularly when you have two or more variations of the same thing like shoe sizes or spellings or measurements, etc. So do make good use of it. Alright guys, that concludes our session and I'm going to see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about borders and shading in InDesign, so let's get started. We're going to start with inserting a border, and for that, you can just place your cursor anywhere in the paragraph you'd like to add a border to. Now go to the top right corner of the toolbar above and click the burger menu and select Paragraph Borders and Shading option. You'll find two tabs on top, so since we're interested in inserting a border, ensure that you are on that tab. Also check the preview box and then the border box to activate the settings. From the type drop-down, you can select the style of the border you'd like added to your paragraph. I'm going to let it remain to the default setting. Let's update the color of our choice. Let's also increase the offset, because at this point it's too close to our text. You can even select the corner size and shape to style the border. So let's first unlink it, because I don't want to style all four sides. Now focus on the top right corner of the border. First I'm going to choose a style, so let's pick inverse rounded from here. Since the border has come very close to my text, let's increase the offset a notch and then hit OK. So that's how you can play with the settings and add borders and style them as per your requirement. Another thing you can do with this is add it to a paragraph style. So let's select the text within the border and go to Window and then Styles and select Paragraph Styles. Click the small plus button at the bottom of the Paragraph Styles panel to create a new style and then double click and rename it First Paragraph. Also from the Based On drop-down, select No Paragraph Style as we are not basing it on any preset style and hit OK. Now the best part about this is I can apply the same border without even going to the borders and shading option. All I need to do is place the cursor anywhere in the paragraph I'd like this border added and then click the paragraph style we created and voila! The border is added with the same settings. Alright, let's move to another page and we're going to try shading this time. So place the cursor anywhere in the paragraph and head to the same burger menu on the top right corner of the toolbar above and select Paragraph Borders and Shading option. This time, let's move to the Shading tab. Now pick a shading color of choice. If the color is too dark, you can lower the opacity from the tint option. So let's lower it to 50%. Much like earlier, increase the offset a bit so that the shading is not too close to the edge of the text. Let's unlink the corner size and shape as we have room only at the bottom right corner of the shading. Actually, let's move the menu to the left. You see that space? That's where we'll add a shading style. So let's pick one from the drop down here. Perfect. Now to drag the corner inward, let's increase the size of the corner and it shall move inward. And that's how our paragraph looks after styling the corner. So let's hit OK. Now let's move to another page. This time we'll try a different sort of creativity with shading. So let's place our cursor in the first paragraph here and go to the Paragraph Borders and Shading option. Let's switch to Shading tab. Let's pick a different color this time and also lower the opacity to 50%. Also increase the overall offset just a tiny bit. Now what we are planning to do is push the shading towards the left in such a way that it doesn't cover the text at all. So let's unlink the offset settings. Now, instead of increasing the offset, let's decrease the offset of the right side of the shading so as to have it touch the extreme left. Now let's increase the left offset a notch to make the rectangle wider. Now that the rectangle is wide enough, let's push it a little further to the left so that it doesn't touch the text. I think this much is good enough, so hit OK. Now the best part about this is when you add text to the first paragraph and it jumps to the next line, the rectangle will also jump with it to maintain the design. So let me copy the second paragraph and then paste it at the end of the first paragraph. And there you go. The text jumps and so does the stylized rectangle. Now let's try one last creativity with our shading here. Let's move to another page and place the cursor anywhere in the first paragraph. And then go to Paragraph Borders and Shading option. Let's switch to the Shading tab and select a color of choice. Let's reduce the opacity to 70% and then increase the overall offset just a tiny bit. Now unlink the offset option and increase the left offset all the way to the edge of the page and then hit OK. Alternatively, you can increase the right offset as well to touch the spine should you want to. I'm going to let it as it is. To view it in the preview mode, hit W, and that's how the shading style is going to look once printed. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of this session, and I shall see you in the next one momentarily. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn to create an interactive PDF in InDesign, so let's get started. I have this document with just one page with some text that does not make sense, so I'm going to go to my A master. Now here, I'm going to insert two icons, one for the email address link and the other a web link. So let's go to File and then Place and locate the images that I have made on Illustrator and hit Open. Now this is something you've learned in the Gridify lesson earlier. I'm placing two icons, so when I click and drag, all I need to do is hit the right arrow key once, and both my images will be placed here. Now let's right click and go to Fitting and select Fit Content to Frame, and our icons are going to be placed perfectly. Let's click the mail icon first to select it, and then go to Type, and then Hyperlinks and Cross References, and select New Hyperlink, which will open this pop-up. Let's change the link to option to email. In the address, mention the email address. I'm going to just type in gmail.com and hit OK. You'll find this icon enveloped with dashed lines now, which means a hyperlink has been set. Now let's click the Chrome icon to select it and go to Type and then Hyperlinks and Cross References and select New Hyperlink. From the pop-up menu, change the link to option to URL. Add the destination address google.com and hit OK. And this one is also surrounded by dashed lines now. Since we've set this to our A master, even if you go to the document page, you should be able to see it. Hit W and this is how it's going to look. Ideally, I should reduce the size of the icons further down, but I'm not going to bother. To test it, let's go to Window and then Interactive and select Hyperlinks, and a pop-up menu will open. For the email we have set, click the mail icon on the extreme right and you shall find it opening the default mail client. Let's now test the URL by clicking the green button on the extreme right, and it shall open the web page. Let's now export it to an interactive PDF format. So let's go to File and then Export. Let's change the format to Adobe PDF Interactive and rename it Test and hit Save. In the Export option, we don't have to do anything, so just hit Export. The document might warn you about the overset text, so just hit OK, and you shall find it processing the PDF. And once done, it shall open the PDF. Click the email link, and it shall open the email client, much like we tested. Click the Chrome tab, and it shall give you this warning stating that the document is trying to connect to google.com. So let's just hit allow, and it shall open google.com, much like we've said. So congratulations, guys. You've just learned how to create an interactive PDF in InDesign. All right, guys, that brings us to the close of this session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll learn to add interactive page transitions to our document in InDesign, so let's get started. I already have this document open with images of different sports, as it's all nice and colorful, as you can see. So let's move to a different workspace. Let's go to Window and then Workspace and select Interactive for PDF Workspace. You'll find the Page Transitions panel on the right. You can even find it on a different tab when you click the Pages panel. So let's double-click Page 2 thumbnail to select it, because we want a transition from Page 1 to Page 2. And with Page 2 thumbnail selected, go to Page Transitions. And let's pick a transition. So I'm going to pick Push for this one. You should be able to see the animation of the transition playing on the small screen, in which it is coming from top to down, but I want it to go up instead. So let's pick the direction to be up. Let the speed be medium. Once the transition for that page is set, you'll find a small icon next to it. To me, it looks more like a pause button. Anyway, let's double click the third page and then head to Page Transitions. Which one should we pick for this page? Let's select Box, and you could see how it would eventually look in the preview above. I think I'd like to change the direction to Out. So let's pick that, and then move on to Page 4. Pick another transition for our Page 4, and let's change the direction. Once satisfied with the settings, move on to the last page and pick a transition for this one as well. You see this small button at the bottom right corner of the Page Transition panel. So once you set a transition to a page and you want all the other pages to have the same transition, you don't have to manually set transitions for each page. Just click this button and it will copy the transitions to all the pages. But it will be the same transitions, not different ones like we've chosen. Now it's time to export our document. So let's go to File and then Export. Set the location and name as well. So I'm going to rename it Transitions. And in the Format option, ensure that you pick Adobe PDF Interactive and then hit Save. In the export screen, you don't have to do anything, as it's good to go already. So just check the Open in Full Screen Mode option, in which case, once the file is exported, it will straight away open like a slideshow, so hit Export. Give it some time to process your document, and then it gives you this message stating that the document is trying to open in full screen mode because we said it so. So just hit yes and sit back and enjoy. You can use the mouse click or arrow key to move to the next slide, and the animation that we set will be played perfectly. All right, guys, that concludes our session, and it's time for a short break. So I'm going to see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about a very cool feature called Publish Online in InDesign. So let's get started. I'm using the same document we used in the last lesson. It's just that I've added these labels to just the first page of the document. Now we're going to animate it. So let's switch to a different workspace. And for that, let's go to Window and then Workspace and select Digital Publishing. Let's click the bottom left label to select it, and you see this retracted animation panel on top. Click it and it shall reveal itself. The reason it is showing group as the name is because the selected item is grouped, so is the rectangular background plus the text that is grouped. If you click the preset drop-down, you'll find a wide variety of animation that can be applied to the selected element. So let's pick fly in from left, and then you can always set the duration, the play time, if you want it on a loop, in which case it will keep on flying in, and the speed as well. So I'm going to keep these settings intact because they're good enough. So let's hit this small button at the bottom left corner, which will populate the EPUB interactivity preview screen. Let me drag to enlarge the preview screen. And when you click the play button, it will play the animation. Great. Now let's minimize the preview screen and animate the other two labels as well. I'm going to select the one on top, and for this one as well, it shows group as its name for the same reason. So let's pick the animation for this one, and I think I'll pick fly in from right. You can always change the event when you want this label to appear. So whether you want it on page load or page click or on click or just the rollover of the cursor, it entirely depends upon you. I'll let it stay on page load. However, I'll change the duration to 1.25 seconds and then click the last label to animate the poor soul. Let's select fly in from right for this one as well and increase the duration to 1.5 seconds so that all my labels appear progressively. And now let's hit the preview button. You'll have to click the start button for it to play. And the animation plays perfectly as expected. So there are two ways you can publish it online. Either you click this button, which is more like a share button, and you'll find the publish online option sitting there. Or you can go to File and select Publish Online from there, which will bring this menu onto your screen. If you click the Advanced button, there are these settings you can play with should you want to. So let's change the resolution to 144 ppi and get back to General. Give your file a different title should you want to. Actually, let's rename it Publish Online. You can check the Allow Viewers to download the document box if you want to allow it. I'm going to let it stay unchecked and hit Publish. Now give it a few seconds to publish it online, and once it's published, Adobe will generate a URL that you can copy and share with your colleagues or clients or whoever you deem fit. You also have the option of sharing it on Facebook or Twitter or even using your email. But since we're not doing any of that, let's just hit View Document and give it a few seconds to load it on a web browser. And there you go, the animated page is ready. So guys, that's Publish Online in InDesign. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be discussing how to insert a video into a document in InDesign, so let's get started. For this one, we'll need the media panel that you can find here. If you don't find it here, go to Window and then Interactive, and you shall find media sitting there. Let's click the media panel to populate it on the screen. Now, there are two ways we can insert a video into the document. The first one is to insert a video from the local drive, and the second one is to insert a link from a site like YouTube or Vimeo, etc. Let's first demonstrate how to insert the video stored on your hard drive. So for that, click the button at the bottom right corner of the media panel that says Place a video or audio file when you hover your cursor over it. Now locate the video on the computer and hit Open. You'll find your cursor getting loaded with the video, so click and drag to restrict the video within the document margins. You'll find that the video needs to be resized as per the frame, so right-click the video and go to Fitting and select Fit Content to Frame option. Check the Play on Page Load option from the media panel so that when the page loads, the video plays. You can check the preview by clicking the small icon at the bottom left corner of the media panel, which is basically the EPUB interactivity preview panel. So the moment you hit the play button, you'll find your video playing. Now let's move to page 2 to demonstrate how you can add a YouTube link to your document. Let's go to a video of YouTube and click the share button, which will reveal this pop-up. Here you need to click the embed option. You'll find it showing the width and height of the video as well, so just hit copy and get back to your document. Once back to InDesign, hit Command V on a Mac or Control V on a PC to paste the link, and wait for a few seconds to populate the video, and then center align it. Ignore the notification on the video that says your browser can't play this video. Just go to the EPUB interactivity preview panel and hit the play button, and your video shall start playing. Now you see what happens when I try to adjust the dimensions of the video on my document. Let's now go to EPUB interactivity preview, and you shall find the video is not aligned properly. To fix this, you need to edit the HTML. So first of all, let's change the unit of measurement to pixels because picas is confusing. So let's go to preferences and then units and increments. Update the ruler units to pixels for both vertical and horizontal rulers. And now we know the current dimensions of our video are 645.68 pixels by 379.61 pixels. So right-click the video and go to Edit HTML option. On the pop-up screen, update the width and height of the video to the dimensions showing on the toolbar above, which is 645.68 pixels for width and 379.61 pixels for height, and hit OK. Now when you go to the EPUB interactivity preview option, you'll find the video aligned perfectly, much like our document. So those are the two ways you can add a video or even an audio to your document. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of the session, and it's time for a short break, so I'll see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be discussing interactive buttons in InDesign, so let's get started. As you can see, the favorite character of many of us is on the screen, and there is a button right below him that reads "Click Me." You can also find a speech cloud which is empty at the moment, so let's first fill that with some text. I'm going to grab the type tool and type in, "My name is Mario," and change the font to Bungie. And increase the font size to 30 points. Let's place our text at the center of the speech cloud, and then group both the elements by hitting Command G on a Mac or Control G on a PC. Now with our grouped elements still selected, let's go to the animation panel. Here we can update the name of the group to Mario. Click the preset and set the animation to fly in from top. Now let's head to the button. Click it to select it, and then go to the Buttons and Forms panel. From the Type drop-down, select Button as your type. Let's rename our button Click Me. An event should be on click, so that when the button is clicked, the speech cloud should come flying from the top of the screen. Now click the plus button to set the action and select Animation. You'll find it populating the animation that we've already set. Now click the preview button at the bottom left corner of the panel. It is animating even without clicking the button, so let's fix that. Select the speech cloud and head to the animation panel. And here you can see that in the event option, there are two options selected: on page load and on button event. So let's uncheck the on page load option. Now let's go back to check the preview and hit play. You'll find that the speech cloud is not loading on page load. Now when you click the button, the speech cloud should appear from above, much like we've said. So guys, that's interactive button in InDesign. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about multi-state object in InDesign, so let's get started. You'll find that I have this document with half text and half empty space. It's because in the empty space, I'm going to insert images on top of each other, so let's place those images. Let's go to File, and then Place, and locate the images on the computer, and hit Open. Once my cursor is loaded, I'm going to click and drag to restrict my images within the margins. Once all the images are placed, go to Object States. If you can't find this option, go to Window and then Interactive and select Object States from there. Let's click the Object States panel to populate it, and then click the small plus button at the bottom of the Object States panel. You'll find the objects, which in our case are the images, populating already. Let's rename our object name to Bikes. Now we need a button to trigger the slides, and for that I've already got this button downloaded, so let's place it at the bottom. With the button selected, let's open the Buttons and Forms panel. From the Type drop-down, let's select Button. Let's also rename our button Click Me. And the event should be on click. Click the plus button to add the action that you want to associate with the click of the button. So let's click Go to Next State, because that's exactly what we want the button to do. So the moment we click it, it should bring the next image, and then the next, and so on. If you want the image shuffle to stop at last state or last image, check the box that says Stop at Last State. But since we don't want it to stop at the last image, we're going to let it remain unchecked so that it runs on a loop. Which means once the shuffle reaches the last image, clicking the button should take us to the first image. After you've set the button, let's click the play button at the bottom left corner of the Buttons and Forms panel to preview it on EPUB Interactivity Preview. Clicking the button should take you to the next object or image, and once you reach the last one, it should bring the first one, and the loop continues. So guys, that's multi-state object in InDesign. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of this session, and I should see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be learning to create a resume in InDesign, so let's get started. I'm creating a letter-sized document, which is the apt size for a resume, and let me change the units to inches. The margins are already set to 0.25 inch, which is perfect, and let's add a bleed of 3 millimeters and hit Create. First of all, let's drag the ruler and reset it at the top left bleed, and then drop a guide at 0.75 inch. Similarly, drag the ruler and reset it at the top right bleed and drop another guide at 0.75 inch from the right. Now I want to divide the space between the guides into 3 columns. So the way I'm going to do it is to pick the rectangle tool and make a rectangle stretching from the guide on the left to the guide on the right. And without releasing the mouse, hit the right arrow twice to split the rectangle into 3. Now let's add a black fill to the stroke. To add a guide between the 2 rectangles, let's first group them so that we easily get the center point. Let's select the left and center rectangles and right-click and select Group. Now that we have the center point established, let's drop a guide at it. Let's now right-click and ungroup them. Next, let's select the rectangle on the right and the center one, and then right-click and group them. Drop a guide at the center point that you've just established, and then delete all 3 rectangles as we don't need them anymore. Let's grab the rectangle tool once again, and make a rectangle in the first column touching the guides, and then place a guide at the center of this column with the help of the center handle of the rectangle. Let's double-click the fill and change the color to orange. So let me pick this tone and hit OK. Since I don't want the rectangle to have sharp edges, let's round the corners from the toolbar above. Let me zoom in. And let's reduce the size of the rectangle from the sides, as we would want some padding on both sides, else it will look too tight between the columns. Let's pick the ellipse frame tool, and holding Option and Shift on a Mac or Alt and Shift on a PC, click at the center guide a little above the rectangle and drag to make a circular frame. Let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Let's pick the Type tool and make a text box for the name and type in any name of your choice. I'm going to type in James Brown. Let's change the font to Humanist, bold, and then center align it. Let's also increase the font size to 14 points. Now let's add the profession of this chap, and it's always better to just copy this text rather than creating a new text box altogether. So let's hold Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and click and drag the text box down. Now type in chemical engineer as his profession. Let's change the font color to white, and lastly update the font size to 8 points. Also push it down a bit, and let's hit W for a preview. Before moving further, let's add a light background, as the boxes I'll be creating will have white backgrounds, so it's going to complement well. So let's hit the small plus button at the bottom of the layers panel to create a new layer. Now drag the new layer down and rename it background. Grab the rectangle tool and make a large rectangle covering the entire artboard, including the bleed. Now double click the fill option and pick a light color and hit OK. Let's check the preview. I think the background is complementing the orange color pretty well, so let's proceed with the rest of the text. Let's grab the Type tool and make a text box right below the orange rectangle and type in My Contact Details. Select the text and using the eyedropper tool, steal the orange color from the rectangle. Also change the font to Humanist Bold. I think we should up the size of the text a bit, so let's increase it to 12 points. Now copy this text box down and then drag to enlarge the text box. Here I'm going to enter details like home phone number, mobile number, email address, LinkedIn address, and the physical address. You are at liberty to add other social media addresses as well. Once you've typed in all your contact details, select the entire text and reduce the font size to 10 points. Now select just the headings and change the font style to bold for all of them. I think I need to shorten the orange rectangle a bit. Now it's okay. Let's check the preview. And I think so far so good. Now let's grab the Type tool and make a text box on the pasteboard, and then right click and fill it with placeholder text. We'll be borrowing text from here for the rest of the content. Now it's time to add some of our content to paragraph styles, since we'll be using them at multiple places. So let's select the orange heading and go to Window and then Styles and select Paragraph Styles. Now click the small plus button at the bottom of the Paragraph Styles panel to create a new style and rename it Heading Orange and hit OK. Next, drag a guide from the ruler above and drop it at the top of the orange rectangle. Now let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle in the center column, touching the guides on either sides of the column. And then drop a guide at the center of this rectangle. And since we've established the center of the column, let's delete the rectangle. And then holding Shift, click and drag the orange rectangle to this column, and it will be copied here. Let's change the color of this rectangle to white. Similarly, make a copy of the orange heading and place it here. Now change the heading to Personal Profile. At this point, we need another paragraph style for body text. So let's select the text on the left and click the small plus button at the bottom of the Paragraph Styles panel and double click and rename it Body Text and hit OK. Now let's grab the type tool and make a text box covering the rest of this white rectangle, leaving some padding space on all sides. Now copy some text from the text box we placed on the pasteboard earlier and then paste it here. With the text still selected, click the body text paragraph style and then make necessary paragraphing so that it looks presentable. Let's do some final adjustments to the text inside the white box. And once satisfied with the layout, hold Option and Shift on a Mac or Alt and Shift on a PC and copy this entire piece down. Next, drag the text box to make room for some more text. Update the heading to Educational Training. Then make another copy of the body text and place it below. Now select the text above and change its name to University of whatever. Change the font style to bold and then select this text and make another paragraph style and rename it Heading Black. Now make another copy of this heading and place it right below. Select the text and rename it Master in Chemical Engineering. Update the font style to italics. With the text still selected, create another paragraph style and rename it Heading Italics. Now move the text box closer to this heading and then select the text and go to the burger menu at the top right corner of the toolbar above and select Bullets and Numbering. From the list type option, select Bullets and update the tab position to 0.2 inch and hit OK. Let's remove the space between the two bulleted sentences and ensure that your cursor is placed anywhere on the last line of the first bulleted sentence, and go to Paragraph Formatting Controls and increase the space after to 0.125 inch. Let's also change the last bit of the first bulleted sentence to a year, like found in most of the complete degrees or diplomas. Now select these text boxes and holding Option and Shift on a Mac or Alt and Shift on a PC, drag them down to copy them. Now change the name of the university to whatever college. Also update the degree to Bachelor in Chemical Engineering. Lastly, update the year to 1995. Let's now move on to the last column and copy this entire piece and paste it here. Let's pick the rectangle tool and make a rectangle here, stretching from the guide on the left to the guide on the right to establish the center of this column, and then place a guide at the center, and then delete the rectangle. Now center align the whole box based on the guide we've just placed. Let's change the orange heading to Career Summary. Let's also change the black heading to Whatever Company. And the italics heading to Lead Engineer. Let's move on to the second company and rename it Unknown Company. And then the position to Assistant Engineer. Let's now make a copy of the personal profile box and paste it in the empty space here. Let's add another guide at the bottom of the two boxes to ensure their bottoms are aligned. Now change the orange heading to Professional Skills. Let's push this text box down and copy the black heading from the column on the left and paste it here. Align it and rename it Whatever Skills. Now push the text box up and delete the excess text. Now let's pick the line tool and make a line at the bottom and add black as the stroke color. Actually, let's change it to orange. So with the line still selected, pick the eyedropper tool and steal the orange color from the first rectangle we made. As you can see on the left, the orange is picked as the fill color and not the stroke color. So just press X and it will switch to the stroke color. Let's copy the orange heading and paste it here and rename it References. Similarly, copy a black heading and paste it here and rename it Mr. Jimmy Reese. Now place a guide at the left edge of the white rectangle on top. We're doing this to align the reference name to the rectangle above. Similarly, place a guide at the bottom of the headings at the bottom and align their bottoms if not aligned already. Now make another copy of the black heading and place it at the same line in the third column. Place a guide at the left edge of the white rectangle, much like we did earlier, and then align the name to this guide. Update the name to Mr. Tony Jacob. I just noticed that the professional skills box doesn't have the bullets. I think because we copied this box from the personal profile section and that did not have any bullets. So no worries. Let's select the text and go to the burger menu at the top right corner of the toolbar above and select bullets and numbering option. Change the list type to bullets and update the tab position to 0.2 inch and hit OK. Remove the line space between the two bulleted sentences and place the cursor anywhere on the last line of the first bulleted sentence. From the paragraph formatting controls option, go to the space after tab and increase the space to 0.125 inch. Lastly, grab the type tool and make a text box below the first reference name. Type in the position of the reference and then name of the company. Actually, let's push all of this a little above so that we have some space for another line here. Now let's add the cell phone number of Mr. Jimmy Reese. And select the text and click the body text paragraph style. Now select just the cell number and reduce the font size to 9 points. Now copy this text box and paste it to the right column for Mr. Tony Jacob. Perhaps we can change the position of Mr. Tony to project head in the unknown company. Let the phone number stay intact, who cares? And now is the right time to check the preview. Congratulations guys, you've just learned how to create a CV in InDesign. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of the session and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In today's tutorial, we're going to learn how to make a book layout in Adobe InDesign, so let's get started. I'm going to click on Create New here to make a new document. Now, I'm going to explain every setting here as you need to know their functionality, particularly when you're creating a book layout. So, first of all, let's change the units to inches. You have other options as well to choose from, but when it comes to book design, the two most common units used are inches and millimeters. Now at this point the orientation is set to landscape, but then it all depends upon the dimensions I set here. So for example, my book is going to be 6 inches wide and 9 inches tall, and the moment I set it, you will find that the orientation automatically changes to portrait because the height is more than the width. So obviously it has to be portrait. Facing pages refers to whether or not you'd like your document to be presented as a 2-page spread. For this tutorial we'll do so. However, this option can also be changed after you've created your document. In the pages section, we are at liberty to enter the number of pages here, but usually while composing a book, we're not aware of the number of pages. So for now, let's keep it 2 pages. We can very easily add more pages later in the document. We'll use primary text frames to help make our text flow from page to page. So make sure this is toggled on. If you forget to do it while creating your document, you can always add this later as well. Start number is particularly used when you divide your book into multiple chapters. So for example, your book has a lot of images and text, and to avoid having a big sized document, You'd rather divide your book into sets of 3 chapters or 4 chapters so that the document size does not really make your computer processing slow. And when you're doing that, you know from which page your next chapter in the next document should start. And that page number would come here. And when you add automatic insertion of page numbers in your new document, it will then not start from page 1, but the page number you assign here. Alright, so column gutter is the space between 2 columns in the document, and I'd like my document to have 2 columns, so let's change it to 2 here. Margins are the borders or the space around your page, because your text will never start from the edge of the page, because it would look ugly, so there has to be some margin specified by you beforehand. At the moment the margins are linked, so when you change one, all 4 will follow. But if you want to update the margin of any one here, or even more than one, click on the link icon to unlink it. And now you can set individual margins of all 4 sides. And this goes for bleed and slug as well. Now bleed, as ominous as it sounds, refers to the area of your work that will be trimmed off. For example, let's say you have a layout where you want a full page image with no visible margin. You'll need to extend the work into the bleed area, so when the work is trimmed, things will look as intended. We'll use bleed in the document at a later stage, so let's keep it 0 for now. The slug area is just one of these optional page marks. Essentially, the area is located outside of the normal printing boundaries, and it contains information about the printing job. So when a document goes to the printing press, there are a few technical marks printed outside of the document area, and these are important for high quality printing. We don't really need any slug for this document, so let it stay 0 and hit create. So our document has 2 columns like we've set, and let me show you from where you can make changes to your document. So let's go to File and then Document Setup. Here you'll find the settings that were there in the Create a New Document panel. So after your document is created, if you want to make changes to the document layout, this is the place you need to come to. On the right, you'll find the Pages panel. If you don't see it there, you can always go to Window and then Pages. The shortcut to show it is Command F12 on a Mac or Control F12 on a PC. This is a very important panel when you are creating your book layout, particularly, as a lot of work will happen here. At the very top of the Pages panel, we have our master pages. You will likely see None and A Master, the defaults. So what are master pages and why are they so useful? Think of it as your book format template. So master page or pages won't print. Instead, InDesign will use the master pages as a set of rules to apply to your active pages. You don't necessarily have to use master pages. By default, all your pages have a master applied to them. But if you don't want one to apply to a particular page, you can always choose None. Let's start out by editing a master. So double click on a master to start editing it. If you want to double check if you're inside the a master and not one of your active pages, you can check the bottom of the screen. This drop down tells you which page you're currently viewing. Using the current selection tool, when you click on the master pages, you'll find they already have the primary text frame applied, because we checked the primary text frame box when we created the document, remember? The primary text frame option in InDesign automatically creates one text frame on each page, sized to match the margins. You can always drag in to shorten the text frame should you want it. Now let's add page numbers to our document. Adding page numbers is not like we add page numbers on MS Word. It's slightly different, but very simple. Let's grab the text tool and make a text box in here, and then go to Type, and then Insert Special Character, and then Markers, and then Current Page Number. The moment you do that, you'll find the letter A assigned to it. And if your master has 2 pages, you'll have to make the text box and assign page numbers on both pages. So at this point, let me also tell you that you'll not always need 2 pages in the master, but for bookmaking, mostly 2 pages are used for more refined setting. So let's make another text box on the right page of the A master, and then go to Type, and then Insert Special Character, and then Markers, and then Current Page Number. Now let's go to our document page, and you shall find the page numbers populating there. So when we add another page using the Create New Page button, our 3rd page will be added along with the page number. Actually, let's right align the page number in the master. The toolbar above is not appearing, so let's go to Window and then Workspace and click on Essential Classic, and now you'll find a new toolbar above. So with the cursor still in the page number section, just click on the right alignment here and your page number will be right aligned. Let's go to the document to check the alignment of our pages. Perfect. Let me increase the margin we have set so you can learn how to realign the primary text frame to the new margins. So let's go to File and then Document Setup and increase the margin to 0.5 inch and hit OK. Now click on the primary text frame and using the corners, resize the frame as per the margins for both the pages. And let's also bring the page number text boxes a little closer to the margins. Now let's go to the document to find the changes reflecting on every page. At this point, let's add another master. So to do that, let's right click on our A master here and go to New Master. By default, it becomes the B master. And let's base it on A master for now. By basing it on A master, all the settings of A master shall be copied to the B master, something we can further customize. So let's hit OK. Now you can see the 2 B master pages have the letter A sitting on them, signifying that A master settings have been applied to them. Let's change the B master a little. We don't want any text on the first page here, so let's click to select the primary text frame on page 1 of B master and hit delete. And let's go to the second B master page and let's say that I want my text frame to be shorter here. So let's drag the frame to make it shorter. I've made it shorter because I want to add a heading to this. So let's grab the text tool and make a text box. And type in chapter 1. I'm going to change the font to Times New Roman and size to 24 points. And also center align my heading. Let me remind you that we're making these changes to the B master and not to the document pages yet. So now we need text to be added to our document. So let me take you to a site, lipsum.com. So it is lipsum.com. Here you can generate text, and you can also specify the number of paragraphs or words or bytes or lists you want, and it will generate it for you. So let's say we want 200 paragraphs and click on Generate Lorem Ipsum. And you'll find 200 paragraphs generated in a flash. So select them using the mouse and hit Command C on a Mac or Control C on a PC to copy the text. And then get back to InDesign. And this time we're not going to paste the text to the masters. We'll come to the first page, grab the text tool, and click once on the top of our text column, and then right click and select Paste. And you'll find how InDesign generates the pages automatically for us. And the text is smoothly flowing because of the primary text frame. And like I mentioned earlier, by default, all of the pages have A master applied to them. So let's say our chapter 1 starts from page 1 here. So what we can do is we can go to the thumbnail of page 1 and right click and then select Apply Master to Pages. And from the pop-up we can choose which master to apply to the pages. Or we can simply click on the B master, hold and drag it to the thumbnail of page 1. And voila! BMaster is applied to the first page along with the settings of the BMaster. So you see, it's that simple. Let's click the thumbnail of page 15 and then add a BMaster here as well, because we want chapter 2 to start from page 15. So double click on page 15 to show it on screen, and you'll find that the heading shows chapter 1 here. It's because whatever was there in BMaster, it just copied here. But the problem is that we want to change it to chapter 2 and not chapter 1. And when you click on it to make the changes, it just wouldn't select the text because it has been copied from the master. So to override the master settings, we need to hold Shift and Command on a Mac or Shift and Control on a PC and then click on it and it will get selected. And then you can make the necessary changes. So let's change it to chapter 2. Now let's say we want an image to be added to one of the pages. So let's add an image to page 24 here. I'm going to grab the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle on top of the text here from margin to margin, since the image is towards the inside of the page. Now let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer. Now you see the image has been perfectly placed here, but there is text behind the image, so we need to fix that. So let's go to Window and then Text Wrap. Now here you have a few options to choose from depending upon the requirement. At this point, when I hover my cursor to this icon here, it says no text wrap, and that's the current setting. The option on the right says wrap around bounding box. So let's click on that, and now the text has jumped the image. And as you move your image along with the bounding box, which is the frame here, the text wraps itself. Here you can try other text wrapping options as well, and if you look closely to the icons, they are self-explanatory and you should be able to understand the situations where you'll need to use them just by looking at them. Also, you have the padding option for extra spaces from the bounding box. And much like I demonstrated earlier with the margins, this one also has the link option that you can click to unlink. And just choose one side or more individually to update the padding. We can even increase the bounding box to cover both the columns. So you see, when I expanded the bounding box, the image stayed in its previous size. So to make it behave, we need to right click on the frame and go to Fitting and then hit Fit Content to Frame. The content here is our image and the frame is the bounding box. Actually, this is the perfect time to introduce bleed. So let's go to File and then Document Setup and set the bleed to 0.125 and hit OK. And you shall see a red border all around. So if you have images printed and extended to the edges of the pages, it's always best to have the images stretched to the bleed so that when the printer chops off the edges, it gives you a clean print without any untidy white lines around the corners. So let's move our image to the bleed and stretch it all the way to the center of the page. Next, I'm going to talk about the paragraph styles. Paragraph styles are nothing but templates of settings that can be applied to the text of your choice. So the best way to do it is to first apply the settings to your text and then style them. For example, we have this chapter 2 text, which is our heading. So let's select it and let's go to Window and then Styles and Paragraph Styles. In the pop-up, click the small plus button to create a new style and rename it Heading. Now double click on the small area left to the word heading to open the settings panel. We already know that our heading had Times New Roman as the font and the font size was set to 24 points. However, we can always top it up with other settings from here. So let's go to Basic Character Formats tab and change the font to Futura. Let's also check the underline box and hit OK. And you'll find the settings being applied to our heading. Now this heading paragraph style has become more like a template that we can apply to any text we want. All we need to do is select the text and then click on the heading paragraph style and mission accomplished. Similarly, let's select the text of our document and make another paragraph style and double click on the style and rename it text. Here I'm going to change the font to Arial and hit OK. And you'll see that the highlighted text changed to Arial. To select the entire text, hit Command A on a Mac or Control A on a PC to select all, and then just click the text paragraph style once and the style shall be applied instantly. Similarly, let's select Chapter 1 heading and click on the heading paragraph style, and there you go, the style has changed to the paragraph style settings. Now let me show you how the book option works with InDesign. So a lot of times if your content is too heavy and loaded with images and your book has too many pages, it is always best practice to divide your book into chapters and then combine them to make a book. So for example, let's go to File and then New and then Document. Here I'm going to choose inches as the units and hit Create because the rest of the settings are pretty much the same as our existing document. Now close this document and save it with the name Chapter 3 to 4 and hit Save. Let's also close our existing document and locate it on your computer and change its name to Chapter 1 to 2 and then create another document much like earlier and hit Create and close it and save it with the name Chapter 5 to 6. So now we have divided our book into 3 individual pieces or documents. Now I'm going to go to File and then New, and this time I'm going to select Book. And in the pop-up, I'm going to save my book as the Odyssey. Suppose that's the name of my book, and then hit Save. And it brings me to this screen. You see this small panel with the title of our book, and there is a small plus button at the bottom of the panel. Just click on it, and then in the pop-up, click to select all 3 different documents or pieces of the book. You'll have to hold Command on a Mac or Control on a PC to make the selection here, and then hit Open. And there you go. This is our book open with 3 different documents that are basically different chapters of our book. So I can easily click on each document and make changes as per the requirement, and it will all be saved within the book. Doing this will not only solve my problem of a slow computer, but I will also be able to manage my documents with much ease. When you go to the location where you've saved the documents, you'll find that the book is saved with the INDB extension, whereas our documents are saved with INDD extension. That's how you can differentiate between them. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of this session, and it's time for a short break, so I'll see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a book cover in InDesign, so let's get started. Before we proceed creating a new document, let's just understand how we're going to plan this. We're going to make 3 pages so that 2 folds that you see here will have the A master applied to them, and the folds are going to be 3.5 inches wide. And since it's a 9 by 6 inches book, the height of the fold by default is going to be 9 inches. On the extreme left is the back cover fold, and then the back cover, which is 6 inches wide and 9 inches tall, and we'll need to apply B master to it. In fact, the back cover, the front cover, and the spine will be accommodated in one page. Hence, we divide them using the guides. So far, we know the measurement of every aspect of our book except the spine. So let's do that calculation before creating the document. Let's go to gutenberg.com.mt, and you will find the spine width calculator there. You can easily calculate the width of your spine using necessary details. So let's say the thickness of the paper used is 100 GSM. GSM means grams per square meter. Let's say we're planning to use uncoated paper. So let's pick that option from here. Let's also assume that there are 350 pages in our book, and it's a hardback or hardcover book. So now let's just hit calculate, and it's going to give us the width of the spine. and it comes to 28 millimeters. So write this down somewhere. Now let's head back to InDesign to create the document. First of all, let's change the units to inches and then enter the width of 12 inches. As we know, the width of each side of the cover page is 6 inches. That makes it 12 inches, and then add the plus sign and enter 28 millimeters for the spine. And InDesign will do the calculation and show you the result in inches. Let's update the height to 9 inches. Let's uncheck the facing pages option as we won't need it. Let's update the pages to 3 as we'll use 2 pages for 2 folds on either side of the book. And don't worry about their dimensions, we'll update them soon enough. Let's lower the margins to 0.25 inch and add a bleed of 3 millimeters and hit create. Now you can see that we have a master applied to all 3 pages, and all of the pages are of the same size, which we're going to change as per our planning that we discussed in the beginning of the video. So take your cursor to the master zone and right-click and select New Master. In the pop-up window, you'll find that the letter B has already been assigned to our new master. So let's just hit OK. Now we know that as per our planning, page 2, which had the front cover, the back cover, and the spine, had B master applied to it. So let's just click the B master and drag it to page 2 to apply B master to it. Now select the A master and then click the page tool on the toolbar. From the option on top, change the width to 3.5 inches and let the height stay intact. And instantly you'll find the new dimensions getting updated on the A master, as well as the 2 pages the A master is applied on. Now all we need to do is plug them together as one spread. So if you try to drag page 2 next to page 1, you'll find it refuses to move. That's because we need to make a tiny change to the settings. Click the burger menu on the top right of the Pages panel and uncheck the Allow Document Pages to Shuffle option. And now when you try to move page 2 next to page 1, it will happily place itself there. Similarly, place page 3 next to page 2 and your spread is ready. Double-click on page 2 and this is what the spread looks like. On either side of the main page are the 2 folds of the book cover, and the center page has both the covers and the spine. Now to establish the center point of the main page, let's grab a rectangle tool and make a rectangle extending from left to right as illustrated. And then drag a guide from the ruler on the left and drop it at the center of the rectangle. Now you may delete the rectangle. Since we calculated our spine in millimeters and not inches, let's right-click the ruler on top and change the units to millimeters. Let's change the unit to millimeters of the ruler on the left as well. Let's drag the ruler from the corner and drop it at the guide to reset it there. Now, the spine of the book we calculated was 28 millimeters, which means we'll need to count 14 millimeters on either side of this guide at the center, and then drop the guides there as well. Let me zoom out, and that's the spine of the book. Let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle covering the spine, including the bleed space. Let's change its color to black. Let's change the unit of both the rulers back to inches. Let's pick the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle covering the entire front page. Now let's go to File and then Place, and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Now, holding Shift and Option on a Mac or Shift and Alt on a PC, click the spine and drag it to the front fold of the book on the right to copy it. Now extend it to cover the entire fold, including the bleed. Similarly, drag this panel to the back cover fold, holding Shift and Option on a Mac or Shift and Alt on a PC to copy it. The same way, copy this panel to the back cover and then drag it to occupy the entire back cover. With the back cover still selected, lower the opacity to about 71%. Now holding Shift, select both the folds and lower their opacity to 83%. Let's check the preview. I think it's looking good enough. Let's start working from the fold on the left. Grab the ellipse frame tool and make a circle on top of the fold. Now go to File and then place, and locate the image on the computer, and then hit open. Let's grab the type tool and make a text box covering the rest of the fold, and then right-click and fill with placeholder text. Select the text and change its color to white, and also change the font to Times New Roman. Let's do a little bit of paragraphing of our text. So this is where we write a little bit of history of the writer. Let's write the name of the writer on top as well. So let me write by James Bernard. Let's also change the font style to bold and font size to 14 points. Now with the body text selected, let's go to Window and then Styles and select Paragraph Styles. Once the panel is up, create a new paragraph style and name it body text. Next, select the name of the writer and create another paragraph style and rename it subheading. Next, let's grab the type tool and create a text box on the top of the back page. Now type in praise for the book title. This is where we add the testimonials from different scholars or celebrities about the book to add on to the credibility of the book. Now change the font to Times Bold. Also change the font size to 24 points. And finally change the font color to white. Now select the rectangle on the back cover and place a guide at the center of this rectangle. Center align the heading to this guide. Also add two guides on either side of the text box of the heading to ensure we don't go beyond this region when we add text under it. Now grab the type tool once again and make a large text box right under the heading, and then right click and fill it with placeholder text. With the text selected, select the body text paragraph style to apply the style to this text. Now do a little bit of paragraphing and also add different names to make it feel that these people have spoken in favor of this book. Once we are done with the text, we need to ensure that a little bit of space is left at the bottom of this page so that we could add the ISBN code like you would find in most of the books. Let's grab the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle as illustrated. Now go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Let's check the preview of our design so far. I guess it's looking pretty good so far. Let's copy the heading from the back cover and paste it here. Let's change the text to Outdoor Photography by James Bernard. And then select by James Bernard and reduce the font size to 12 points. Let's add a little more space between the title of the book and the name of the author. Now take the cursor to the top left corner of the text box and rotate it, and then place it at the center of the spine. Now let's make another copy of the heading on the back cover and change the text to Outdoor Photography. And let's have it in 2 lines. And then increase the font size to 36 points. And then place it on top of the front cover. Grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle from one side of the front cover to the other, and then drop a guide at the center of this rectangle. Now delete the rectangle. Let's center align the title of the book to this guide. Select the title and then right click and select Effects and then Bevel and Emboss. Update the style to Inner Bevel and Technique to Chisel Hard. Increase the size to 0.125 inch. Now move to Outer Glow and change the mode to Multiply. Click the color and change it to black and then hit OK. Let's make a copy of the title and change the text to By James Bernard. Now select it and reduce the font size to 18 points and then place it appropriately. Lastly, let's grab the type tool and make a text box on top of the front fold. Type in statement relevant to your storyline. So this is the part where you mention the blurb of the story to generate interest amongst the potential buyers. Select the text and click the subheading paragraph style. Let's add two guides on either side of this text box, and then using the Type tool, make a large text box covering the rest of the panel. And then right-click and fill it with placeholder text. With the text still selected, click the body text paragraph style, and then do a little bit of paragraphing for it to look presentable. Hit W for a final preview of the book cover, and I think it looks pretty impressive. To export it, go to File and then Export. Let's save the file as book cover and select Adobe PDF Print as the format and hit Save. In the pop-up window on the General tab, please ensure to select Spreads and not Pages, else your pages will print individually. And that's not what we want. And then move on to Marks and Bleeds and ensure to check the Crop Marks option and then hit Export. Once the document is exported, locate the PDF on your computer and double-click to check how it looks. As expected, you can find the crop marks all around and the spread on one page rather than 3 individual pages. So guys, that's how you design a book cover on InDesign. Alright guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a simple poster in InDesign, so let's get started. Let's first change the units to inches. We're using a letter-sized document for this illustration. Let's also uncheck facing pages, although it doesn't even matter as we'll be using just one page anyway. Let's reduce the margins to 0.25 inch. And I think the bleed is already set to 3 millimeters, but let's just enter it anyway, and then hit Create. Let's grab the rectangle frame tool and make a large frame covering the entire artboard. Now let's go to File, and then Place, and locate the image on the computer, and hit Open. Let's right-click the image and go to Fitting, and select Fit Content to Frame option, and the image will adjust itself. It's time to drop a guide from the ruler above and place it at the center of the image. Similarly, drag another guide from the ruler on the left and drop it at the center of the image. Next, let's drag the ruler from the corner and drop it at the guide in the center. Now focus on the ruler on the left and drop a guide at 1.75 inches from the center guide. Let's now go to Window and select Layers to show the Layers panel. The shortcut to show it is F7. Double-click the layer and rename it Background. And then lock this layer. Now click the small plus button at the bottom of the Layers panel to create a new layer, and then double-click it and rename it Shapes. Grab the pen tool and click once at the intersection of the image and the upper guide, and then click at the bottom left corner of the artboard, creating a diagonal line. And then move on to click the bottom right corner of the artboard, and finally click the starting point to complete this triangle. Holding Shift while clicking will ensure that your lines are straight. Now select the eyedropper tool and pick a color from the image. So I'm going to pick this bluish color that will complement well with the image. Let's hit W for a preview. This looks neat, so let's grab the pen tool once again. And this time click the intersection of the image and the lower guide on the left, and then go diagonal. And click the bottom right of the artboard, and then the bottom left corner of the artboard, and finally close the triangle. Then pick the eyedropper tool once again and pick another color. So I'm going to pick the yellow color, which looks more like a reflection of the sunlight. Now I want the blue triangle to be on top of the yellow one here. So let's select it and then right click and go to Arrange and select Bring to Front. Let's grab the rectangle tool now and make a narrow vertical rectangle as illustrated. Let's fill it with black. Now bring it to the center of the artboard and then take your cursor to the top right corner of the rectangle And when you see the bidirectional arrow, click and drag to the left to match the angle of this rectangle to the angle of the yellow triangle on the left. Make necessary adjustments so that it is neither too far from the yellow triangle nor too close. Once you've fixed its position, select it and then hit Command and left bracket on a Mac or Control and left bracket on a PC to send it back a layer. I think I'd rather change the color of the rectangle to white, so let's do that now. And with the rectangle still selected, change its opacity to 70%. Now hit W for a preview. I think it looks decent enough. Let's lock the Shapes layer and click the small plus button at the bottom of the Layers panel to add another layer, and then double-click and rename it Text. Now grab the Type tool and make a text box on the pasteboard so that we could borrow text from it, and then right-click and fill it with placeholder text. Let's grab the Type tool once again and make a large text box in the center of the image and type in Corporate. And change the font to Bungee for now. We might change it later if we don't like it. Now increase the font size to 50 points and then fill it with white. Actually, let's change the font to Poppins Black and update the font size to 72 points. And let's also center align it. With the text still selected, right-click and go to Effects and then drop Shadow. In the pop-up menu, check the preview box and update the spread to 15% and hit OK. Now grab the Type tool and make a text box on the left of the artboard and type in Commitment is our priority. Let's select the text and change the font to Poppins Medium. Select the font and using the eyedropper tool, steal the yellow color from the yellow triangle on the left. Update the font size to 18 points. Now grab the Rectangle tool and make a rectangle around this text and fill it with black. The opacity is already set to 70%, and that's what we wanted anyway, so let it stay 70%. But hit Command and left bracket on a Mac or Control and left bracket on a PC to send it back a layer. And now the text should be clearly visible. Now grab the Type tool and make a text box covering the rest of the rectangle, leaving some padding all around, of course. And before releasing the mouse, hit the right arrow once to split the text box into two. Now double-click the text box and then right-click and fill it with placeholder text. Select the text and change the font color to white and font to Times New Roman bold. Actually, let's stick to regular font style. Let's now do some paragraphing with the text so that it looks presentable. Let's hit W for a preview. I think so far we are in the right direction, except one thing. Let's hold Shift and click the text boxes, the heading and the rectangle, and hit Command G on a Mac or Control G on a PC to group this entire piece and push it above, so as to clear this white slanted rectangle we made earlier. Grab the Type tool once again and make a text box on the right, and before releasing the mouse, hit the right arrow once to split the text box into two. Now fill it with some placeholder text, and then change the font color to white. Also change the font to Times New Roman regular. Let's do some paragraphing here as well. And then add another text box on top for heading. And let's type in our work. Steal the color from the yellow triangle using the eyedropper tool and then update the font size to 24 points. Now right align it. Let's check the preview now. I think we need to push this text down, so let's select the text boxes along with the heading and drag it down. Let's check the preview once again. Yeah, now it's fine. Finally, let's add one last text box on the left and type in site address. Add any imaginary address, or let's steal some text from the text box we pasted on the pasteboard. Let's just add a city name to the junk characters. I'm also going to add an imaginary contact number here. Let's change the font to Times New Roman Regular. Let's select just the heading and increase the font size to 12 points and font style to bold. I think we should increase the font size of the rest of the text as well, as it's too small for a poster. So let's change it to 12 points. Let's check the preview now. Let's just add the website address at the bottom. So pick the type tool and make a text box and type in www.corporate.com. Select the text and using the eyedropper tool, steal the yellow color from the triangle here. Let's change the font to Times New Roman Bold and then center align it to the artboard. Let's check the preview now. I think there are two issues that we need to fix. Let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle from the text on the left to the edge of the page and fill it with black. Now place this rectangle on the right edge of the page and you could see that we need to push the text to the left a tiny bit to have the same space on both sides. Now it's fine. So let's delete the rectangle. Let's push all of the text up just a tiny bit. Let's also increase the font style of the heading here to 700 to make it bold. Now insert a guide between the two text boxes and then center align the heading to the text below. Check the final preview of the poster. Congratulations guys, you've just learned how to create a simple poster in InDesign. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of the session, so I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a simple business card in InDesign, so let's get started. Please be aware that how you set the design is equally important at this stage, because once you learn that, it will become easy for you to set your color combination, the fonts, etc. I'm in the process of creating a new document and I'm going to go to the Print tab and click View All Presets. You'll find the US Business Card preset sitting there. So just click it and then change the units to inches. Let's uncheck Facing Pages box and increase the number of pages to 2. I'm also going to reduce the margins to 0.125 inch and add a bleed of 2 mm, as I'll be using elements that will extend to the outer edge of the card, and hit Create. Now that my document is ready, the first thing I'm going to do is change the ruler unit to millimeters. And to do that, take your cursor to the ruler, right click, and from the drop down, change it to millimeters. Similarly, do it for the vertical ruler as well. Now we need to establish the center of the page, both horizontally and vertically. So let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle extending from left to right, including the bleed. Now drag a guide from the vertical ruler and place it at the center of the rectangle we've just created. Now extend this rectangle to touch the top and bottom of the artboard, including the bleed. Drag another guide from the ruler above and place it at the center of the artboard. Now you can delete this rectangle. Next, let's drag the ruler from the corner to reset it to 0 at the top left bleed. Now drag a guide from the ruler above and drop it at 10 mm. So basically it's 8 mm since our bleed space is 2 mm and we need to do this all around. So let's drag the ruler from the corner once again and this time drop it at the bottom left corner to reset it there. And then drop another guide at 10 mm from bottom. Similarly, reset the ruler at the top left position once again and drop another guide from the vertical ruler and drop it at 10 mm from the left. Lastly, reset the ruler at the top right corner and drop a guide at 10 mm from the right. Now grab the rectangle tool once again and make a rectangle at the center left position and center align it with the help of the guide we had placed earlier. Now holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, click, hold and drag the rectangle to make a copy of it and place it at the top of the artboard and center align it using the guide we had placed earlier. Now grab the pen tool and join the 6 points between these two rectangles. Holding Shift while clicking will ensure that your lines are straight. Once your shape is made, you can delete the two rectangles. Next, select the shape and fill it with some color. I'm going to fill it with this rusty brown color for now. I might change it later once the card is ready. Now with the shape selected, go to Edit and then Copy to copy it. Then go back to Edit and select Paste in Place to paste another copy in the same place. With the shape still selected, click the Flip Horizontal button to flip the copied shape. Now holding Shift, click and drag the shape to fit it to the right side of the artboard. Once both the shapes are set in their positions, select them and go to Edit and then Copy to copy them, and then go back to Edit and select Paste in Place to place the copy. With the copied shapes still selected, click the Flip Vertical option this time from the toolbar above and then drag them to fit them at the bottom of the artboard. Hit W to check the preview of the design so far. Now come out of the preview mode and let's grab the rectangle tool once again and make a rectangle covering the entire artboard, including the bleed. Now send this rectangle back by hitting Shift Command and left bracket on a Mac or Shift Control and left bracket on a PC. Let's also lower the opacity of the black rectangle a bit, so let's bring it down to about 88%. Hit the W key for a preview. Now let's add some text to our business card. So grab the Type tool and make a text box in the center. Type in a name, so I'm going to type in Andrew Garcia and then change the font color to white. Let's also change the font to a serif font, so let me pick it from the classification here so that it just shows me serif fonts. Now let me pick one from here. I think I'll go with Sticks General. Let's also center align it. I'll also increase the font size to 14 points and extend the text box to accommodate our text and center align the box to the artboard. And now is the right time to hit W for a preview. Perfect. Let's grab the Type tool once again and make another text box right below this one and type in Property Officer. Let's also change the font color to white and then center align it. I'm going to change the font of this text to Baskerville and also reduce the font size to 8 points. Let's center align this new text box to the one above it, so select them both and then click the one on top to base the alignment on. And from the alignment option on top, click the Align Horizontal Centers option. Let's check the preview once again. I think one side of the card is ready, so let's select all and copy the elements by hitting Command C on a Mac or Control C on a PC, and then move to page 2 and hit Command V on a Mac or Control V on a PC to paste the elements. Now align the elements to the center of page 2. Let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle in the center of the artboard. Center align it, and then hit Command and left bracket on a Mac or Control and left bracket on a PC to send this rectangle a layer back. Let's select the rectangle once again and pick the eyedropper tool from the toolbar on the left and click once on the outer shape to steal its color. Let's change the text to Tropical Luxury Estate and extend the text box to accommodate the entire text. Also right-click the text box and select Ungroup. Now let's select the name of the company and reduce the font size to 11 points. And also center align it to the rectangle we've placed it on using the alignment option on top. Now drag the smaller text box down, extend it to accommodate the text we're about to type in, and then type in the text. Let's reduce the font size further down. Let's drag the name of the company closer to the top of the rectangle. Actually, let's bring the entire address to one line, and then in the second line, I'm going to type in the email address and a phone number. I'm going to further reduce the size of the font, and now let's check the preview of this page and the first page as well. I think I'll change the color to something else. So holding Command on a Mac or Control on a PC, select these outer shapes as well as the rectangle in the center, and then change the color to this green. Yeah, I think this one is looking better. Now let's move to the first page and make the selection and change the color of the elements. Congratulations, guys. You've just learned how to create a business card in InDesign. Alright guys, that brings our session to a close and it's time for a short break as well. So I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, you're going to learn to create a business letterhead in InDesign, so let's get started. Mostly, letterheads are of either letter size or A4 size. Letter size is more popular in the US, whereas A4 is more a European size. So let's select A4 size for this tutorial. I'm going to change the units to millimeters and pages to 2 because we'll be designing the front as well as the back of the letterhead. In most cases, you won't find a letterhead to have a back page designed, but these days this concept is picking up fast. We won't need our pages to face each other, so let's uncheck the facing pages option. Let's add 4 columns to our document with a gutter of 4 millimeters. Inserting columns might help you with placing text or elements, which is why I'm inserting the columns. Otherwise, personally, I don't add columns while designing a letterhead. Let's also add a 3 millimeter bleed and hit create. Let's close the layers panel here, and first of all we need to establish the center of the page. So let's make a rectangle and then drag a guide to the center of the rectangle. Now delete the rectangle. Let's also close the info panel as we won't need it in this tutorial. Now grab a rectangle and make a rectangle covering the top of the page about this size. Please ensure to include the bleed space in the rectangle. Now grab the direct selection tool and select the bottom right anchor point of the rectangle. Hold Shift and then click and drag the anchor point as illustrated. Please ensure that you don't click first and then hold Shift. It should be the other way around. Similarly, let's select the bottom left anchor point and drag it up a notch. Now let's come down and make a rectangle at the bottom of the letterhead as illustrated. Ensure to include the bleed space. I think we need to reduce the width of this rectangle a notch. With the rectangle selected, hold Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC and drag it up. Now to fill it with none, click the / button once and the black fill should be gone. Click the middle anchor point on the right and drag it to the center point of the page. Now grab the direct selection tool and select the top right anchor point of this rectangle. Holding Shift, drag this anchor point inward as illustrated. Let's add a stroke color to this shape from the panel above. Next, go to Edit and then Copy and then Edit once again and select the Paste in Place option, which will paste another copy of the shape right at the same location. Now click the Flip Horizontal button which sits at the top toolbar and your copied shape shall become a mirror image of the existing shape. Holding Shift, drag this mirror image to the right so as to touch the right side of this shape to the bleed. Now click Flip Vertical option on top. Holding Shift, move it up slightly about 5 millimeters. Next, grab the rectangle tool and make a slim rectangle at the original position of the shape you just moved up. and let's fill it with black for now. Let me zoom in. With the selection tool, drag the rectangle to the left a notch because we need to align it with the slope of the shape above. Have the direct selection tool selected and then select the bottom left anchor point of this black rectangle and holding shift, drag it to the right to align it to the slope of the shape above. Perfect. Now go to edit and then copy and then edit once again and paste it in place. You can even use the shortcut Command-C on a Mac or Control-C on a PC to copy it, and Option-Shift-Command-V on a Mac or Alt-Shift-Control-V on a PC to paste it in place. Click the Flip Horizontal button once to make it a mirror image, and then click Flip Vertical button once to flip it vertically. Now place this shape above the shape on the left and align it much like you aligned its counterpart. Holding Shift, select this shape and the big shape on the right, and then click once again the right shape to base the alignment on, and from the alignment options on top, click the Align Top Edges button, and now these two shapes must be in perfect alignment. Similarly, select the bottom two shapes and then click the bigger shape on the left to base the alignment on, and from the alignment options on top, click the Align Bottom Edges button. Now, all these shapes are in perfect alignment, so let's move to the top and fill the shape with black. To check the preview, hit the W key, and it's looking good so far. Let's get back to the normal mode, and then go to File, and then Place, and locate the images from the computer. I've placed two images here. One is the client's logo, and the other one is the color reference sent by the client. I'm going to select the top shape and using the eyedropper tool, pick a color from the color reference image. I think it's a nice color, but we need something much lighter than this. So I'm going to stick to the same color, but change the opacity to about 25%. Now let's resize our logo here and place it on top left of the page within the set margins. Let's hit W to check the preview, and I guess it looks perfect. Let's work on the bottom design of the letterhead. Actually, let's drag this color reference image down. Let's select the bottom rectangle, and using the eyedropper tool, I'm going to steal the color from the logo instead. I'm going to pick the color of the letter G. Holding Shift, let's select the two big hollow shapes above, and then using the eyedropper tool, steal the color from the letter C of the logo. Now let's change the color of the two black shapes to the color of the big rectangle at the bottom. I think it's not looking good because there are too many dark colors here, so let's change the color of these two shapes to the same base color we used with the shape on top. With the shapes selected using the eyedropper tool, click once on the base color of the shape on top, and job's done. Now this looks a lot balanced. Let's grab the text tool and make a text box, and type in the mobile number and email. I'll change the font to Roboto Bold and size to 10 points. And since we'll be placing it on top of the bottom rectangle, we'll have to also change the font color to white. Let's also center align it. Now place the text in the center of the rectangle. Another thing to note here is that so far the text has been only horizontally aligned. We need to align it vertically as well. But since the rectangle is extended all the way to the bleed zone, we'll have to make sure to exclude it while center aligning the text. The best way to do that is to grab the rectangle tool and make a small rectangle stretching from the top of the bottom rectangle until the mark from where the bleed zone begins. Now with the text selected, go to Type menu and select Create Outlines to change your type to shape. Select the text and the small rectangle and then click the rectangle once again to base the alignment on. And from the alignment options on top, select Align Vertical Centers. Now delete the small rectangle as its job is done. Now when you hit the W key to check the preview, you'll find your text at the bottom is perfectly aligned to the rectangle. Let's grab the text tool and make a big text box to cover the content of the letterhead. Right-click the text box and fill it with some placeholder text. Shed the extra text and divide the text into paragraphs like in an official letter. select the text and change the font to Roboto Regular and font size to 10 points. Also increase the leading to 15 points. Let's make the name bold in here and then drag the text box down as it's too close to the colored shape above. Make another text box on top right corner and type in the address and other details and then right align it. Select the text and change the font to Roboto Regular and font size to 10 points. A letterhead or even a business card should not have more than 2 fonts, so try to restrict the font usage to just 2, unless you really have a valid reason to use more. Let's add a space between the address and the website. We have enough room here to add other details as well, like the Instagram address or Facebook or any other social media address, etc. Let's hit W for a preview. I think we need to move the content to the left just a tad. Let's see how it looks now. Perfect. Another thing to note is that the left side of the content of the letter should always have more space than the right, because if a letter has to be filed, it needs to be punch holed, and that takes up space on the left. By the way, I've inserted the content just for an idea how the letterhead would look when the content is filled, because otherwise when you have to print blank letterheads, you'd obviously not include the letter on it. The front of the letterhead is ready, but we need to still fine-tune it. So pick the direct selection tool and select the bottom left anchor point of this shape and drag it down a bit because the space on top and bottom should be same. Let's hit the W key and pick the rectangle tool and make a rectangle on top as illustrated. Now place this rectangle on the bottom. Let's come out of the preview mode. Pick the direct selection tool once again and drag the bottom left corner further down to the point it covers the rectangle. I think we'll have to drag the bottom right anchor point down a tad as well. Let's check the preview now. The location of the logo is perfect now. Let's also push the address to the top until the margin, so it will have the same margins from top and right. Alright, the front is done. Let's head to the second page of the document for the back of the letterhead. Now grab the rectangle tool and make a big rectangle covering the entire page, including the bleed. We need to fill it with a gradient matching the color theme of the logo. So with the rectangle still selected, click the swatches panel and then the burger menu and then select new gradient swatch option. We'll be adding a linear gradient to our rectangle. So click the right color stop. The moment it's selected, the color stop option will be populated. Change the stop color option to CMYK. Let's change the value of cyan to 68 and magenta to 64. Yellow and black should stay at 0. Now let's click the color stop on the extreme left, and values here are perfectly assigned. Cyan is at 91, magenta is 84, yellow 36, and black 31. Let's add a color stop by clicking just below the gradient bar and update its location to 90. Now update the value of cyan to 41 and magenta to 62. Yellow and black should get 0. Time to add another stop and change its location to 65%. Now update the value of cyan to 31 and magenta to 44. Yellow and black should still be sitting at 0. Add one last stop and update its location to 26%. Now change the values to 79 for cyan, 89 for magenta, 33 for yellow, and 24 for black. And then click the Add button to add the gradients to our rectangle, and then hit Done. Now pick the gradient swatch tool and click and drag it onto the rectangle diagonally. So what we need is to have the shine approximately in the center of the page. Let's hit W for a preview. I think this looks perfect. Now let's go to File and then Place and locate the watermark image that we're going to place here. Let's pick the rectangle tool and make a rectangle horizontally and then place a guide to establish the center. Now delete the rectangle and then make another rectangle vertically, and then drop another guide to establish the center. And then delete this rectangle as well. Using the two guides, align the watermark to the center of the page. With the watermark selected, reduce the opacity to 25%. Hit W for a preview, and the letterhead is ready. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of the session, and it's time for a short break, so I'll see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll learn how to create a simple postcard in InDesign, so let's get started. First of all, I'm going to change the units to inches and then update the width to 4.25 and height to 6 inches. I'll also update the pages to 2 as I'll be creating both sides of the postcard. Let's also reduce the margins to 0.25 inch and bleed of 3 millimeters and hit create. Pick the rectangular frame tool and make a large frame covering the entire artboard, as we'll be inserting an image here. Let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Once the image is placed, let's right-click the image and go to Fitting and select Fit Content to Frame option. Let's select the image and drop a guide to the center from the ruler above. Similarly, drop another guide at the center from the ruler on the left. Now that we have established the center of the image, let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangular strip in the center of the image. Let's fill our rectangle with white. Ensure that you stretch the white strip till the bleed zone or even further, as long as it covers the entire width of the artboard. Let's hit W for a preview. I think it looks pretty promising, so let's come out of the preview mode and grab the type tool and make a text box and type in Painting Exhibition 2021 or any text of your choice. I'm going to change the font to freehand and also right align the text. Let's also increase the font size to 14 points. Actually, let's increase the size to 16 points instead. Also center align the text to the white box. Now hold Option and Shift on a Mac or Alt and Shift on a PC and click and drag the text box to the left to make another copy of it. Let's left align this text. Let's also change the text to ABC Art Gallery Toronto or any text of your choice. So basically, to the right is the event and to the left is the name of the company that is hosting the event. Now select the text and change the font to something more serious, as is the name of the company. So I'm going to select Railway Medium as the font. Let's reduce the font size to 14 points. Actually, let's reduce the font size of the city to 10 points, as it doesn't need to be as big as the name of the company. Let's hit W for a preview. Actually, I need to thicken the font of the company to balance it with the text on the right. So let's select the name of the company and change it to bold. Let's hit W now. We need to lower the font size of 2021 as well for a perfect balance. So you see, while designing, you'll have to keep reviewing your document at every stage for necessary assessments and then make adjustments if required. Let's select 2021 and reduce the font size to 12 points. Now it looks perfect, so let's move on to page 2. I want my page 2 be in landscape mode, like you find in postcards that have the small rectangular area for a stamp and then some lines for writing address. And on the left is some blank space for typing in the message. So let's click the Page tool, and from the toolbar above, change the orientation of this page. Perfect. Now, instead of placing the image from the computer once again, I'd rather just copy the same image here. So let's go to the first page, select the image, and hit Command-C on a Mac or Control-C on a PC to copy it. and then come to page 2 and hit Command V on a Mac or Control V on a PC to paste it. Since our image was in the portrait mode, take your cursor to the top right corner of the image and hold Shift and then click and drag down, and it will drag in 45 degrees increment. Now just place it in the center of the artboard. Next, let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle in the center of the image. Don't worry about the alignment at this point. With the rectangle still selected, let's add white as its fill color. Let's hit W for a preview. I think we need to shorten the size of our rectangle, so let's do that. How much of the design around the edges you want to show is entirely up to you, so there's no right or wrong here. Now let's select the rectangle and drop a guide from the ruler on the left. And grab the line tool and make a line in the center as illustrated. Let's change the point size to 1 point and fill color to black. Now let's copy the name of the company from the first page and paste it here. And align it to the top left corner of the rectangle. Next, let's pick the rectangle tool and make a small rectangle on the top right corner for the stamp and fill the stroke color with black. Now pick the line tool once again and make a line below the stamp, as we'll need some lines for the address. Now fill the line with black. Let's also change the stroke weight to 0.75 point. Now holding Shift and Option on a Mac or Shift and Alt on a PC, click and drag the line to make a copy of it. And don't release the mouse yet. Hit the right arrow twice to add 2 more lines and drag in to adjust the space in between the lines and release the mouse. Holding Shift, select the lines and hit Command G on a Mac or Control G on a PC to group them and then align them to the small rectangle. At this point, let's add another guide from the ruler on the left and drop it at the right of the small rectangle. Now align the rectangle to the guide. Similarly, add another guide to the top of the small rectangle and another one to the left of the company's name. The idea is that the space from the white rectangle should be same, particularly on the sides and on top. One last thing to do is to reduce the font size of the text here. So let's select the name of the company and reduce the font size to 12 points. Now let's select the name of the city and reduce its font size to 8 points. Let's push the text box a little above to touch the guide. Now let's hit W for a final preview. Let's also check the first page. Great. Congratulations guys, you've just learned how to design a postcard in InDesign. Alright guys, that concludes our session and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. Today's tutorial is all about making a fashion magazine cover in InDesign, so let's get started. I'm going to use A4 as it's a common European size, so let's change the units to millimeters. The size is already set to A4, which is 210 millimeters by 297 millimeters. I'll be using 3 pages. Yeah, I know you must be thinking, shouldn't there be 2 pages, one for front and the other one for back cover? But hold your thought, I'll let you know soon enough what we're going to do with the 3rd page. I'm going to use 5mm margin all around and bleed off 3mm because I'll be using images, the edges of which are going to be sliced off in print, and then hit Create. Now you see we have 3 pages that are not even facing each other at this point, so our first task is to join them all in the form of a spread. We can also see that a master is applied to all the 3 pages and we won't require to add another master, so we'll let that stay as it is. At this point, if you try to move page 2 next to page 1 to create a spread, you'll find that it refuses to sit there. That is because we need to do something before this step. You see the burger menu on top right? click on it to reveal the drop-down and uncheck Allow Document Pages to Shuffle option. And now when you try to move the pages, they will snap without any issues. Alright, so we have our spread ready. Now let me tell you what this third page is for. We'll use this page as the spine of the book. In fact, let me take you to a website that can do the spine width calculation. It's called printondemandworldwide.com. And this is the address if you want to try it. Here you can find the spine calculator. In the type of book drop-down, there are two options. Case-bound books are also known as hardcover books. They have durable, protective covers made from cardboard wrapped with paper, cloth, or another durable fabric, and covered spines that safeguard the pages inside. But we'll be using the other option, which is paperback books. Taking into account it's a high-style, luxurious magazine, let's pick 150 GSM coated paper, which is relatively thicker than the traditional magazines have. And for the last option, let's just say our magazine has 300 pages. And there you can see it populates the approximate measurement of the spine, which is 21.2 millimeters. So we're going to write this down somewhere and then head back to InDesign. In here, let's click on the center page thumbnail in the Pages panel and then pick the Page tool. And the moment you do that, your selected page will be highlighted with these handles all around. Now what we need to do is set the liquid page rule. At this point, it is set to default, which is controlled by master. What we need to do is change it to scale because we're planning to scale it down to the measurement we calculated, remember? Now holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, you can either click and drag in to resize the page in the middle, or you can set the measurement here on top and it will resize the page. Now just drag the pages to align them next to each other and they will easily snap together. Now we have both our pages and the spine with the margins and bleeds set and aligned properly. The blank page on the left is the back cover and the one on the right is the front cover. What we'll do is, first of all, we'll add images and then we'll move on to adding text. So pick the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle on the front page, ensuring that you include the bleed area as well. Next, go to File and then Place and locate your image from the computer. I have set my document to import images with Content Aware Fit option by default. If yours is not set to Content Aware Fit, right-click on your image and go to Fitting, and here you have quite a few options to choose from. So for now, select Content Aware Fit. I'm planning to use another image on the back cover, which is basically going to be a full-page ad like you find in most of these fashion or lifestyle magazines. So we need to add a panel for the spine, so pick the rectangle tool and make a rectangle covering the spine of the book, ensuring that you include the bleed area as well. Now pick the color theme tool. This tool extracts the colors of your image and make a color palette out of it. So with the rectangle selected, drag the green color from the palette and drop it to the rectangle, and it shall fill the rectangle with that color. For now, we'll leave the rectangle as is. We'll come back to the rectangle a little later. Next, pick the rectangle frame tool and make a frame covering the entire back cover page, including the bleed. And then go to File, and then Place, and locate the image from your computer. Next, using the rectangle frame tool, make another smaller rectangle at the bottom right of the back cover page. We'll add the ISBN code image here, so to import it, go to File, and then Place, and locate the image from your computer. Now you see Content Aware Fit is not really the right option to be used for this one. So I'm going to right-click on the image and go to Fitting, and then select Fit Content to Frame option. So my frame remains intact, but the image resizes itself to the frame using this option. I don't want to overcomplicate the ad on the back cover, so I'll just use the website address signifying that it's an online makeup store. So let's grab the text tool and drag a text box and type in www.makeup.com. By the way, there is no such store, so don't take me seriously just this time. I'm going to change the font to Humanist and increase the font size as well. Our text is not clearly visible at this point, so let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle and then add a black fill to it. And then reduce the opacity to about 50%. Now let's change the font color to white and place it on top of the rectangle. At this point, you need to bring it forward, and you can use the shortcut Shift Command and right bracket on a Mac or Shift Control right bracket on a PC. Now center align the text to the rectangle and place it on the center of the page. To establish the center point of the page, grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle excluding the bleed this time. So you will have to start from the outer margin of the page till the margin of the spine as illustrated. Now click and drag a guide from the ruler on the left and drop it to the center point of this rectangle you've just made. Now select both the rectangles and the text, which is on top of the rectangle, and then click once again on the bigger rectangle you made just to establish the center point. And then click on Align Horizontal Centers option from the alignment option on top, and your text should now be center aligned to the page. Since you've successfully established the center of the page, you can delete the rectangle now. Alright, our back cover is ready, so let's move on to the front cover now. Let's start with the title of the magazine, so grab the text tool and make a text box. Before I start typing, let's also establish the center point for the front cover as well, much like we did for the back cover. So grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle from margin to margin. And then drag a guide from the ruler and drop it to the center of this rectangle. Since we've established the center of this page as well, let's delete this rectangle as we don't need it anymore. Now let's align the center of our text box to the guide we've made. Next, double-click in the text box and type in Style. So the imaginary name of our magazine is Style. Now with the text selected, let's change the font to a flowing text font. I'm going to pick Typo Upright and increase the font size to 200 points. Let's also center align the text to the text box and change the font color to white. Let's also drag the text box to the top and press W for the preview. I think so far so good. What do you think? Alright, let's add another text that should go with the title. So let's make a text box and type in Annual Edition and change the font to Roboto Black and update the font size to 24 and color to white. Let's put it under the title and see how it looks. Nah. I think what we need here is to add a rectangle, much like we did to the website link on the back cover. So let's copy that by holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, and then click and drag the text to the right. Now right-click on the text and select Ungroup to unlink the text from the rectangle, and then delete the text. And place Annual Edition text on top of this rectangle. Resize the rectangle to fit the text, and then select the text and go to Type, and then Create Outlines. Now select both the text and the rectangle, and using the alignment options on top, center align the text to the rectangle, and then group them by hitting Command G on a Mac or Control G on a PC. Let's place it at the bottom of the title to the left. No, I don't like this location for this text. I think I'd rather put it on top in the center as illustrated. This looks much better. Alright, next let's work on the spine here. I'd want the spine to have the gradient that's applied to the background of the image, so I need to have the dark shade on one side, which is the bottom, and the green to match the green on top. So let's go to Window, and then Color, and then Gradient. Our gradient colors have already been applied to the side, so just double click on the slider to activate it. Now using the gradient swatch tool, let's adjust the gradients to have the right spread of the gradient colors. Perfect. Let's add some text with a little synopsis like we find in most of the fashion magazines, or subheadings, so to speak. And since we don't have actual text, let's grab the text tool and make a text box on the right here, and then right click and fill it with placeholder text. Now we can easily copy text from here. So grab the text tool and make a text box below the title and to the left, and copy some text from the placeholder text we made. Let's also change the font color to white and font to Poppins Bold. If you don't have Poppins Bold, you can use any other chunky font, that should be fine. Just ensure that your fonts are a good combination of chunky and free-flowing fonts. Just to strike a balance. Alright, let's have two sizes here. I'm going to make the heading bigger in size and the subheading or synopsis, or whatever you may call it, smaller. Instead of making another text box, I'd rather just copy this one and edit it. So holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, copy this text box. And then let's change the font color to a different color and put it at the bottom and have the heading on a single line. And so should be the subheading. I think I'll change the font color of my heading here to yellow. Similarly, let's copy another text box and make some changes to the heading, or let's add some different text from the sample text box here on the right. And change the font to Swiss 721 or any other font of your choice. And enlarge the font size. I want it in one line this time, so let's delete the rest of the text and let's adjust the position a bit. Let's make another copy of the text box and let's set it aside. I'm going to put a circle here as a highlighted element, like they have some sort of an offer or discount. So let's grab the ellipse tool and make a circle here. Also change the color to yellow for now. And then click on this swatch to reveal a pop-up. And from here, let's change the color mode to HSB. Wow, this color looks even better than yellow, and it's matching the tone of the background somehow. And you see how the yellow of the text also changed automatically because we are in the process of changing the main color of the swatch. Let's adjust the color to not so bright. I think that's perfect. And now hit OK. Now I'm going to right click on the circle and go to Effects and then Bevel and Emboss. In the settings, let the style be outer bevel. Let the technique stay smooth and direction up. Change the highlight to multiply and update the size to 4 mm before hitting OK. Let's align the circle to the rest of the text on the left. Now head to the text box we had copied earlier and change it to 10% off. It's already in the green theme color of the background, so we're going to let it stay as is. If yours doesn't come like this and you want to use another color from your sample, just click on the color theme tool to pick a color from the theme palette selected by InDesign, or you can pick the eyedropper tool and pick the color of your choice from anywhere on the screen. Let's center align our text here. In fact, let's add some text after this. So let's add coupon inside and then lower the font size. Now place this text on top of the circle we've made and take your cursor to the right corner of the text box. And when you see a bidirectional arrow, click and move to rotate the text a bit. Perhaps we should have coupon inside on 2 lines instead of 1. And I think we need to make them bold as well. Yes, now I'm happy with this result. We're going to add just one more text box on the right and our cover page is done. So holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, drag to copy this text box. Now change the heading to something else. And perhaps for this one we'll use a few lines for description. Let's also change the color of the heading to the color of the circle. I think I'll put a thicker font instead. So select this heading and change the font size to a thicker font. So here I'm going to use blue as the font. Also, let's add a stroke to this font. So with the text selected, let's go to our stroke option here and select black as the color of the stroke. Now I need to add text to the spine. So I'm going to make a text box here at the bottom and type in Style Annual Edition 2021. Let's change the font to Roboto Bold and change the font color to white, and also update the font size to 22 points. Let's rotate it like we rotated the discount text earlier, only this time hold Shift so that it rotates in 45-degree angles, and then place it on the center of the spine. At this point, it's the right time to hit W for the preview. I think it looks professional enough, except just one teeny tiny thing. This text at the bottom of the front cover is not visible all that well, so I'm going to grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle. It already has a black fill, so all I need to do is reduce the opacity of the rectangle. So let's reduce it to about 20%. Now let's click on the text and go to Type and create outlines. Next, select the text and the rectangle, and then click on rectangle once again to align the text to it. And using the alignment option on top, center align the text to the rectangle vertically as well as horizontally. And then hit Command G on a Mac or Control G on a PC to group them. And then place the rectangle in the center with the help of the guide. Now let's hit W for preview once again. What do you think, guys? Now when we send this to print, we need to export it, and for that let's go to File and then Export. From the pop-up menu, give your file a name should you want to, and in the format change it to Adobe PDF Print, and then hit Save. And from the export pop-up, our preset is already set to high quality print, which is fine, or you can even set it to press quality from the drop down if you want to. Also ensure that the pages is selected to spreads, otherwise individual pages will be printed, which we don't want. And then click on Marks and Bleeds tab on the left and ensure Crop Marks is checked, and then hit Export. Now go to the location where you save this PDF and open it, and you shall find the final cover with crop marks. So once printed, the printer is going to slice it off from the crop marks, giving you a perfect color extended to the end of the sheet. Uh-oh, we made a small mistake that I just noticed. You see this text on the right? This should have been right aligned. So let's quickly right align it and all will be in order. Now it's fine. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of the session and it's time for a short break. So I'll see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll learn to create a trifold restaurant menu card in InDesign. So let's get started. Before we create a document, let me explain the setup so that you understand it well. So this is the layout of the outside panel. On the extreme left is the first page, which is the flap of the brochure. And that's why it's going to be slightly narrower than the rest of the pages because it will fold inside. And the front cover will rest on top of it. Page 2 will be the back of the menu card, and page 3 is going to be the front cover. Hence, we'll have information like the name of the restaurant, address, etc. You can also find that the folds are coded with letters BAA, which is nothing but the masters that will be applied to them. Now let's move to the inside panel. Here, the page on the extreme left is page 4, which will have a master applied to it. And so will page 5, which is the center page. And the one on the extreme right is page 6, which is the back of page 1. Hence, it is also narrower than the other two pages and has B master applied to it. Now, keeping these settings in mind, let's create our document. I'm going to change the units to millimeters. I have already selected letter as the document size. Let's select the landscape orientation and then click the width tab and enter the /, which is considered the division sign, and then the number 3 as we need to divide the page into 3 individual pages, which will eventually be 6 pages back to back. The moment you move the cursor somewhere else, you shall find how brilliantly InDesign does the calculation for you of the width. Now remember, I told you that one panel is going to be narrower than the rest, which means the rest 2 panels will be broader than that one panel. So let's add another millimeter to this to make it broader. So instead of 93.133, it shall become 94.133 millimeters. Let's also uncheck the facing pages option and enter 6 pages. Update the margins to 10 millimeters and bleed to 3 millimeters and hit create. Once in the document, drag the pages panel out and expand it. Now you can see all 6 pages have a master applied to them, and the width of the a master is 94.133 millimeters. So we'll need another master with a reduced width, as one panel of the trifold will be narrower. And when I say one panel, I mean 2 pages back to back. Let's take the cursor to the master zone and right-click and select New Master from the options. In the pop-up window, you can base your B master on A master, or even if you don't do that, it shouldn't really matter for now. But let's still select the based on master option to A master. Now, since our B master is going to be narrower and we have added a millimeter to the other 2 pages, we'll have to reduce those 2 millimeters from this narrower panel. So 93.133 was the original size, and minus 2 millimeters from it will bring it down to 91.133 millimeters. So let's enter that here and hit OK. Let me take you to our setup. And you could see that our page 6 was narrower and obviously had B master applied to it. Similarly, page 1, which is the back of page 6, is also narrower, hence has B master applied to it as well. So now we're going to replicate this setting to create the spread. So let's get back to InDesign and select page 1 and hold Command on a Mac or Control on a PC and click page 6 to select them both. Now take your cursor to page 1 and right-click, and from the options, select Apply Master to Pages option. And in the pop-up window, update the Apply Master to B Master. You can find that the 2 pages are already selected here, so just hit OK. When you get this conflict pop-up, just hit Use Master Page Size. You can find that the selected pages have B Master applied to them now. And our setup is now falling into place. So you can see the BAA and then AAB format. So let's place the pages together to create the spread. If you click page 2 and drag it to place it next to page 1, you'll find it refuses to sit next to it. So what we need to do is click the burger menu at the top right corner of the Pages panel and uncheck the Allow Document Pages to Shuffle option. Now when we try to drag page 2 to make it sit next to page 1, it will comfortably sit there. Drag page 3 next to page 2 the same way. So that's the spread for the outside panel ready. Similarly, drag page 5 and then page 6 next to page 4. And there you go. We've got our BAA set up for the outside panel and AAB for the inside panel. Let's start working on the inside panel first. So double-click page 4 to select it. And before creating any elements, let's first go to the Layers panel and rename Layer 1 Background. Create another layer and rename it Text and Images. Now lock the background layer as we'll need it at the end of the session. Select the Text and Images layer as all our work for now will be on this layer. Let's begin by establishing the center of the page in the middle of the spread. So let's grab the Rectangle tool and make a rectangle stretching from the left of this page to the right, and then drop a guide at the center. And let's delete the rectangle. Let's drag the ruler from the corner and reset it at the top left corner of the spread. Now drop a guide from the ruler above at 40 millimeters from the top of the center page. Let's grab the pen tool and let me zoom in. And click the top left corner of this page and then the center point where both the guides meet, and then the top right corner of the page, And let's also take the 2 points of the bleed space on the right and then on the left before closing the shape. Double click the color picker and let's pick a golden color for this. With the shape still selected, right click and go to Effects and then drop Shadow. Let the mode be Multiply and color black. Change the angle to 90 degrees. Update the X offset to 0. Increase the size to 3 millimeters. I think we'll have to reduce the Y offset a bit, so let's reduce it to 2 millimeters and hit OK. Now pick the Type tool and make a text box and type in Menu. Select the text and change the font to Roboto Black. Increase the font size to 30 points and center align it. Now place the text on top of the golden shape we've created. Let's check the preview. I think we need to lighten the golden shade a bit. Let's double click the color picker and lighten the shade a bit. Now we need a table on the left to add the menu item. So let's go to Table and select Create Table. On the pop-up window, update the body rows to 10, columns to 2, and hit OK. Once your cursor is loaded with the table, take it to the top left corner of the page on the left, and then click and drag it to cover the entire page. Since we won't need such a wide column for price, bring the cursor to the dividing line between the two columns and drag it to the right as illustrated. Now take your cursor to the line on the extreme right of the table and drag it in as illustrated. Let's go to Window and then Type and Tables and select Table. Set the table panel aside and then type in Starters in the first row in capital letters. Now select the text and from the table panel, center align it vertically. With the text still selected, update the font to Xylem and font size to 18 points. Select the text once again and grab the eyedropper tool and steal the golden color from the shape we created earlier. With the text still selected, go to Window and then Styles and select Paragraph Styles. Create a new paragraph style and rename it Menu Heading. Let's pick the Type tool and make a text box on the right and then right click and fill it with placeholder text so that we could steal some text from here. Now copy a line from here and paste it into the second row. Select this text and change it to capital letters and then update the font to Roboto Medium. With the text still selected, create another paragraph style and rename it Item Heading. Now copy some more text from the text box on the right and paste it under that item heading. Select this text and change the font to Roboto Regular. While the text is selected, using the eyedropper tool, steal the golden color from the shape created earlier. Let's select the entire text of the row and copy it and paste it a few times. Leave just one row for another heading and then paste it to fill the rest of the rows as well. Let's select the first heading and copy it and then paste it in the vacant row and then center align it vertically. Now change the heading to Barbecue. Let's now type in the price and then right align it. And with the price still selected, update the font to Roboto Medium. Let's type in the prices for other items as well. Select the first price that we've already styled and then create a new paragraph style and rename it Price. Now select the rest of the prices and click the Price paragraph style. Select the prices and copy them and then paste them for the barbecue items. Since our table is ready, let's get rid of these black lines because they make the table look ugly. So select the entire table. Now you see this small grid with blue and black lines. Click the black lines to turn them blue. Now go to the stroke color option and select None. Check the preview and you can find the lines gone. It's time to delete this text box in the middle because we won't need it anymore. Now select the table on the left, hold Shift and Option on a Mac or Shift and Alt on a PC, and click and drag the table to the right. Since this panel is slightly narrower, the table doesn't fit well. So make necessary adjustments to shorten the width of the columns, and this page is sorted. We'll update the headings in a bit, so don't worry about that. Let's grab the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle covering the entire center page, including the bleed. Now go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Once the image is up, let's right-click and go to Arrange and select Send to Back. Our inside panel is ready now. So let's select the table on the left and copy it and then paste it on the outside panel. And let's align it to the center page. Time to update the heading. So let's change this to Dessert and change the other one to Salads. That reminds me that we are yet to update the headings on the inside panel. So let's quickly do that. Let's update this to Main Course. And this should be changed to Beverages. Let's get back to the outside panel and grab the rectangle frame tool and make a large rectangle covering the entire page on the left, including the bleed. Let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Now let's grab the rectangle frame tool once again and make a rectangle on the right page covering a little more than the half page. Then go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Let's grab the Type tool and make a text box. And this small panel will have the name of the restaurant, any contact details, address, etc. So let's just type in restaurant name and a subheading of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We can style it using the paragraph styles we've created and then center align both the text. Let's now type in an imaginary address, email, and a phone number. Since these days home delivery has become a big thing, let's type in the home delivery contact number and highlight it with the heading paragraph style. As a divider, type in L and then change the font to Wingdings, and it will turn it into a black circle. So let's increase the size of it, and we're done. Just one last thing to add, so let's go to the Layers panel and hide the Text and Images layer and unlock the background layer and select it. Now pick the rectangle frame tool and make a large rectangle covering the entire page. Then go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Let's lower the opacity of the image to about 60%. Similarly, add the same image to the inside panel as well and lower the opacity of the image to 60%, much like we did earlier. Lastly, unhide the Text and Images layer, and there you go, guys. The trifold restaurant menu card is ready. To export it, go to File and then Export. Type in any name for the file and ensure that the format is set to Adobe PDF Print and hit Save. In the General section, ensure that the Pages option is set to Spreads and not Pages, else individual pages will print, which we don't want. Move to Marks and Bleeds tab and ensure that the Crop Marks option is checked and hit Export. Now locate the file and double-click to open it. And that's how your file is going to look electronically along with the crop marks. All right, guys, that concludes our session, and I'm going to see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll learn to create a trifold brochure in InDesign, so let's get started. Before we create a document, let me explain the setup so that you understand it well. So this is the layout of the outside panel. On the extreme left is the first page, which is the flap of the brochure. And that's why it's going to be slightly narrower than the rest of the pages, because it will fold inside and the front cover will rest on top of it. Page 2 will be the back of the brochure, and page 3 is going to be the front cover. Hence, we'll have information like the name of the company, address, etc. You can also find that the folds are coded with letters BAA, which is nothing but the masters that will be applied to them. Now, let's move on to the inside panel. Here, the page on the extreme left is page 4, which will have a master applied to it, and so will page 5, which is the center page. And the one on the extreme right is page 6, which is the back of page 1. Hence, it is also narrower than the other two pages and has B master applied to it. Now, keeping these settings in mind, let's create our document. I'm going to change the units to millimeters. I have already selected letter as the document size. Let's select the landscape orientation. And then click the width tab and enter the /, which is considered the division sign, and then the number 3, as we need to divide the page into 3 individual pages, which will eventually be 6 pages back to back. The moment you move the cursor somewhere else, you shall find how brilliantly InDesign does the calculation for you of the width. Now remember, I told you that one panel is going to be narrower than the rest, which means the rest 2 panels will be broader than that one panel. So let's add another millimeter to this to make it broader. So instead of 93.133, it shall become 94.133 millimeters. Let's also uncheck the facing pages option and enter 6 pages. Update the margins to 10 millimeters and bleed to 3 millimeters. And hit create. Once in the document, drag the pages panel out and expand it. Now you can see all 6 pages have a master applied to them, and the width of the a master is 94.133 millimeters. So we'll need another master with a reduced width, as one panel of the trifold will be narrower. And when I say one panel, I mean 2 pages back to back. Let's take the cursor to the master zone and right-click and select New Master from the options. In the pop-up window, you can base your B master on A master, or even if you don't do that, it shouldn't really matter for now. But let's still select the based on master option to A master. Now, since our B master is going to be narrower and we have added a millimeter to the other 2 pages, we'll have to reduce those 2 millimeters from this narrower panel. So 93.133 was the original size, and minus 2 millimeters from it will bring it down to 91.133 millimeters. So let's enter that here and hit OK. Let me take you to our setup, and you can see that our page 6 was narrower and obviously had B master applied to it. Similarly, page 1, which is the back of page 6, is also narrower, hence has B master applied to it as well. So now we're going to replicate this setting to create the spread. So let's get back to InDesign and select page 1 and hold Command on a Mac or Control on a PC and click page 6 to select them both. Now take your cursor to page 1 and right click, and from the options select Apply Master to Pages option, and in the pop-up window update the Apply Master to B Master. You can find that the 2 pages are already selected here, so just hit OK. When you get this conflict pop-up, just hit Use Master Page Size. You can find that the selected pages have B master applied to them now. And our setup is now falling into place. So you can see the BAA and then AAB format. So let's place the pages together to create the spread. If you click page 2 and drag it to place it next to page 1, you'll find that it refuses to sit next to it. So what we need to do is click the burger menu at the top right corner of the Pages panel and uncheck the Allow Document Pages to Shuffle option. Now when we try to drag page 2 to make it sit next to page 1, it will comfortably sit there. Drag page 3 next to page 2 the same way. So that's the spread for the outside panel ready. Similarly, drag page 5 and then page 6 next to page 4. And there you go. We've got our BAA set up for the outside panel and AAB for the inside panel. Let's work on the inside panel first. So let's double click page 4, First of all, we need to establish the center point of the spread. So grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle as illustrated. Now drag a guide from the ruler above and place it at the center of the page. And do it for all 3 pages one by one. Once the center has been established, delete the rectangle. Now, using the rectangle tool, make a rectangle on page 4 covering the upper half of the page, including the bleed. Double-click the fill option and pick a color of your choice. I'm going to pick this shade of yellow. Holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, click and drag the rectangle to make a copy of it and place it at the bottom of page 5. You might find this rectangle slightly wider when we try to fit it here. It's because when we placed it on the top left corner, we included the bleed space as well, something we don't need while placing it here. Similarly, let's make another copy of the rectangle and place it at the top right corner. You might be surprised why the rectangle turns out to be wider again, as this portion also have bleed space, much like the one on top left. It's only because this panel is slightly narrower, remember? So adjust the width to fit it within the margins. Let's pick the rectangle tool and make another rectangle on top of this, but this time exclude the bleed space. Now drag a guide from the ruler above and drop it at the center of this rectangle you've just made. Now extend this rectangle to the margin on the left and then the margin on the right, excluding the bleed. Drag another guide from the ruler on the left and place it at the center point. The reason we had to do this extra step is because had we included the bleed space into our calculation, the center point would not be accurate. So let's now delete this rectangle since we've established the center point of this rectangle. Now grab the ellipse frame tool and holding Shift and Option on a Mac or Shift and Alt on a PC, click at the center point that we've just established and drag to make a circle. Similarly, using another rectangle, establish the center point of the yellow rectangle on the right and then add a circle using the ellipse frame tool, much like we did with the first one. Finally, repeat the same steps to create another circle at the bottom of the center page. Next, holding Shift, click the 3 circular frames that you've created and go to File and then Place and locate 3 images that you'd like to put into these 3 frames and hit Open. Once your cursor is loaded, click each frame once to insert the images. Next, grab the Type tool and create a text box at the top of the center page. Type in Our Products or any other information you'd like to put in there. Actually, let's create a text box on the pasteboard and fill it with placeholder text so that we could conveniently borrow text from here. Now select some text and copy it and then paste it in the text box in the center. Let's center align the text and do a little bit of paragraphing so that it looks presentable. Let's select the heading and change the font style to bold. Let's also update the font size to 18 points. Now let's select the first line of the text as is the subheading and change its font to Xylem. Similarly, select the body text and change it to a stylish font, so let's pick Typo Upright. Also, update the font size of the body text to 14 points. Now that we have styled our heading, subheading, and body text, it's time to add them to paragraph styles. So let's go to Window, and then Styles, and select Paragraph Styles. Once the Paragraph Styles panel is up, select the heading and create a new paragraph style and rename it Heading. Similarly, select the subheading and create another paragraph style and rename it Subheading. Lastly, select the body text and create a new paragraph style and rename it Body Text. Now that our styles have been created, select the subheadings one by one, as well as the body text under them, and assign the appropriate paragraph styles to them. Next, holding Option on a Mac or Alt on a PC, click and drag the text box to the bottom left corner. Rename the heading Our History. And since it's the history we're talking about, we don't need any subheading here, so let's select the text and change it to body text, and then left align the text, and do a little bit of paragraphing here as well. Now copy this text box to the right panel, change the heading to our specialty, and I think we can let the body text remain as it is. Hit W to check the preview of the inside panel, and I think it's looking pretty decent. Let's head to the outside panel now. Pick the rectangle frame tool and create a rectangle covering the entire page on the right. Now go to File, and then Place, and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Now select one of the yellow panels we created on the inside panel and copy it, and then paste it here. Let's resize it and place it on the top as illustrated. And before we do anything with it, let's first establish the center of this page as well. So let's grab the rectangle tool and create a rectangle from the left margin till the margin on the right. Drag a guide from the ruler on the left and drop it at the center of this rectangle. Now delete the rectangle. With the help of this guide, let's center align the yellow rectangle and let's resize it to make it more a horizontal rectangle than a vertical one. Now grab the type tool and create a text box on top of this rectangle, and let's type in Enigma Pizza. Let's center align it and change the font to Xylem. Now bring it to the center and update the font size to 18 points. Let's make another rectangle from the margin on top, excluding the bleed, till the bottom of the yellow rectangle, and then place another guide at the center of this rectangle. Now delete the rectangle. Align the text to the guide we've just created. Let's copy the yellow rectangle and place it at the bottom as illustrated. Make a text box on top of this rectangle and type in handcrafted goodness. Let's change the font to typo upright. Also increase the font size to 30 points. Let's shorten the height of the rectangle and lower the opacity to about 78%. And also center align the text box. Let's make another copy of the yellow rectangle and place it at the bottom of the page on the right. Center align it with the help of the guide and then shorten it, as we won't need such a big rectangle. Now grab the type tool and make a text box and type in a phone number. Let's center align it and change the font to Xylem. I think we need to shorten the height further, so let's just do that. And using a rectangle, establish the vertical center of the yellow rectangle, excluding the bleed. And then place a guide at the center of the rectangle. And then delete the rectangle. Now center align the text. Let's hit W to check the preview. I think we need to shorten the width of the rectangle, so let's do that. And then align the rectangle to the guide at the center. And then align the text to the yellow rectangle. Let's check the preview. I think we're done with this page, so let's move on to the page on the left. Let's make another copy of the yellow rectangle and extend it to the entire page in the center. Now grab the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle from margin to margin as illustrated. Now let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Let's copy the text box from the inside page and paste it here. Let's change the heading to For Catering Service and then add the contact details. Also add other details like email address, website address, and social media details, and then center align the text box to this page. You are at liberty to add further details to this page as we have a lot of vacant space. Let's select the text and change the font to Roboto Light. Let's also select the heading and change the font style to medium. Actually, the body text has become way too light, so let's select it and change it to regular. Let's check the preview. I think it looks decent enough so far. Let's select the yellow block in the center page, and holding Shift and Option on a Mac or Shift and Alt on a PC, click and drag to the left to make a copy. Now shorten the rectangle to cover just half of the page. Pick the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle from margin to margin as illustrated. Now let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and hit Open. Lastly, copy the text box from the inside page and paste it here. Change the heading to Our Bread. Make a subheading and type in anything that fits there. Now convert the rest of the text styling to body text and then left align it. Actually, let's increase the font size of the subheading to 18 points. Let's check the preview of the outside panel now. I think we need to do a little bit of alignment to the image on the left, as the yellow panel behind the image is not aligned well. Let's grab the rectangle tool and make a rectangle from the margin on top till the beginning of the image. Let's fill it with black. Now place this rectangle at the bottom edge of the image and then shorten the yellow rectangle to the point of the black rectangle. Now delete the black rectangle. And there you go, guys. The trifold brochure is ready. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of the session and it's time for a short break, so I'll see you in just a bit. Goodbye. Hi there. In this video, we'll be talking about creating a wall calendar in InDesign, so let's get started. I'm going to change the units to inches and then enter the dimensions 10 by 20 inches. So it's going to be a tall document because half of it will be occupied by the image like in wall calendars. And the rest will be the actual calendar. I'm going to let the page be 1. And the margins are already set to 0.3937 inch, which I'm fine with. The bleed is already set to 0.1181 inch, which is about 3 millimeters. So let's just hit create. Since it's a calendar, all the months would follow the same template. And for that reason, rather than working on a page, I'll work on the A master. So let's select the A master. Let's establish the center of the page, and to do that, let's drop a guide at 10 inches from the ruler above. For the calendar, we'll need a table, so let's go to Table and select Create Table. In the pop-up menu, update the body rows to 5, which can even be set to 6 in certain cases, depending upon where the first of the month will fall. Columns to 7 for 7 days of the week, and the header rows to 1 for the days. And hit OK. Now, leaving some space for the month's name, click and drag to create the table as illustrated. Let me zoom in. Since the first row is the header row, and we don't want the header row to be as big as the rest of the rows, so let's reduce the height of the header by clicking inside the first row, and then dragging the top edge of the second row to the top as illustrated. Let's type in the days in the header. Select the days and then center align them, both horizontally and vertically. Now let's change the font to Stardust Adventure. Let's also increase the font size to 30 points. Let's go to Window and then Styles and select Table Styles. Let's select the header and actually let's switch to the Cell Styles tab and create a new cell style. Double-click the new style and move to Strokes and Fills tab and change the cell fill color to black and tint to 15% and hit OK. Now it's time to add numbers to our calendar, so click the first cell under Sunday and go to Type and then Bulleted Numbered Lists and select Apply Numbers. You'll find nothing happens, but the moment you enter a space, number 1 will be added to the cell. And you could also find a full stop after that. And usually in calendars, you'll not find a full stop after numbers, so let's change that. Let's go to Window and show Properties. You'll find the bullets and numbering option at the bottom. Let's click the Options tab to reveal a pop-up window. Now, next to the number field, you'll find a few characters that look more like junk characters. You'll need to delete the last 3 characters from here, which are full stop, a circumflex, and the letter T. You should be left with only a circumflex and a hash, and then hit OK. Let's zoom in for a better view. Select the first cell that has the number 1 added, and go to Edit, and then select Copy. Next, select the entire table, including the cell that has the number 1, and then go to Edit once again, and select Paste. You'll find InDesign adding the rest of the numbers for you. If you look closely, InDesign has actually added more numbers than required, but don't worry, we'll get rid of those numbers soon enough. Select the entire table once again, excluding the days, and let's change the font to Roboto Black. Also, update the font size to 30 points. I think the text appears to be too bold, so let's select the text once again and change the font style to medium. Also, update the font size to 24 points. Let's now select the table and push it down a bit because we have some space at the bottom that can be utilized, as we'll have to type in the name of the month on top. Grab the Type tool and make a text box in the center before the table and type in January. Center align the text and increase the font size to 48 points. Let's change the font to something stylish, so let's pick Freehand. Time to establish the center of the table to align the month name to it, so drop a guide at the center of the table from the ruler on the left, and then center align the name of the month with the help of the guide. Let's select the month name and the table and drag them down a bit, as we still have some extra space at the bottom. Perhaps we need to push the name of the month away from the table a bit so as to vertically center align it between the table and the margin on top. Let's concentrate on the top portion of the table now. Grab the rectangle frame tool and make a rectangle covering the entire top, including the bleed space. Let's go to File and then Place and locate the image on your computer and hit Open. Once the image is up, right-click and go to Fitting and select Fit Content to Frame. Let's now delete those extra days from the calendar. So let's just say the 1st of January falls on Thursday. So instead of removing the dates 32 to 35, I'm going to remove the first 4 days so that the 1st January falls on Thursday. The moment the days are removed, the dates will fall into place as expected. Let's hit W for a preview. I think it's looking decent enough. Let's go to the Pages panel and add another page to add the next month. So I'm going to demonstrate 2 months so that you know how to add the rest yourself. Since we've created a design on the A master, the new page will already have the same design. Now let's double-click page 2 to update the month of February. I'm sure you know by now how to override the master settings, so if you double-click the month, you'll find it not getting selected since it's inherited from the A master. So let's hit Shift and Command on a Mac or Shift and Control on a PC to be able to select the elements on this page. Let's change the name of the month to February. Now to remove just the image and not the frame, press Shift and Escape and then hit the Delete or the Backspace key. And you shall find the image gone with the frame still intact. To insert a fresh image, go to File and then Place and locate the image on the computer and press Open. Once the image is up, right-click the image and go to Fitting and select Fit Content to Frame. Since the month of January ended on a Saturday, the 1st of February should begin on Sunday. Hence, all we need to do is remove the last row. So select it and hit the Delete or the Backspace key, and job's done. Check the preview of February and then of January. I think it's time to pat your back as you've just learned how to create a wall calendar in InDesign. Likewise, you can keep on adding the rest of the months to complete the year. Alright guys, that brings us to the close of the session, and I shall see you in the next one in just a bit. Goodbye. First of all, let me congratulate you for completing the InDesign course. I'm sure you've learned the various aspects of this amazing application by now. If you'd like to continue on this journey of creativity, the next step should be to learn Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop as well. There are other Adobe applications worth trying your hands on, but to be considered a graphic designer, you have to have knowledge of InDesign, Illustrator, and Photoshop before exploring other options. If you're new in this fraternity, you might start building a portfolio that will help you get jobs, whether offline or online. You can even sign up on various freelancing websites where you'll get a wide variety of customers with various designing needs. But let me warn you that there is a tough competition as well, so you might want to showcase your best designs should you want to be successful. Some of these websites are freelancer.com or fiverr.com or peoplehour.com and more. All these websites are free for you to sign up, although they do have some premium packages as well, which require you to pay them a subscription fee. Lastly, I'd appreciate if you could leave some feedback on how you liked this program. Also, share input on what the course needs to improve on, and I'll ensure to amend it accordingly. I wish you all the best in this endeavor and pray that you emerge successful in your creativity journey. Signing off, goodbye.